This is Audible.
Duet, Book 1 in the Road Kings series. Written by Julie Criss. Narrated by Andy Arndt and Jason Clark.
Chapter 1. Callie. The man at the bar had his back to me. He was wearing a dark blue plaid shirt and jeans, his long legs hooked around the legs of the bar stool in easy laziness. He was focused on his drink, and from where I sat on the small stage at the front of the room, I could see that his body was lean and graceful, his hair dark. He was wearing a black baseball cap. Frankly, even from behind, he was kind of hot, and I wondered what he looked like. The problem was that he wouldn't turn around and look at me no matter how well I played. And I was playing pretty well, I thought, considering it was a rainy Thursday night in Portland, in the small jazz bar where I played piano regularly for a handful of bills and a few free drinks, and there were less than a dozen people sitting at the tables. Thursday jazz nights weren't about packing the customers in. They were for people who needed a header into the weekend, a stress-free place to sit where there was dim light and good music, where you could drink a strong drink or two and no one would bother you. My fellow musicians and I appreciated it just as much as the patrons did, if not more. We all worked day jobs, and Thursday nights were our way of trying to forget that fact and wind down. Tonight, we were a trio. I was on piano. David, who was barely 30 and worked days at an IT company, was on drums. Charlie, who was black, over 60, and had worked 30 years at a utility company, was on jazz guitar. We cycled through a few classic jazz songs and a couple of numbers we quietly improvised, letting the smooth notes flow through the darkened room, the hiss of David's snare and the melody of Charlie's guitar letting the mind wander. I played Charlie's counterpoint, as I had done for many Thursdays, and I loved it as much as I ever did. But I felt my gaze wander back, over and over, to the man at the bar. He wasn't with anyone that I could see. He wasn't talking to the bartender either, though the looks that Ace, the bartender, kept covertly shooting him bordered on worshipful. Ace was happily married and definitely not gay, so what would make him have such a sudden man crush was a mystery. I really, really wished the man would turn around. As we neared the end of the 40-minute set, it started to annoy me. Who came to a jazz bar on a Thursday night, then didn't spare a glance at the band? What kind of guy just sat drinking alone without paying attention to the music? We were 3 real people up here, not an iPhone on shuffle. Not only were we people, we were actual musicians, and we were pretty good. I'd been playing piano for 25 of my 35 years, and Charlie had been playing before David and I were born. We deserved, at the very least, a freaking glance. We finished our last number to a hushed round of applause from the people in the room. Charlie leaned forward and spoke into the only microphone on the stage. "Thank you," he said politely, as if we were wrapping up a meeting. "We were very happy to be invited here tonight. Have a nice night and drive safe." The 3 of us stood and nodded at each other. Outside of this bar once a week, we had no personal relationship. The owner of the bar had originally booked us separately and told us to come in and do a set together before we'd ever met. Before our first set, we had shown up an hour early and rehearsed a few numbers, and then we'd never gotten together again outside of gig nights. We were professionals, not friends. Still, I knew that Charlie would put on his navy blue blazer, which was hanging next to the stage, and go straight home. David had a toddler now, something he hadn't had when we first played, so he would go straight home too. It was 11 o'clock on a weeknight, and anyone with a life would go home to bed. Normally, I'd go home too. I had a nice ground floor apartment all to myself and a cat named Elmer who was waiting for me. I had to work tomorrow, but tonight I was restless. Something that felt a little like annoyance and a little like lust pricking under my skin. It had to do with the man at the bar. I wanted to see him for myself. I decided to stay for a drink. I waved to David and Charlie and walked to the bar. The other customers tonight were clustered in 2s and 3s at the circular tables, talking quietly over the ambient jazz that was now coming from the speakers. The only customer at the bar was the mystery man. I glanced down at myself, taking in my jeans, chucks, and black off-the-shoulder top. I wore my golden brown hair twisted up, the way I usually kept it when I was playing. I had silver rings on my fingers and a little makeup on. I looked pretty good, I thought. Then I wondered why I cared. Maybe the mystery man was awful looking, or maybe he was gay, or married, or had a voice like a foghorn. This was stupid. I just needed to get it over with. I walked to the bar and took the stool right next to the mystery man, even though I could have given him space. If you're going to go for it, I thought, you may as well just go. "Hey, Callie," Ace said. "Nice set." "Thanks. How about a South Side?" "Gin, huh? It's that kind of night." Ace smiled at me, but his gaze cut quickly to the man next to me, as if he couldn't help it. "I'll get on it." With nothing to do but wait, I put my palms on the edge of the bar and tried not to fidget. When I felt incognito enough, I risked a quick glance at the man next to me. Holy hell. Okay, he still might be married, gay, or annoying to listen to, but he definitely wasn't awful looking. His hair was dark brown, almost black in the dim light, and worn a little long, the ends curling on the back of his neck under his baseball cap. A straight nose, a beautiful mouth, scruff on his jaw. Even from here I could see the line of his eyelashes, and I wanted to know what color his eyes were. I also, shockingly, wanted to know what that mouth felt like on mine. I didn't usually have reactions like this to men. I wasn't the horny kind of single woman, out on the prowl to get laid, though I wished Godspeed to every one of those women. I had my career and my apartment and Elmer, and I didn't need a regular dose of dick to keep me happy. No, it was this particular man who was provoking this reaction tonight. Instead of being repelled, I got more comfortable on my stool, because there was no way I was leaving. Ace mixed my drink and gave it to me, but his words were for the guy next to me. "Want another one, man?" I wasn't mistaking it, a tremble in Ace's voice. It puzzled me because men really, really weren't Ace's thing. I wondered if maybe the man next to me was famous. But then, wouldn't someone else in this place have recognized him by now? Wouldn't I have recognized him? The mystery man pulled the stir stick from the ice at the bottom of his glass. He drew it once over his tongue, absently, as if unaware he was doing it, getting the last drop of alcohol from the end. "Sure," he said. "One more." The words trilled up my spine like a piano scale. Point number 2, then. This man was definitely not a burden to listen to. His voice was like whiskey poured over cold stones. Cold sweat started on my palms, and for the first time, I started to think maybe I should get out of here. This man was some kind of danger I hadn't encountered before. I'd met attractive men, even dated a few of them. But this? He'd said 3 words, none of them to me, and I was turning to jelly. I should walk away. But my South Side was fresh, and it looked so delicious. I wasn't much of a drinker, which is a little odd for a musician. When I did drink, I liked to pick a cocktail that cost a few dollars and packed an extra punch as a treat. Then I'd drink only 1 or 2, savoring them, happy until the next time I decided to treat myself. Treating myself was one of the ways I got through life. I was good at it. I pulled my drink toward me and took my first sip. Not too deep, so it wouldn't hit too hard straight off the bat. The gin and lime rolled over my tongue and slid down my throat. Perfect. I'd have a little more of this, and then I'd go home. "That was a nice set," said the voice next to me. "You're good." I froze. For a second, I had the urge to squeak, "Me?" like a 10-year-old girl. Then I got it together. This man, no matter what he looked and sounded like, had nearly ruined my set, and was now about to ruin my cocktail. "You weren't even listening," I said. The man was looking at his fresh drink, not at me, but I saw the corner of his mouth smile. "Of course I was listening. It was the only thing to hear in here." "Okay, you weren't watching then." "I don't have to watch you to know you're good." Now I was annoyed again, my skin prickling like it had before, probably because I'd been unable to stop looking at him, and he'd never once felt the urge to look at me. Fine then. If you don't need to watch, then which instrument was I playing? He moved his stir stick through his drink, making the ice click in the glass. You play piano, and the reason I know you're good is that you made it work, even though that piano needs to be tuned. There are small moments in your life, and there are big ones. Then there are moments that seem small but change everything. I felt on the edge of one of those for some reason, and it was both exciting and terrifying, because this man, whoever he was, knew music. You're a musician? I asked. Sometimes. He turned and looked at me, and at last I got a full look at his face. His eyes, under the brim of the black baseball cap, were hazel, and he was fucking gorgeous. He didn't say anything else, so I took a second to stare at him, not bothering to hide it. Not just his hotness, which was stupidly apparent, but his features. I don't recognize you, I said. Do you play the clubs around here? He paused before answering, seeming to study my face the way I studied his. I had no idea what he was looking for, but finally he answered. No, I'm not playing clubs right now. You don't play like a beginner. I've been playing piano since I was 10, I said, taking another sip of my drink. I made my mother bring me to piano lessons, and when I was old enough, I'd take the bus to the music school at PSU. Now I teach. Yeah? He leaned an elbow on the bar. It's your living now? You like teaching? I do. I teach all ages, some kids, some adults, even a few seniors. I think I knew since those first lessons that I wanted to make music my career. It hasn't been easy to do, but I manage it. I couldn't keep the note of pride from my voice. Making a living at music, anything at all to do with music, had seemed like an unbelievable dream for years. In my early 20s, when I worked office jobs and tried to get gigs on evenings and weekends, I'd lie awake at night, certain I could feel my dream dying right there and then, like a limb going numb and beginning to wither away. That's very cool, the mystery man said. I laughed. My drink was strong, and the first few sips were getting to me. No one thinks being a piano teacher is cool. People picture an old spinster lady who gets $5 here and there. His expression said this was absurd. No one thinks that. My mother does. She thinks you're an old lady. You know what I mean. She thinks I'm a failure. She can't understand why anyone would want to take lessons from me, since I never became a successful concert pianist or anything. Every time I see her, she asks if I'm still teaching piano, as if I'm supposed to grow out of it. I'm 35. Now I was not only hot for this guy, I was spilling my guts to him. Painful things. The fact that my mother had never believed in me was one of the things I carefully put in a box and buried, never to be looked at too closely. But the mystery man just shrugged, as if my lifetime of pain and insecurity was an everyday thing for him. If your parents don't hate what you do, then you're not a real musician. I stared at him. Pieces were moving inside me, some of them clicking into place, others jarring free. It wasn't that I hadn't thought I'd meet a man like this one. It was that I had never believed that men like this existed. If he wasn't gay, married, or an asshole, then he couldn't possibly be real. What is your name? I asked him. He seemed hesitant for a second, and the tip of his tongue briefly touched his bottom lip, in a move that was so unconsciously seductive it melted my knees. Denver, he said. Like the city? Another pause, and then a self-deprecating smile. Like the city, yeah. My parents chose it, not me. I like it. It was fitting that a man unlike any other I knew would have a name unlike any other as well. I held out my hand for him to shake. I'm Callie. Yet again, a split second of hesitation. If this man weren't wildly good-looking and unspeakably hot, I'd almost think he was shy. But he took my hand and shook it, the sparks from the contact flying up my arm and making my blood go warm everywhere in my body. Callie, he said. That was it. Just my name. Sometimes I think the rest was destiny. And sometimes I think that I could have turned and run in that moment, and the rest of it would never have happened at all. Chapter 2. Callie. He was 37, 2 years older than me. He'd been born in Portland, though he'd moved around a lot, and he'd lived several years in LA and San Diego. His piano skills were basic, his guitar skills were a little better, he'd never touched a wind instrument in his life, and he could play drums, he said, if you gave him an hour to practice first because he was rusty. So much we established in our first hour of conversation. He was cagier about what he did for a living, or had done at one time. He was blunt about the fact that he was currently unemployed and did nothing at all. He didn't try to impress me with businesses he was planning to start, classes he was planning to take, or Bitcoin he was planning to buy. He told me he did nothing, as if it was something completely without shame, as if he was enjoying the moment, and he didn't seem to think I'd see this as a strike against him. He was right. My sister, Ash, and I had a set of rules we mutually adhered to about men. Don't sleep with an unemployed guy was one of them. It wasn't a judgment about a state that could happen to anyone, or a statement that a man had to be employed to be worthwhile. It was a pragmatic survival tactic, so that we wouldn't have to risk our own precarious financial well-being by paying someone else's bills. Dating was cutthroat, sex even more so. You had to follow a set of rules just to keep your head above water sometimes. But Denver's unemployment didn't set alarm bells off. Instead, I had the feeling that he came from money, despite the jeans and flannel he was wearing tonight. People who never have to worry about money give off an air of being in a world that is different than the rest of us. I was willing to give him a pass because I really, really wanted to sleep with him. The other rules Ash and I had established were don't sleep with a married man and don't sleep with a guy in a band. The first one was obvious, and the second was in honor of Ash's succession of musician hookups in her younger days, guys who had made her go to their terrible concerts and jam sessions while pretending to be enthusiastic. Guys in bands were insufferable, always talking about the album they were going to record, but never did, and the stadium shows they felt they were destined to play. They were also world-class cheaters, which made them off-limits. Ash's boyfriends had been no exception. But Denver passed the test. He wasn't married, I asked him point blank, and he wasn't in a band because he did nothing at all. I figured that made him fair game. And, I repeat, I really wanted to sleep with him. Normally, faced with a gorgeous man I was so instantly hot for, I'd be fumbling through an awkward two-step, trying to guess his interest while keeping my defenses up in abject terror of rejection. But I didn't have to guess Denver's interest. Those beautiful eyes were fixed on me as we talked, sometimes watching my mouth, other times meandering down the line of my neck and my bare shoulder. It was a look that was both appreciative and quietly hungry, as if he hadn't seen a woman for a while and he was really glad to be looking at one now, to be looking at me. He asked me about teaching piano and my favorite music, all while giving me this look that made me feel sexy and melted my core into molten lava. He was interested, all right. He was also a natural genius at seduction, like if the guy from A Beautiful Mind had known about sex instead of math. There was a pause in the conversation, and our gazes locked for a long, hot moment. Was he going to bring it up first? Was I? If he did, was I going to say yes? Was this really happening? He blinked. His lashes really were stunning, and reached for his wallet in his back pocket. "Here's what we'll do," he said in that voice I already knew I'd never get tired of listening to. "I'll pay for my drinks and leave. You finish your drink. Give it about 20 minutes. Then you leave too. I'll be outside in my car." My throat went dry. Apparently, I didn't even have to say yes, because I was already in. So in. "Why the subterfuge?" I asked. "Because you play here once a week, and the people here know you. It isn't great for you if people here know your personal life." He was absolutely right. The last thing I wanted was for Ace to know I'd gone home with this man, with anyone, and gossip about it. I knew the owner here, the other bartenders, the other musicians, and a few of the regulars. Still, it gave me a flash of annoyance. "Do you know what year it is? I can do whatever I want." "Sure, but do you want to?" Denver put a few bills on the bar. No, I didn't, but still. "Men don't have to do this," I grumbled. "For them, going home with someone is a score." Instead of arguing, Denver looked thoughtful. "It's a score when you're 20. After that, I think you just look like an asshole." I stared at him. He'd said that with the authority of someone who has gone home with a woman more than once. He'd also said it like someone who has reconsidered it. It hadn't occurred to me that he didn't want Ace gossiping about him either. Who was this man? He didn't give me time to answer. He put on a jacket of dark brown corduroy that somehow looked sexy on him. He paid his bill, said a polite goodbye, for Ace's benefit, and walked out of the bar. I made myself wait for 20 minutes, stewing, thinking about what had just happened on a night I had thought would be like 100 others, and, inevitably, wondering if I'd walk out the door to find him gone, never to be seen again. My luck with men could only be described as average. At 35, I'd never been married and I had no kids. I'd had 2 long-term boyfriends, one for 2 years and one for 18 months. And both relationships had ended with relative calm as we realized we were headed in different directions. I had my music, I had Elmer, and I had no desire for children, even as my 30s ticked by. Any man who wanted kids, or already had them, needed to move on. And so far, all of them had. I had spent a few months on a dating site, trying to meet someone like a cliché. I'd gone on a couple of blind dates set up by friends. I'd had some offers from fellow musicians over the years, all of which I'd turned down because I had even less desire to be cheated on than I had for children. And somehow I'd ended up here, on this night, in this bar, about to go home with a man I suspected was going to blow my mind, if he hadn't decided to bail on me first. There was nothing for it now. I had to go home anyway. I said goodnight to Ace and slipped on my light rain jacket. I felt like I had a spotlight trained on me as I walked out, even though the lights were dim and no one noticed me. It was dark and raining, and there were only a few cars in the parking lot. Denver was sitting in the driver's seat of one of them. He gave me a wave, and my breath stopped in my throat. He hadn't left, and I wasn't leaving, and apparently this was actually happening. What was I doing? The answer was immediate. Something fun. Something risky. Something a little bit wild. Something that was just for me. I hurried through the rain and got into the passenger seat of Denver's car. "You shouldn't be driving," I said. He put a hand on the wheel and gave me an amused smile. "Sure I should. I wasn't drinking alcohol in there." "What?" I remembered the ice in his glass. Ace saying, "Do you want another?" "What was it then?" "Soda and lime." I blinked at him, the south side pleasantly fogging my brain. "You came out to a bar in the rain just to drink soda and lime?" "I came to a bar in the rain to listen to music," he said, as if that was obvious. "Do you have a car here?" I shook my head. "Not here. I mean, I have a car. I own one. But I took an Uber here tonight." The drinks were free on the nights I played, and I often had 1 or 2, depending on my mood. It was best to take an Uber and leave my options open. "So I'm the only drunk one of the 2 of us, then?" He started the car. "You're not drunk, Callie." He was right. I wasn't. I was pleasantly fuddled, though, and starting to feel almost confident. "Your place or mine?" I asked him. That made him smile again. "The lady should always choose." "You sound like you do this a lot." "Yes," he said sarcastically, raising an eyebrow at me. "I often go to jazz bars on weeknights to drink soda and hopefully pick up available piano teachers. Are you going to pick or not?" "My place," I said. "I have a cat, and he expects me to feed him." That made him laugh. the soft sound filling the car as he pulled out of the parking lot. "Let's go feed your cat then. Tell me where to go." "Left. I'm not far from here." "You have a really nice voice, you know. Have you thought about taking voice lessons?" Denver shook his head. He took off his ball cap and tossed it in the back seat, running a hand through his hair. I was momentarily hypnotized by the silky, dark brown locks running over his knuckles. I'm going to touch that hair very soon, and I bet it's going to feel glorious. "I've never taken a voice lesson," he said. "Don't worry about being manly." The drink had definitely loosened my tongue. A man with a nice voice is very manly. I mean, listen to Barry White. "Roy Orbison," Denver said. "Marvin Gaye." "Chris Cornell." We tossed names back and forth as I gave him directions. We both liked Johnny Cash and Prince. We didn't think we should like Harry Styles, but we really did. Same with Bruno Mars. Michael Stipe seemed to have gone out of fashion, but he had technique and range. No one thought of Eminem as a vocalist, but his voice was a huge part of his talent. Denver could handle Bono, but only in small doses. I could have talked about this all night. I felt like I was high. At my apartment, Elmer immediately made known his displeasure at his empty food bowl. He was small for his age and the color of an orange creamsicle, and he barely bothered to give Denver a dismissive glance. I took off my damp chucks and went straight to the kitchen to make my cat happy. "This is a nice place," Denver said, standing in the middle of the main room. "I can tell what you do for a living." I grinned. "Nice detective work." My apartment was a large studio, with my bed in one corner behind a screen. In the center of the main room, impossible to miss, was my pride and joy, my piano. Denver walked to the piano, gently touching the sheet music I'd set on top. "It's a beauty," he said. "How did you even get it in here?" "Piano movers," I explained. "It's the reason I have a ground floor apartment. I had to pay them a fortune, but it was worth it." The piano was my Aunt Kay's. She left it to me in her will. I have it tuned twice a year, rain or shine. The only things I spend money on are my piano and my cat. "Sounds like you have your priorities straight." He had taken off his boots, and now he slid his jacket from his shoulders and hung it on the hook by the door. Outside, the rain was coming down hard in the darkness. The other tenants in my small building were mostly seniors, and they were long asleep. It felt like Denver and I were the only two people awake in the world. I spooned cat food into Elmer's bowl, unable to stop myself from cooing a few words of adoring nonsense at him as he wove between my feet, meowing. I had no shame about the fact that I loved my cat. Like the kind of love that motivates a parent to lift a fallen car off their child, that kind of love. I didn't care that it made me a cliché of a spinster piano teacher. It was who I was. I lowered the bowl to the floor, and when I stood again, I froze. My lips parted at the sight before me. Denver had unbuttoned his flannel shirt and taken it off. Beneath it, he wore a white t-shirt, and as I watched, he pulled it off over his head, revealing a lean, beautiful chest dusted with dark hair that arrowed down into the waist of his jeans. He dropped the tea and looked at me. "I should be coy, I guess, but I'm not in the mood to be coy. Come here." Everything in me flushed hot. My neck, my breasts, my belly, between my legs. This was what I had wanted, somewhere deep down, ever since I'd seen him sitting at the bar. I didn't want to offer him a drink and make more small talk until we started to tentatively make out, and neither did he. We were two adults. We were both here for one thing, and it was a relief to just address it, to just get started. I walked out of the kitchen toward him. I pulled the elastic from my hair, letting it fall past my shoulders. Then I pulled my own top over my head, dropping it as I came close to him. He watched this show appreciatively, his hazel eyes taking me in. When I was close enough, he ran his fingertips through the long curls of my hair, letting the hair slip over his fingers. Then he tilted my jaw up and kissed me. It was fire. We both felt it as we leaned into each other, as our mouths tangled, as our skin touched. Every part of me was electrified and oversensitive, ready for him to touch me. I'd never responded to any man like this before, with such instantaneous desire. It had only been seconds, and we already had too many clothes on. Denver felt the same. He pressed me to him as if he needed to feel all of me, as if he'd been picturing it all night. He ran his hands greedily down my back, over my ass. I was suddenly glad my apartment didn't have any corridors or stairs. I tugged him around the edge of the screen, toward my bed. He followed, kissing me, then lifting me and tossing me onto the mattress with something that felt like playful, lustful anticipation. He braced himself over me and kissed me again, lifting his hips as I grappled with the buttons of his jeans, giving my hands room to work. When I didn't go fast enough, he stood again and dropped the jeans without a whisper of pretense, kicking them away and then shucking his boxer briefs. "Do you have condoms?" he asked me, stark naked in my bedroom. Oh, hell yes. Hell yes. I nodded and managed to gasp, "In the bathroom. Left-hand drawer," before he turned and gave me a second oh hell yes view as he walked into the bathroom. While he was in there, I got my bra and jeans off as fast as humanly possible. He came back out, and his gaze traveled appreciatively over me yet again, lying on my back on my bed in only my panties. They were black cotton, not expensive lingerie, but he didn't care. He held up a strip of condoms, tore one off, then put the rest on the bedside table. I couldn't help my reaction when I saw the condoms. "That many?" The words came out loud in the silence, and suddenly, unexpectedly, we both laughed. Denver sunk onto the bed between my legs, placing the condom onto the blanket next to him, and gently pulling my panties down my hips. "That many," he said, lowering his mouth to the skin below my belly button, then lower, lower, until his tongue slid sweetly between my folds. Oh, heaven. That's what this was. I closed my eyes and arched my back, giving him better access, feeling the rush of sensation through my body. I'd never been a big fan of this particular act, mostly because men weren't usually good at it, but of course Denver was the exception. He took his time, his tongue exploring me silkily, taking in every inch instead of sprinting for the goal. His hands rested on my thighs, his fingers tangled in my panties, until I was struggling with frustration and want. When he had me where he wanted me, he kissed his way up my body, letting me kick my panties all the way off. He stopped at my breasts, licking over my nipples with that beautiful, incredible mouth of his. I officially wanted him to do this forever, every day and every night until I was old and withered and maybe dead. I was put on this earth for Denver to put his mouth on me, and now I'd finally begun to achieve everything life had to offer. He kissed up my collarbone, the side of my neck, to my ear. His low voice, so beautiful, murmured against me. "I wanted to see you like this the first second I saw you on stage. It's why I couldn't watch you." "Stop it," I panted, grabbing his ass. "You don't have to flatter me. That isn't true." "Isn't it?" He slid against me, hot and hard, and then he pulled away to put the condom on. "You seem so sure of that." He put a hand on my hip, rolling me over to my stomach, and then he lifted my ass in the air. Oh, God. I'd never done this as a first time before. It was a completely exposed position, ripe for humiliation, especially since I hadn't known this man a few hours ago. But that added to the raw pulse of excitement and the honesty. What did I want from this man, after all, if not for him to bend me over? He pushed inside me, and I gasped into the pillow with pleasure. He was big enough to stretch me. I hadn't had sex in months, but he fit. We fit. He pushed all the way in, his hands on my hips. "Sweet Jesus," he said reverently, as if he was in church. I knew exactly how he felt. I'd never experienced pleasure like this before. I gripped the sheets as he started to move. I could feel his hands on me, his thighs on the insides of mine. The friction was perfect, and I made wild sounds, trying to muffle them with the pillow. I felt filled and desperate, and I no longer cared about how I looked. Denver slowed, then stopped, sliding most of the way out of me. He leaned forward so his chest was against my back. I could feel how hard he was breathing. "Touch yourself, Callie," he said. My hand was already moving, snaking down between my legs. I moved my fingers over my slick skin as we both breathed, and he moved the head of his cock just inside me, adding to the pressure. I had never done this before. That went without saying, but it felt so incredibly good. I was primed and ready, and it didn't take long before I felt the wild flutter of an impending orgasm in my body. "I'm going to come," I breathed. "On me." His voice was thick, as if he was barely keeping control. His cock slid a little further into me. "I want to feel it. I want to feel it so fucking bad." That was all it took. I went over the edge, and as I did, he pushed all the way into me, feeling every part of my climax. His breathing went harsh, and his fingers dug into my hips, and he said my name. Then his control frayed, and he pounded into me for a few sweet, hot minutes until he had his own climax, deep inside me. He pulled out of me, and we both collapsed on our backs on the bed, breathing hard. My muscles ached, and I was absolutely stoned on sex. "Holy shit, that was incredible," Denver said. Something fluttered in my chest. I didn't think I was a slouch, but I'd never been called good in bed before. He was inspiring. I looked over at him, at his profile in the near dark, his mussed hair and his cheekbones and his perfect mouth. I wanted to do it all over again. "So do I," he said. And I realized I'd said that out loud. Still catching his breath, he looked over at me and smiled. I smiled back. We weren't done. At least, not yet. I woke sometime in the early hours to see Denver sitting on the side of the bed in his jeans. He was bent to pull his socks on, and I got a view of his beautiful back. He sensed me and straightened, turning to look at me. "I wasn't sneaking out on you," he said. "I left my number on the kitchen counter." My throat went dry, and I was suddenly more nervous than I'd been when we were both naked. "Do you want me to call it?" His eyebrows rose a little, as if the question was surprising. "Yeah, I do." Our gazes locked. Okay, then. This was going to be something. I wasn't sure what. But not just a night brought on by lust and Southsides. Did I know what that meant? Did he? "What are you doing?" Denver asked me, watching my face. "Overthinking," I replied. He smiled at that, then leaned over and kissed me. "Don't," he said. "It's simpler than you think it is."
Chapter 3. Denver. The rain had stopped, but the air and the ground were still damp when I got home. The sun was inching its way over the horizon. I lived in a small, decades-old bungalow in South Portland on a swatch of land that didn't have close neighbors on either side. I'd bought the place for next to nothing with money from our third tour 10 years ago. The house had been a wreck, but the isolation meant that I'd be left alone, and the neighbors wouldn't complain about the noise. After that, I'd had a haphazard method of fixing the place up. Every time the Road Kings left for another tour, I'd throw a wad of cash at a crew of guys and tell them to fix whatever they could until they ran out of money or I got back, whichever came first. Sometimes I came home to new toilets, sometimes to a replaced kitchen floor. It was always a nice surprise. I didn't care that the crew had access to my house while I was gone, because I didn't own anything worth stealing. My guitar always came with me on the road. By the time the last tour ended, the house was pretty livable. The heat and air conditioning worked, the stovetop worked, and I wasn't going to die of carbon monoxide or mold poisoning. I could rehearse in peace if I wanted to. A guy couldn't ask for much more than that. Since the end of the last tour, I'd only had crews fixing the grounds and the exterior of the house. I was home now, and everyone could stay out of my fucking house. I felt good this morning. Really, really good. High, even. I didn't have to wonder when the last time was that I'd had a night like that, because I'd never had a night like that. I hadn't gone out looking to hook up. I'd gone out looking for music. Live music, the good kind, played by people who know what they're doing, by people who just want to play. Music like that fed my soul, though I didn't go seeking it often. Sometimes I got recognized, and if the musicians on stage knew who I was, they'd invite me to sing. And I didn't want to sing. I just wanted to listen. Why can't a guy just listen? I found what I wanted in a little jazz bar in northeast Portland on a rainy Thursday night. A trio. The drummer was young but skilled, the guitarist experienced in playing kick-ass jazz guitar. Both of them definitely had day jobs and wives at home who had patiently learned to put up with their shit, because even though they were musicians, they were still good guys who came home every night. I knew the type, and I liked them. But the pianist was different. She was quietly hot and confident, the air around her sizzling with sex. She had her honey brown hair tied casually up, and she wore a black top that was cut to slide off of one perfect shoulder. I couldn't stop staring at her mouth. If I looked too long, I knew she'd look at me, and then maybe she'd recognize me. I never knew when it would happen, so I had to turn my back and stare at the bar instead. And damn, she was good. We'd never had a keyboardist in the Road Kings. I could play a little, and so could Neil. Stone was good, but he was our lead guitarist, and he said the keyboard wasn't angry enough for him. A guitar solo could rip people's ears out like he properly wanted. I'd sat sipping my soda and listening, picturing that sexy woman playing piano right behind me. And for the first time in longer than I cared to think about, I wondered, is she single? What if I took her home tonight? Then she'd pulled up the stool next to me, and the rest was history. I unlocked my front door and walked inside, pulling my boots off. The main front room of my house, the biggest room, was piled with musical clutter. In one corner were my two guitars, placed reverently on their stands. There were amps, pedals, a keyboard, not a full piano like Callie had, and a couple of mics. Along the back wall was my sound system and my music collection, which consisted of records, cassettes, and CDs. There was a messy binder that contained the songs I'd been writing. In one corner, there was a small sofa and a TV. I walked to the kitchen and put some coffee on, then poured myself a bowl of cereal. I hadn't slept last night, and I wasn't going to now. I was too wired. If I needed to crash later, then I'd crash, but I doubted it would happen. I still smelled like sex. I'd take a shower at some point, but not just yet. I liked the idea of Callie staying on my skin for a little while. Holy shit. I'd had a one-night stand last night, the best one of my life. I pulled out my phone, debating whether to Google her. Her last name was Whitmer, which I knew because I'd asked her. She didn't know my last name, which I felt kind of bad about. She hadn't recognized my first name, so knowing my last name probably wouldn't have mattered. Then again, she hadn't asked me for my last name. I had the feeling that she'd liked the anonymity of it. If she'd asked, I would have told her the truth. I put the phone down on the counter and poured myself a cup of coffee, then stared at the phone again. No, I wouldn't Google her. One of the things I'd liked about last night was that she didn't know who I was. That wouldn't last if we saw each other again, and I definitely wanted to see her again. But for now, I was enjoying it. It was exhausting being Denver Gilchrist, lead singer of the Road Kings. So exhausting that I'd basically quit being that person when the band broke up. Being a rock star is awesome. Anyone who says differently is lying, but for me, being a rock star also meant that I got on stage every night and ripped my guts out, spilling them for an audience of strangers. I'd go out there and relive all the bad things I'd lived through, every heartbreak and moment of fear, every high and low over and over again, every night for hours. What was blissful about the last 5 years was that I hadn't done any thinking or feeling for once. I'd just lived day to day, moment to moment, and I'd let all the bad things go. If I had the itch to perform every once in a while, okay, pretty often lately, I buried it. My life had a lot of bad things in it. And if I missed the rock star life enough to go to a bar and find some music, any music, then I could live with that. When the Road Kings ended, I couldn't stand the idea of being Denver Gilchrist for even one more day. And to Callie, I wasn't. I liked my privacy, at least for now, so I could give Callie hers. It was only fair. Fuck, I wanted to Google her. I was still pondering this like a sex-drenched idiot when my phone rang. I narrowed my eyes because my phone rarely rang. Only a few people had my number, and all of them knew better than to call me. I put down my cereal and picked up the phone. It was Neil. Fuck, I said aloud, because I already knew I would answer it, even though I didn't want to. My bandmates had this effect on me. "What the fuck do you want?" I said into the phone when I answered it. "Good morning, sunshine," came Neil's voice on the other end of the line. "Why the hell are you up this early? Who are you and what have you done with Neil?" "Ha," he said dryly. "I'm up because I have a life. I have to get breakfast for Amber and get her to school, and then I have a session." This sounded terrifyingly normal. Neil was the Road Kings' bassist and rhythm guitarist, or he had been until 5 years ago. There were no nice guys in the Road Kings, but if you had to pick one, Neil would probably be the nicest. After we broke up, he'd decided he wanted a relationship with the daughter he barely knew. Her name was Amber. She was 13 now, and he had her part-time because he wasn't with Amber's mother, who until recently had been married to someone else. He also did work as a session musician, playing on other people's records. He had a daughter, and he had to pay the bills. Like I say, terrifyingly normal. "What do you want?" I asked him, picking up my coffee again. "You have 30 seconds. This phone call was unusual because the members of the Road Kings didn't talk to each other very often. We didn't hate each other, but we'd been on the road together for 10 years, and the last thing we wanted was to ever see each other again. I hadn't talked to Neil in months. I had Stone's number on my phone somewhere, and I had Axel's, but I had no idea if it was current or not. "Did you get a call from a guy named Dan Daniels?" Neil asked. "That is a fake name," I said, swallowing coffee. "And no. He probably doesn't have your number, but somehow he has mine. He called me last night." "Uh-huh, and what did he want?" "He's a promoter, and he said, no. Don't say no yet, just listen." "No," I said again. I didn't know what this guy with the fake name wanted, but I had a bad feeling. Whatever it was, I wanted no part of it. "He isn't fake," Neil said. "I looked him up, he's legit. He told me—" "No, damn it, Denny, just listen for half a fucking minute." That shut me up. No one had called me Denny in a long time. Also, nice guy Neil had just evaporated, and in his place was the guy I knew so well. 30 seconds, I said. "Fine," Neil snapped. "He wants us to do a reunion tour, 10 weeks, leaving next month." Was he kidding? "No. Denny," I closed my eyes. Guys like Dan Daniels had showed up with some regularity for the past 5 years, because a Road Kings reunion smelled like money to them. We'd always told them to go fuck themselves. We weren't in agreement about a lot of things, but we were in agreement about that. Neil had been as against it as the rest of us until now. The fact that he'd called me today, thinking he could pitch this, meant something had changed. "Did you call Miller?" I asked him. Miller was the band's agent. He had been old when we last toured. He had to be in his late 70s by now at least. "Not yet," Neil said. "There's no point if everyone isn't in." "Is Miller even alive?" "Probably. If he is, I know what he'll say. He'll say we should tour." Even though Neil couldn't see me, I shook my head. What was he thinking? The Road Kings were done. We'd agreed on that. But fuck, some of those tours had been fun. And something about last night with Callie had woken me up. And I didn't have enough to do these days. And there was nothing like playing in front of a crowd. No, just no. Tell me why you want to do this, Neil, I said. No bullshit. Because I need money, he replied. I get by, but I have a kid to raise. I want her to go to college. I want her to, I don't even know, go to medical school if she wants to, travel and see the world, anything she wants. That made sense. We all made money, even years later. It wasn't mega money, but there was enough coming off the sales of our 3 albums to pay the bills if you lived cheaply, like I did. Plus, all of us had banked the money we made over years of touring and ticket sales, and I'd invested mine. I had a cheap house, no kids, no expensive habits, no alimony or child support, and a second-hand car. I was just fine. But if I had a kid I wanted to send to college, yeah, I'd be doing studio gigs like Neil. And I'd be looking to make more. The fact was, a reunion tour, a reunion album, or both would make a decent chunk of change. Enough to get Amber started in a few years if Neil invested it right, which he already knew how to do. This was a bad idea. I was happy right where I was. So what if I had days, more and more of them lately, when I thought about playing in front of a crowd, the craving for that high I'd been so sick of. I wasn't dead yet. I wasn't even old. I'd be having that craving when I was 80. It was just how I was. What does Stone and Shimmy say? I asked. I haven't called them yet, Neil said. Neither has Dan. We both know there's no point in asking them unless you've already agreed. Was that true? Maybe. Stone, our lead guitar, was an angry bastard who did whatever he wanted, but if I was in, he would at least consider it. Shimmy, whose real name was Axel, we called him Shimmy as a nickname, was our drummer. He'd been strung out by the end of the last tour, addicted to whatever he could put up his nose, but he'd been ready to get clean. If Shimmy was using, we'd have to find a new drummer. If he was clean, it was probably a bad idea for him to go on tour, but he'd do it if I told him to. Damn it, why was I thinking like this? I didn't want to go on tour. So this Dan Daniels guy only called you because he knew that you were the only one who could talk to me. And if both of us are in, then the other two would follow. This guy was smart, whoever he was. I'd have to watch out for him. Exactly, Neil said. He knows us. He's a fan. He's done some groundwork, and there's enthusiasm from the venues. They think tickets would sell. He knows the media outlets. He knows how to get the word out on social media. We get some good PR, some buzz, and we'll be in business. We could even cut a new album. I rubbed my forehead. My high from my night of incredible sex with Callie had vanished. No new album, I said, my voice sharper than I intended. We don't have new material. Which was a fucking lie. The binder of songs on the table in the main room said so. I cut my gaze away from it, as if looking away would make it not exist. We could come up with some stuff, Neil said. Like we used to do. Write it, try it live while we tour, see what works. I've done some writing over the last 5 years. You're telling me you haven't? No. I lied again, turning my back fully on the binder. I quit the business, remember? Neil's voice was dry and a little pissed off. Sure, Denver Gilchrist quit music. I'm supposed to believe that? Who do you think you're talking to? Someone who hasn't seen me lately. Where are you right now, Denny? At home? Where are your guitars? I'm going to guess right in the main room of your house. Your sound system, too. Jesus, was he looking in my windows? I don't play, I insisted. And I sure as hell don't sing. I listen. Yeah, I have a collection and I go to live shows. That's it. Dude, you are so full of shit. Give you 30 seconds to warm up and you'll be ready to go. This right here was one of the reasons the 4 of us didn't talk anymore. We knew each other too well. So well it was uncomfortable. So well that we couldn't lie to each other about anything. It wasn't fun to know someone as well as this. It just made you want to kick the other guy's ass. I'd been done with the business. I'd never wanted to see the inside of another tour van. Never wanted to see another green room. I didn't care about the fame or the women. I hadn't had a break in a decade, and I had been so far beyond the edge of exhaustion, I had no idea how to get out of it. I couldn't write, and the magic was gone. That was why I never blamed Shimmy for using drugs. It was the only way to get through the days anymore, to wake up when you needed to, and sleep before you had to wake up again. Aside from that, I put my heart and soul into my singing, and I had nothing to give anymore. I was empty. If we'd kept going, I would have started to use too, just to get a little oblivion. So when I was done, I was done. But 5 years had gone by, and I could admit that lately I'd been restless. I'd craved music, any music, which was why I'd gone looking for it last night. Neil was right. Music had never left my life, even when I dropped off the map. I hadn't played with the Road Kings, and I didn't sing, but I was always doing something, like tinkering with a new song or listening to a new band in my collection. Don't do this, the logical part of me said. You've been down this road all the way to the cliff. This time you'll go off the edge. But fuck, I'd always had a problem with logic. If I lived by logic, I would never have been a rock star. Give me one good reason to do this, I said to Neil. Because we're headed for 40, Neil said without a pause. In a few years, we'll officially be pathetic in rock and roll terms, but right now we can still bring it. It's now or never. I'm not 40 yet, I grumbled. I had no quarrel with 40 in general, but in terms of the music business, I didn't want to think about it. 40 seemed like a death knell. You were cool, and then suddenly you were the Eagles. Not yet, Neil said, but you will be. Don't tell me you're not at the top of your game, Denny, because I know you are. So am I. I could go on the road tomorrow. We bring in the fans and we kick ass one more time, and if we do it right, we never have to do it again. All of that made sense, but one thing stuck in my head. It's now or never. I didn't want to do it now, but I really, really didn't want to think about never. It's now or never. It's a bad idea to say that to a rock star, because the answer is always now.
Chapter 4. Callie. Denver had, as promised, left his number on my kitchen counter. At first, I tucked it into my purse, but then I started to fret that I'd lose the piece of paper. So I carefully programmed the digits into my phone. I labeled them Denver. I also tucked the piece of paper away in the drawer where I kept my tax receipts, so I wouldn't lose it. I'd stare at the number on my phone from time to time, and I'd stare at the name, reminding myself that yes, that night had actually happened. He'd left his number. I hadn't imagined it. But I didn't call it. I wasn't waiting for him to call me. He couldn't call me because I hadn't given him my number. So this wasn't a game of who would call who first. This was just me, staring at Denver's name, wondering what the hell to do. I wanted to see him again. Of course I did. I kept picturing him taking off his shirt and saying, "I'm not in the mood to be coy. Come here." My knees went weak every time, and something pressed the air out of my lungs like I'd been punched in the chest. I definitely wanted to get naked with him again and do all the naked things we hadn't had time for last time. But he was a man. And men complicate things. I had a really good life right now, a perfect setup. I had a job I loved teaching piano and my jazz gigs in the evenings. I had my apartment with my beloved piano in it. I had Elmer, and I had my sister. I had Portland and all of its fun things to do. Sure, I was lonely sometimes, but I could give myself an orgasm and I didn't have to pick up anyone's socks. I figured when I got old and spinstery enough, I'd find a man who was equally old and spinstery, and he'd sit and read books while I played piano, and we would get even older together. Denver, whoever he was going to destroy all of this. I didn't have to know him to know that. A man like him could make me forget who I was. I'd go nuts for him, and I'd neglect my sister and my job and my cat, and then he'd do something to break me in half, and I'd never get over it. By 35, I'd seen it happen to too many of my friends. Nasty breakups, bad divorces, custody battles, angry texts. I'd never gone crazy over a man in my life, which I thought was really sensible on my part. I had no intentions of going crazy now. I'm not in the mood to be coy, though. Good Lord. There was the option that we could just have sex every once in a while, but I already knew that was off the table. Men were better at those arrangements than women were, or at least better than I was. I'd be home waiting for him to call, and he'd be off banging someone else, putting me completely out of his mind. This scenario also left me broken in half, so no thanks. I had to call him. He'd given me the most incredible sex of my life, and he'd even been nice about it. I could live a little just this once, couldn't I? Have a few dates with a guy who liked music and had no job? How bad could it be? By Monday, I had decided to call him. As soon as my last lesson of the day was over, I would do it. I was at the music school, where I gave my lessons by subletting the piano room for a few hours a day. It was a big building with soundproof studios for singing lessons, guitar lessons, violin and other classical instrument lessons, and my piano room. It was a perfect meditative space, filled with a love of music, and it was one of my favorite places in the world. I had finished my lesson with Petra, a mom of 3 in her early 50s who had signed up for the piano lessons she'd always wanted, and I escorted her out into the lobby. We were chatting easily when she stopped walking, her body going stiff. I looked up to see Denver leaning against the wall, watching me, his arms crossed. I stopped walking too. Holy God, he was good-looking. Today he wore a navy blue tee with a dark unzipped hoodie over it and jeans. He wasn't wearing a ball cap, and his dark brown hair was sexily mussed. He gave me a smile that stopped my heart. "Hi," I said to him. "What are you doing here?" "Hi," Denver said. He glanced at Petra, who stood frozen and staring. "Can we talk for a second?" It was a polite request, and since Petra showed no signs of leaving the room, I motioned for him to come back into the piano room with me. "Sure." He followed me into the room and closed the door gently behind him. "You didn't call," he said, though it was more of an observation than an accusation. "You don't seem mad about it," I said. "I'm not." He looked around the piano room, then back at me. "I figured you'd get around to it." Well, that was cocky. "Maybe I don't want to see you again," I said. He laughed, that musical sound that made everything inside me melt alarmingly fast. "Oh, shit," I said, and then I was laughing too. Am I that bad a liar? He didn't even bother answering that. "Have dinner with me." "Tell me how you found me first, so I don't think you're a creep. Then I'll consider it." Denver rolled his eyes. "Callie, I Googled you. This place was literally the first and only result. I didn't even have to Google very hard." "You Googled me?" I wanted to get closer to him. I wanted to climb him like a tree, wrap my legs around him and kiss him senseless. He'd Googled me. "I tried to hold off, but eventually I gave in," he admitted. "I didn't know that Callie is short for Caroline. I don't know what to do with that information." "You should forget it instantly," I said. "I hate my full name and I never use it. I was actually going to call you tonight. I'd decided." He shrugged, like, of course you were going to call me. It was cocky, and I still wanted to climb him. "Have dinner with me," he said again. "Tonight?" "Yes, tonight." I fidgeted, suddenly nervous. He was so good-looking, and we'd had incredible sex, and he was right here. "I have another lesson today," I said. "It's only 3:00. I have to go home and change when I'm done." "Okay, then. We'll meet at 6. Or is 7 better?" 6, I said, probably too fast. "Where?" "I'll text you the restaurant if you give me your number." Our gazes locked. See, we were already playing texting games. The problem was, I liked it. I pulled out my phone, tapped on my Denver contact, and texted him. "This is my number. Where are we going?" In his back pocket, where it rested against his ridiculously beautiful ass. His phone chirped. He didn't move to look at it. "The Dairy Bar on Hawthorne," he said. "Do you know it?" "I've heard of it. I can find it." "Okay. See you at 6. He smiled. "Next time, just call me." He left, and when my heart had calmed down, I followed him out the door to the lobby. Denver had vanished. My next lesson wasn't here yet, but to my surprise, I saw Petra still standing there as if waiting for me, even though she should be long gone. "You know Denver Gilchrist?" she said, her voice oddly high-pitched. I blinked at her. Was that his last name? I realized I'd never asked him. "Denver?" I said cautiously. "Yes, we're acquainted. Why?" "You are acquainted?" she said, nearly shouting. "You are acquainted with Denver Gilchrist." Should I not be? Was there something wrong with him? He'd said he wasn't married. Was he lying? Something was very, very wrong. "Are you kidding me?" Petra said. "I can't believe I just saw him, and you talked to him. That is the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen in my life. My husband will never believe me. Denver Gilchrist was here at my piano lesson to see you." I was speechless. I had no idea why she was behaving like this. I didn't know what to say. "I thought you were just a nice piano teacher," Petra said. "But apparently you hang out with the lead singer of the Road Kings. You're acquainted with a rock star." A rock star? That goddamned man was a rock star. I'd made my way through my final day's lesson, struggling to focus. Luckily, 9-year-old Emily Kim didn't notice. The second the door closed behind her, I went to the women's bathroom, hid in the stall, and Googled Denver Gilchrist Road Kings on my phone. The result was a disaster. "No," I said, scrolling through result after result. Pictures of Denver, of his band, headlines with words like rock and roll legends and the undisputed kings of the live show. Their music on all of the music sites. An album cover, another one. No, 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 no. It came out as a moan. What the hell was going on? How was this possible? But a few things made sense now. The way Ace the bartender had stared at him adoringly all night. The fact that Denver knew so much about music. He was in a fucking band. A big one. And he was the lead singer. My stomach was in free fall. I was starting to panic. He'd told me he was unemployed, and it seemed he wasn't lying about that. One of the headlines in my Google search was about the band's breakup, and it was dated 5 years ago. That was why he was relatively incognito then. But why hadn't he told me? Why had his band broken up? Why hadn't he played in 5 years? I'd asked him if he was a musician, and he'd said, sometimes. I was going to kill him. He'd let me babble like the world's biggest asshole, and he hadn't said a word. I was definitely going to kill him, but first, I was going to call my sister. "Hello?" There was a cacophony of noise behind my sister's voice. It was 4 o'clock, and both of her kids were home from school. "Ash, go hide in the bathroom," I said. "This is an emergency." "Callie, what? Stat." When you use Grey's Anatomy lingo, you're serious. Ash started to hustle past her kids, my nephew and niece, Calvin and Desiree, trying to escape them. "Put that graham cracker down. Yes, you can watch that. I'll be right back. Don't hit your brother. No, Daddy isn't home yet." After a minute, the noise receded, and I heard the sound of a door closing. "Spill," my sister said. Now we were both in bathrooms, crouched over our phones. "I met someone," I said. "Is that good or bad?" "It's bad, Ash. So bad." "What do you mean?" She sounded alarmed. "Nothing like that. He isn't a creep or anything. In fact, he's kind of amazing. And gorgeous. And hot." "Okay." She drew out the word. "It sounds like you slept with him." I put my hand over my eyes. "I did. I totally did." "And it was bad?" "It was amazing." "Okay, good. It's been too long. And then he ghosted you?" "He didn't ghost me." Actually, I almost ghosted him, though I didn't mean to. But I just saw him now, and he asked me out to dinner. Okay. And he was a jerk about it? No, he was incredible. He's incredible. Ash sighed. You're not making this sound all that bad, Callie. I forced the words out. He didn't tell me, but I just found out he's in a band. Ash gasped, as if I'd said he was a serial killer. And he's the lead singer. Oh, no. Her groan sounded just like mine. No, Callie, this is bad. I told you. He didn't tell you? Oh, no. You're going to be forced to go to his awful gigs. He's going to be drunk or high all the time, and he'll cheat on you. I know. Musicians were the worst for cheating. They did it like it was their full-time job. The thought of Denver cheating on me, even though we weren't a thing, already made me feel queasy. I didn't tell you the worst part. There's worse? Ash cried. Oh, God, is it a pregnant girlfriend? They all have a pregnant girlfriend. Ash might be a married mom of 2 now, but she knew musicians. She'd had the bug for them when she was younger, in her wild years. You might say she was almost something of a groupie. She'd certainly dated every kind of awful, failed musician you can think of before she settled down with Greg, her husband. I had the feeling she didn't discuss her groupie days with Greg. It isn't a pregnant girlfriend, I said, though I couldn't exactly be sure of that. Now that I knew who Denver was, I couldn't put anything past him. His band is actually famous. What are you talking about? Ash said. Who is it? His name is Denver Gilchrist. What? My sister's shriek reverberated around her bathroom and blasted my ear. What did you say? I take it you've heard of him, I said. Heard of him? Ash sounded exactly like Petra had. I've heard of him. She took some deep breaths. Okay, hold on, pause. Let's back up a second. You're telling me that you met Denver Gilchrist? Yes, but I didn't know who he was. Okay, you met Denver Gilchrist and you didn't know him, because even though you're a musician, you apparently never listened to actual music. I don't follow rock and roll, I said defensively. It isn't my thing. It's not your thing. Okay, got it. So you met a hot genius rock legend, and you didn't know he was a hot genius rock legend, and you slept with him? That's what you're saying? Maybe. The genius rock legend part wasn't in the original story. And now, said hot genius rock legend wants to have dinner with you, and you are asking me if you should have dinner with a hot genius rock legend. Stop saying that. I rubbed my forehead. Ash, aside from the other stuff, he's a rock star. He's going to cheat on me and treat me like dirt. It's going to hurt me. You know this. There was silence on the other end of the line. Ash? I'm sorry. I'm just digesting the fact that I was probably cleaning crusted Cheerios off the kitchen floor while you were looking at Denver Gilchrist's dick. Life is so unfair. It was my turn to be silent. I felt my face burn. Callie, my sister said, you did see it, didn't you? Tell me you saw it. I saw it. I put my hand over my eyes again, remembering. I may have licked it. Oh, dear God. I heard the breath whoosh out of her. I think I might faint. Ash, what do I do? On the other end of the line, I heard banging on the bathroom door, crying, a scream. I have to go, my sister said. But what do I do? I don't know, Callie, but I think some rules are meant to be broken. You know what? Listen to his music and decide. I'm coming! She hung up. I sat in the quiet of the bathroom for a second, digesting that. It wasn't a bad idea, actually. If I hated Denver's music, would I still be as attracted to him? What if he sang crappy, misogynistic songs about banging chicks and scoring? That might provide an antidote to the fact that I wanted to sleep with him again so badly. A kind of sexual vaccine that would give me immunity to him. But I wasn't going to make the decision in this bathroom. I left and headed for my car, putting it off until I got home.
Chapter 5. Denver. Apparently, I was going on an actual date for the first time in, Jesus, how long? I had no idea. Not that I was pathetically celibate. Women love guys in bands, let's be honest. That's half the reason guys join bands in the first place. Women especially love lead singers, though none of my bandmates in the Road Kings had ever had a dry spell that I knew about. But sex was, surprisingly, one of the things that had made being Denver Gilchrist rock star so exhausting. When you're 21, the women coming to your shows seem like a godsend. But if you ever have the need for something past a one-night stand, you're stuck. The women you meet want your fame, your money, or your body. They never, and I mean never, want anything to do with the real you. Going on a normal date, where you saw a movie with a woman you liked and secretly hoped you'd make out with her, was completely off the table. So, as a result, you never got to know anyone. And they never got to know you. When you're famous, everyone is a stranger. By the time the Road Kings broke up, I was sick of it. And I was pretty sure my bandmates were too. None of us had settled down and gotten married, but that was because it had taken a while for people to forget about us. It was also because all of us were fucked up in our own ways. We should probably have spent the last 5 years in therapy. I hadn't, and I was pretty certain my bandmates hadn't either, which meant this reunion tour was going to be a trip. I'd given Neil a tentative yes to the tour, and in return I'd been told it was my job to call Stone and Shimmy and get them on board with it. I would do it, but only in my own good time. The first thing Dan Daniels needed to learn was that if you tell a Road King he has to do something, he's going to tell you to go fuck yourself. I didn't take orders from anyone, so when I called my other bandmates, it would be when I felt like it, and no sooner. I would probably do it this week, if I had their phone numbers. In the meantime, I was going to have dinner with Callie Whitmer, piano teacher. Then I was going to sleep with her again. It sounded like the perfect night to me. I made sure I was clean and somewhat presentable, and then I tidied up my house just in case she came home with me. Clean sheets were suddenly a priority, and what if she saw my bathroom? Damn it. I wasn't used to having a woman here. At 5 o'clock, my phone rang. It was Callie. "Hi," I said, picking up. Her voice was choked. "I'm not having dinner with you." I knew. Just like that, I knew. My time as a regular guy was up, as of now. "You figured it out," I said. "Figured it out?" She sounded like she had swallowed something she could barely keep down. "You're the lead singer of the Road Kings." I was the lead singer, I said, lying just a little because the reunion tour wasn't a done deal yet. "Is that a problem?" Callie gave a bitter laugh. I tried to read it, to read the sound of her voice so I could figure out what was happening here and make my play. I needed to handle this right, or rock star or no rock star, I would never see her again. And I wanted to see her again. She wanted to see me too. I just had to figure out a way. "Callie," I said, "tell me the truth. Had you ever heard of the Road Kings before today?" "That's a ridiculous question. You know I play jazz. I don't—" "Had you?" "No," she admitted. "But I just looked you up, and on YouTube there's a live concert video." "Probably the San Diego show," I said. We'd had a professional crew shoot that one of the only times we'd allowed it. "Sure, whatever," Callie said. "I thought you might be awful and I'd hate your music. I was hoping for it. Then I played the video and... Jesus, Denver, I'm so mad at you. I'm not having dinner with you, and that's final." I tried to follow the logic. "You're mad because you liked it?" "I told you to consider a vocal coach," she practically shouted into my ear. "Like an idiot. Like you don't know how to sing. And you let me say it. No, don't say anything. I'm not done. We talked about singers we like, and you never said anything. And then I listen, and not only can you sing, you have range and tone and emotion. You're a frickin' pro."
The Road Kings toured for 10 years. Their live shows are legendary, and everyone is wondering if you'll ever tour again. Do you think maybe you could have mentioned any of this before you slept with me?
Would it have changed your mind if I had? I pinched the bridge of my nose, wincing. Wait, don't answer that. I don't want to know.
I don't date musicians.
You knew I was a musician before you slept with me, I argued, because there was no way I was giving up.
You said you were a musician sometimes.
That's the truth. I don't sing much anymore. I wasn't lying to you.
Lying by omission still counts.
What's your problem with musicians anyway? I tried another tactic. At least she hadn't hung up yet.
I am one,
Callie said.
I know how you guys are. You drink, you do drugs, you're never home, you tour all the time, you have women falling all over you.
Shit, she had it pegged. Or at least what I'd been like for a long time. I'm 37, I don't do any of that.
Keith Richards is 1,000 and he still does all of it.
Fucking Keith Richards. He made us all look bad. Well, I don't do it. You saw it the night we met. I was stone cold sober and I had no women falling over me. Except you.
Cocky,
Callie said.
Did I mention musicians are cocky?
We're fun, though. She still hadn't hung up. She wanted to see me. She was just terrified. Of what, I didn't know. I only knew that I wanted to give her whatever it was she wanted in this moment. Whatever would make her feel better about me. Because she was right. I could have found a way to tell her who I was the night we met. It would have sounded egotistical. By the way, I'm the lead singer of a band that some people think is kind of a big deal. But at least it would have been honest. I'd done my best not to lie to her outright that night. I'd also done my best not to tell her the truth. Because Denver Gilchrist, rock star, hadn't felt like the truth that night. It was him who had felt like a lie. Still, we had connected over music, Callie and me. We still did. Maybe we still could. I walked to the corner of my living room and pulled my acoustic guitar from its stand. Then I put Callie on speaker and set the phone down, taking a seat on the stool.
What's going on?
Callie asked.
What are you doing?
She sounded curious instead of mad. I took that as a good sign. I strummed a chord to warm up, thinking fast. What key should I use?
Is that a guitar?
Callie was very curious now. She definitely wasn't going to hang up. What's your favorite key? I asked her. How about C major? Can't go wrong with a classic. I picked out a simple acoustic riff, running through it twice so it would become automatic.
Denver.
I ignored her, played the riff again, and then sang, improvising the words. Callie, Callie, will you sail across the sea? Will you teach me how to be? Will you set us both free? Will you have dinner with me? I let the riff die out as my voice echoed. There was a long minute of silence. The moment of truth, really. Well, I said at last, unable to help myself. I put the guitar down. Callie's voice was thick.
No.
Shit, I thought. I screwed it up.
I won't go out to dinner with you, but you can come over.
I grabbed the phone, took it off speaker, and put it to my ear. Did I hear that right?
Come over,
Callie said, her voice still thick.
I suggest you do it fast.
15 minutes, I said, and I headed for the door.
Chapter 6. Callie. Yes, I was weak, but he sang. He sang. I was doing pretty well until then. I was being strong. Then he sang, and like every other woman ever, I basically dropped my panties. The thing was, it didn't have to do with his fame or the band's reputation or anything else. It had to do with Denver's voice. That incredible, incredible voice. I'd watched the concert video online when I got home, entranced. I hadn't changed my clothes or taken a shower or done anything else I was supposed to do. I'd sat on the sofa with Elmer next to me and just taken it in, all of it. the sound and the feel of exactly who Denver was. This man I'd been so intimate with, yet who I barely knew. He didn't have powerhouse vocals or operatic range. What Denver had was a beautiful, melodic baritone, which he could easily switch to a higher or lower octave without losing a fraction of pitch. He had depth of tone and effortless breath control. He'd told me he'd never had voice lessons, which meant he was wildly talented. He could give any song emotion or a low, sexy growl or an angry edge, and sometimes he did all three. He was an incredible singer. And he took all of that talent and poured it into rock and roll. The Road Kings were good, really good. They had an old-school vibe of pounding drums and soaring guitars, nothing that sounded mixed or remastered. They didn't even bother to have a keyboardist, which hit me in the heart, but I understood it. Their sound didn't need the softer layer of a keyboard. Theirs was a sound that let loose, raw and relentless, yet controlled and melodic, with an irresistible driving drum beat. It was a sound literally made to be played live in front of a crowd, and in the video, the crowd were going wild for it. They knew all the words, they jumped and danced as one, letting go. Denver was the focal point, the prism through which the energy of the band passed one way and the energy of the crowd passed the other. His voice was by turns raw and angry and heartbroken and sexy and beautiful. In person, Denver was a presence. On stage, he was so much larger than life it was hard to comprehend. The concert ended with a wild, funked-up version of Led Zeppelin's When the Levee Breaks, with the guitarist doing a 4-minute solo and Denver ending the song with lyrics about going down, and the crowd was crazy for it, singing along. I'd listened to the song, then I'd turned the video off. I'd simultaneously felt like crying and getting Denver into bed right now. I'd panicked, called him, and told him we weren't going to have dinner. Then he sang, just for me, and something had cracked open inside my brain. What the hell am I doing, I'd thought. If I push this away and turn it down, I'd regret it forever. I'd go back to my everyday life while Denver found some other woman to sing to because he wanted to sleep with her so bad. Some other woman who could have been me. I did a quick tidy before Denver got here. I made sure Elmer had food in his bowl, that way he wouldn't bother us, and did a check for dirty dishes and clothes lying around. I took my hair down. I grabbed another strip of condoms and dropped them on the bedside table. I swigged some mouthwash. Then I undid my jeans, pulling them off. I was in a t-shirt and panties, shoving my jeans in the closet, when he buzzed to be let in. I pressed the button to let him into the building, and then there was a knock on my door. I checked through the peephole, and then I opened the door. Denver was there, all worn jeans and hazel eyes and dark hair and soft mouth. His eyes went wide when he saw me, and he didn't say a word. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him, pulled me to him, and kissed me. Just like last time, we were in sync. There was no awkwardness. All I wanted was to kiss him, to taste him, to have his hands everywhere on me. When I saw him earlier, I'd wanted to jump him, and now I got my chance. Denver cupped my ass in my panties, and I wrapped my legs around his waist, still kissing him. He carried me across the room, and I felt a hard surface beneath my ass where he set me down. The top of my piano. I leaned my weight back on it and pulled off his jacket, his shirt, wanting to get at his bare chest. He pulled my t-shirt off of me and unclasped my bra, getting rid of it as he leaned in and kissed me again. We were skin to skin now. He tasted so good. He smelled so good. His hair was silky and his hands were so sure, everywhere they touched me, his palms moving over my skin. He pressed me back against the piano and fumbled with his jeans, just as wild about all of this as I was. My frazzled brain tried to work. "Condoms are in the bedroom," I said. "I brought some," Denver rasped, pulling a condom from his jeans pocket, where he'd obviously put it before running out the door to come to me. I laughed, not because it was funny, but because I was relieved we didn't have to move from this exact position, which was perfect. He smiled back at me, then lowered his mouth to my neck, making me moan as he unbuttoned his jeans and pushed them down. I lifted my ass up just long enough to push my panties down and off, wrapping my legs around his waist as he put the condom on. Then he gripped my thigh with one capable hand and pushed into me. We both moaned. He started to move. I tilted my head back and stared at the ceiling. My piano. We were having sex on my Aunt Kay's piano. It was wild and hot, and I felt completely outside of myself, yet at the same time more myself than I'd ever felt. It was like this woman, the one who had sex with rock stars on pianos, had always lived inside me somewhere, and she was finally able to come out. "Fuck, Callie," Denver growled in my ear, still moving, and I shivered. This time, he moved his hand between us, hitting just the right spot. With his other hand, he moved my bare leg up over his shoulder, so he was having me completely. Right there on the piano in the middle of the room. I went off like a rocket, the orgasm white-hot, my body pulsing with pleasure. Denver came, too, and then we were both panting, our limbs tangled. I could feel sweat on my neck and against my back. I would probably start to ache soon from being on this hard surface. My leg was still over Denver's shoulder. He touched his forehead to mine. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you who I was," he said. I blinked. I couldn't resist those hazel eyes. That sincerity. Plus, he was still inside me. "I think I'm over it," I said. "I liked being anonymous," he told me. "I liked that you didn't know. I wasn't laughing at you or making fun of you. I just wanted to be with you, that's all." Holy hell. There wasn't a woman alive who could resist this. "Does it bother you that I know now?" I asked. He leaned in and kissed me gently on the mouth. "No," he replied. "Let's order dinner."
Chapter 7. Denver. We ordered from the local Thai place, and instead of being formal in the kitchen, we ate in her small living area, me on the sofa and Callie cross-legged on the floor, the food laid out on the coffee table. I was still wearing my jeans. We'd never gotten them off. And I had put my t-shirt back on. Callie had put on a loose tee and a silky pair of sleep shorts, obviously well-worn but still sexy. I couldn't quite take my gaze off her, sitting so casually on the floor, picking gracefully at her dinner with her chopsticks. It was the shape of her bottom lip, I thought, that made me so crazy. Or the elegant line of her neck, or her collarbones, or her lithe arms, or her beautiful hands, her sex-mussed hair falling to her shoulders. It was the way she was simply herself, as if pretending to be someone she wasn't had never crossed her mind.
"So the secret's out,"
she said, apparently oblivious to my staring and unaware that I was wondering when we could get to round 2.
"Tell me about the band."
I blinked. The last thing I'd been thinking about was my bandmates in that moment. Tell you what. Callie popped a piece of shrimp into her mouth.
"How did you get started?"
That was easy. We were 19, I said. Stone was in a band that had broken up. There was a local bar called The Basement that had a message board for the musicians that played there. Stone put up a message that he was auditioning for his new band. Callie's forehead creased.
"You mean an online message board?"
I put my takeout container down, smiling. No, like an actual piece of corkboard on the wall in the bar. Stone put up a handwritten index card saying auditions were at 2:00 on a Sunday afternoon. I saw it one night when I went to the basement to see one of my friends play. I figured I would try it. The audition was in Stone's mother's garage in the suburbs. It was pouring rain. Neil, Axel, and I were the only ones who showed up. It turned out that Stone played guitar, Neil played bass and rhythm, Axel played drums, and I sang. So that made us a band. We decided to play something just to see how we sounded together. Stone opened the garage door because he liked to make the neighbors complain. Her chopsticks hovered in the air as she listened.
"What did you play?"
she asked.
"That first day."
I'd never been asked that before. At first, we thought we'd do something basic, unoriginal, I said. Like Smoke on the Water or something. Your basic guitar riff, a couple of chords, just to see how we all played. But Stone said fuck it, he wanted a challenge. So we played Baba O'Reilly by The Who.
You need a keyboard player for that,
Callie cried, outraged.
a really good one. It's the backbone of the whole song, that intro and then the chord progression.
I felt myself grinning at her. I could talk music with Callie all night. I thought rock and roll wasn't your forte.
I've heard that song. Obviously. Go on.
Okay, calm down. I know. Stone played that intro as a guitar riff instead. It didn't sound anything like the original, but it still sounded... I trailed off, remembering what an incredible guitar player Stone was. Even at 19, he was so fucking talented. The rest of us tried not to think about it. It was good, I said. And Shimmy came in on drums, and Neil came in on bass, and I belted out the lyrics, and the neighbors got mad. I thought back to that day, to the sound of The Who reverberating in the rain through Stone's mother's quiet neighborhood as I sang about teenage wasteland. I remember thinking, this is the only thing I want to do with my life. I want to make the neighbors mad. This is it for me. I looked at her. This story isn't a secret, you know. You could Google it.
I don't want to Google it,
Callie said, as if that was obvious. I felt motion next to me on the sofa and realized her cat had jumped up. He'd avoided me so far, but since this was the second time I'd come here, and since I had food, he decided to check me out. He sniffed my hand and my forearm, and then he let me gently pet his head.
Elmer likes you,
Callie said, her voice soft with love. For the cat, not me. Elmer let me pat his head some more. Then I scratched his ears, and that seemed to seal the deal. He lowered himself down so he was lying on the sofa next to me, his front paws stretched across my thigh. I looked at Callie, who was smiling at us. This is good, right? I asked.
Definitely good. But now you're trapped.
This was true. There was no way I was going to get up and disturb the cat. I mean, come on.
Since you can't get up, you can keep talking,
Callie said.
What happened after the audition?
I frowned at her. You really want to know?
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?
I had to get my bearings. I'd spent so many years surrounded by people who already knew who I was, who wanted a piece of fame, a piece of the me that wasn't really me. That Callie confused me. She was a blank slate, and she actually wanted to know because she was curious. She was the first person I'd met in as long as I could remember who wasn't a stranger. She was waiting, so I picked up the story where I'd left off. Well, we decided we were a band. We rehearsed a few times, and then Neil started getting us gigs at local clubs. Callie's eyebrows went up.
A few times, that's it?
I ran a hand through my hair. We weren't very disciplined. That means we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. We figured we'd be fine. I shrugged. The gigs Neil booked were clubs where maybe 10 people showed up if we were lucky, and we got paid with a couple of lukewarm beers, so it didn't matter. The first gig we played, the bouncer tried to throw some guy out, and he started throwing punches. Then a girl was mad at her boyfriend, so she broke a glass over his head, just smashed it straight down. I demonstrated, trying not to disturb the cat on my leg. The paramedics got called. It was a crazy night. We wrote a song about it called Bad Night. I think we wrote it in about an hour. After that, we had a bit of a reputation.
For rowdiness?
Yeah, but we didn't care. We just wanted to play. We were writing our own songs, trying them out in front of the crowds. We'd refine them as we went, but it became a thing. We'd play Bad Night, and the crowd would go a bit nuts. The club owners said they wouldn't book us if we played that song.
So what did you do?
Callie asked. I grinned at her. We'd promised not to play it, of course. Then we'd play it. She laughed. Anyway, we played those hole-in-the-wall clubs for a few years. Then we got invited to the Greenbrier Festival.
I've heard of that,
Callie said. I nodded. The Greenbrier Festival was a big, multi-day rock concert held outside of town, an event modeled on Woodstock. It had run for a few years before being shut down. They gave us the small stage because we were no one, but when we played, the crowds all started leaving the main stage to come hear us. The other bands were pissed off, but we didn't care. It was a great fucking show. When we played Bad Night, I climbed the scaffolding and hung out over the crowd as I sang it. We got in trouble for that too, but a promoter saw it and asked if we wanted a tour, and the rest is history. I shook my head. I'm sick of talking about myself. I want to hear about you.
Me?
Callie laughed.
My story isn't that interesting.
That made my skin prickle. I didn't like to hear her put herself down, as if she was nothing compared to me. To me, it is. She shrugged one perfect shoulder.
Well, let's see. I've lived in Portland all my life. I have parents. I have a sister named Ash. If she met you, she would probably pass out.
I didn't like this either. Callie, I'm just a guy. She rolled her eyes.
Well, to me, you're just a guy. Everyone else goes apeshit.
I dropped my gaze to Elmer and stroked his back. He clenched his paws in pleasure, and his claws pricked my thigh through my jeans. Your mother hates what you do, I prompted her. She'd told me that the night we met.
Yes, she does,
Callie said.
My parents were kind of strict. They expected Ash and me to go on the straight and narrow, I guess. Ash rebelled as a teenager, dating a bunch of no-good musicians.
I looked up at that, and our eyes met. Callie looked stricken.
Oh God, I'm sorry,
she said. It's fine. You already told me. Drinking, drugs, never home, women throwing themselves at us. I got it. Now she looked guilt-ridden.
I didn't mean you. These guys were actually no good. I mean, as musicians, they were terrible, but they were no good in other ways, too. They were high all the time. They cheated on her. It was her self-destructive phase.
I dropped my gaze to Elmer again as I slowly stroked his back. Sure. So if that's how your sister rebelled, then how did you rebel?
I took piano lessons. When my mother put her foot down and said she wouldn't pay for any more lessons and she wouldn't take me, then I took care of it myself. I got my first job at 14, getting paid under the table at an ice cream shop. I used the money to pay for my lessons and my bus fare. My mother couldn't fault me over the job, but she thought I should save that money for college. We fought over it for years, but I wouldn't quit piano. I might not have gone wild like Ash did, but in my own way, I was just as rebellious. Even now, she's never really forgiven me.
Music was that important to you, I said. It wasn't a question. I looked up to see her nod.
That moment when you sang in your bandmate's garage. I had that moment the first time I played a piece all the way through without any mistakes. I'd practiced it for weeks, and I'd started to feel like I'd never get it. Then one day it just came out of my fingertips like a dream. It was the best feeling I'd ever had. I was 13.
Did you always want to teach? I asked. That made her smile.
Another thing that drove my mother crazy. If I was going to pursue this piano thing, I should at least become a concert pianist, someone world famous. But I've never wanted fame. I don't need to be a genius or the best pianist the world has ever seen. I like to play, and I like to please myself, no one else. And yes, I like to teach. I like to see the world of music open up to my students, even if none of them ever play professionally. I like to see someone light up the first time they get through a piece, like I did. I like to see their confidence build when they realize they can actually play something if they practice enough. I make a living, and in the evenings I play at clubs.
I watched her face as she talked. Callie was that rare person, someone who had exactly what she needed. Someone who was exactly where she wanted to be. She didn't need me. She didn't need anyone, which meant I wasn't going to be able to convince her to be with me. Which was a problem, because I could need Callie. Easily. The silence stretched on too long as my stomach sank with a familiar, heavy dread.
What is it?
Callie asked me. My voice came out as a rasp. I'm fucking it up, aren't I? She looked bemused.
Fucking what up?
Your life. That's why you want to push me away." She went pale, and I saw that stricken expression again. I'd hit a nerve. I must have tensed because Elmer stood up, gave me a disdainful look, and jumped down off the sofa.
"Denver."
Callie said softly. "I get it," I said. "It's a lot. Who I am, what my life is like. It's a lot for another person to take on. It looks on the surface like a lot of women want me, but that's just a fantasy. The everyday baggage, that's a different story." I stopped talking. There wasn't much else to say. This had been the story of my life, even years before I became Denver Gilchrist, rock star. People were willing to put up with me for a little while, but no one actually wanted me, the real me, for any length of time. It was just the way things were. It hurt from Callie, though. I hadn't even known Callie existed a week ago, and yet to know that I was screwing up the life she already had, the life she already liked, was tough. I was tired of wrecking things. I heard Callie take a breath, and then she unfolded her legs and stood. She walked to the sofa and straddled my lap, settling down onto my thighs, the soft heat of her body unmistakable against me. I could smell her skin and her soap, and faintly the sex we'd had. She put her hands on my shoulders, and my chest went tight.
"You're not fucking anything up,"
she said, and she leaned down and kissed me. I kissed her back, putting my hands on her hips. Her fingers moved up into my hair as the kiss went on, an entire conversation between us. I wanted to fuck her again, and at the same time I wanted to kiss her all night, just like this. She moaned softly into my mouth, and I maneuvered her onto her back on the sofa, me on top of her. We were making out like teenagers now, one of Callie's legs hooked over my hip. I kissed my way down her neck slowly, inhaling her skin as my hand moved up under her top to cup her breast. We would end up back in bed. I already knew that. I was counting on it. And then, I had no idea. But right now, with Callie underneath me, pulling me down to her again, I was exactly where I wanted to be.
Chapter 8. Callie. I went back to my life. I taught piano, I spoiled Elmer, I talked to Ash, I grocery shopped and did laundry and sorted my overstuffed sock drawer like a normal person. Except that I was dating Denver Gilchrist. Every once in a while, the words would pop into my head. I'm dating Denver Gilchrist. After the session on the piano, we'd had a night. A long, very satisfying, very energetic night. Nothing in my life had prepared me for rock star sex. Denver's endurance alone was on another level. I needed time to recover. To be honest, it wasn't just the sex I needed to recover from. It was everything else that night, too. It was him. That moment when he'd said, "I'm fucking it up." I wasn't used to that. He'd gone straight to the raw heart of everything between us, and he'd put it out there. With Denver, my defenses didn't work. He just walked through them and kept going. And he was right, wasn't he? I'd thought almost exactly that same thing myself. I was scared that Denver was going to fuck things up. And yet, when he'd said those words, my heart had squeezed so hard I could barely breathe. The last thing I wanted was for him to leave. He projected the same honesty when he sang. I watched the concert video a second time, and I could see it so clearly. Denver's music, his lyrics, his voice were that same vulnerability laid out for the audience. It was so brave it took my breath away. It was also sexy. It made me weak in the knees. "You have to understand," I said to him on the phone one night as I got out of my car in the parking lot of a local club. "I'm a thinker. I don't move fast, and I'm not impulsive. I have to process things." "Callie, it's dinner," Denver said. "What is there to process?" "Will you get recognized if we go out for dinner in public?" I asked. "Will there be a reporter or something?" He sounded amused. Denver Gilchrist eats dinner is not news, so no. I get recognized sometimes, and I sign something and take a selfie. That's it. The rock star lifestyle is not as interesting as I thought, I said, walking toward the door to the club. I pictured us dodging a swarming crowd. Then you don't know the Road Kings. Our fans aren't the swarming crowd type. That was curious. No? Then what type are they? Mostly stoned, and ready to listen to some good music, Denver said. We don't put up with any bullshit. We never have. What did that mean? I had questions. So many questions. What is... I'll answer anything you want. Over dinner. Shit. He was on to me. Okay then. Tomorrow? Fine. You're out somewhere, I can tell. Where are you playing? One of my clubs. They stopped booking me when they got a regular guy in who calls himself New Orleans Barry, if you can believe it. But apparently New Orleans Barry isn't going to show tonight, so I'm a last-minute replacement. Tell me where so I can come watch you. I wasn't ready for that. His presence had been nerve-wracking enough when I didn't know who he was. No, I don't want you here. It will make me screw up, guaranteed. Callie. Dinner tomorrow, I promised. And I've decided I want to see your place. That I can do. See? Instead of watching me play, you got dinner and a sex invitation. I didn't accept your invitation, he replied. I said you could see my place. As for the sex, I'll think about it. He was joking, I thought as we hung up. Right? He must be. He wasn't going to turn down... Oh God, what if he was? What had I done? No, he had to be joking. Still, I worried about it as I walked to the bar's piano and set up. Tonight was a solo gig, just me and a microphone, like the Billy Joel song. Thanks to New Orleans Barry, the microphone even smelled like a beer, just like Billy Joel said it would. I resisted my impulse to use a Lysol wipe on the keys and the seat as I sat down and did a few warm-up scales. Good evening, everyone, I said into the mic. This was an older crowd, well-to-do, chatting softly over seafood linguine and not paying much attention. I wasn't much of a singer, another reason I didn't want Denver to witness this performance, but I could get by if I stuck to songs in my limited range. A woman in her 60s turned in her chair, away from her dinner, to call out to me, "Play old-time rock and roll," she said. I had to clamp my teeth together so I wouldn't physically shudder. Technically, it was a perfectly good song, but I was sure even Bob Seger would rather put a pen in his eye than play it ever again. Sure, I take requests, I said into the mic. How about some Elton John to start our evening? The woman looked partly mollified, only because no one usually objects to Elton John. Tiny Dancer I could at least stomach, though I was not even close to the vocalist that Elton was. In the absence of New Orleans Barry, these people would have to deal. I started the first chords of the song, feeling the melody move through my fingers, and felt some of the real world fall away, as it always did when I played. And so, my evening began.
Chapter 9. Denver. When I was good and ready, I brought up the reunion tour to Stone and Axel. I did this by looking up their numbers on my phone. I still had them. And sending a text. Me. Promoter called up Neil and offered a reunion tour. 10 weeks. Neil is in. I could use something to do. You up for it? I had replies in 10 minutes. Stone. 'Kay. Axel. I guess so. Is he nuts? And that was how the Road Kings decided to go on tour after 5 years. I texted Neil. We're all in. Anything else? His reply was immediate. Meeting at Roy's studio tomorrow at 9. Well, that wasn't going to happen. It was like Neil had amnesia about being a rock star. I texted him back. Meeting is at 11 or the tour is off. There was a long moment of silence in which I knew Neil was grinding his teeth. Okay, he finally wrote. That was better. The Road Kings had lived by exactly one mantra. Do not, under any circumstances, put up with any shit. That meant from promoters, managers, agents, record companies, or yes, fans. From anyone. No promoter with a wild idea and a stupid name was going to dictate us showing up at 9 a.m. for a meeting. Everyone needed to learn that early. I texted the other two about the meeting. The replies were what I expected. Stone. "'Kay. Axel. Fuck you very much." I put the phone down, went into my main room, and picked up my binder. It looked like I was going to need some songs. I was on time for the meeting. Roy Brandonson was a local tech geek and engineer who owned his own studio. We'd recorded 2 of our 3 albums here, and the 3rd album, a live concert recording, was mixed by Roy too. We'd known him since the beginning. I wondered if having the meeting at Roy's studio was Dan Daniels' idea or Neil's. As soon as I walked in, I felt it. A small electric buzz moving up from the base of my spine. It was just a studio, a room with instruments, a soundproof glass partition, a set of mixing boards. But something ticked over inside me when I walked in, as if someone had pushed my on button. In the base of my brain was a green light that hadn't been there before. I walked into the so-called green room, a space with couches, chairs, and tables for meeting and composing between takes. Neil was already there. His appearance was a surprise to me, not because he looked bad, but because he looked normal. He'd cut his brown hair, which was lighter than mine, into a cut any banker would wear, and he was clean-shaven. I didn't have a beard myself, but I also didn't shave every day, and I usually had a varying amount of scruff. Neil looked like he'd just come from the barber shop. He was wearing old jeans and a tee with Bob Marley's face on it, smoking a blunt, so I couldn't entirely despair. We bumped fists, and then I greeted Roy, a big guy who was swigging from a huge cup of Starbucks coffee. "I'm just here to let you all in," he said, his eyes crinkling above his bushy beard. "But fuck, I really want to know what's going to happen in this meeting." "Maybe nothing," I said. "No," Neil corrected me. "Not nothing." "Stone and Axel aren't even here yet, and neither is your promoter," I said to Neil. "Until the first notes of the first show play, there's nothing in stone." Roy pumped his fist. "A tour? Fucking A! Please tell me there's an album coming." Neil glared at me, but what did I care if Roy knew we were going to tour? We needed publicity anyway, so keeping it a secret wasn't going to work. "I don't know about an album," I said. "We'd need songs for that." "We have songs," Neil said, because he knew me that well. "Fucking A," Roy said again. "This is the best news in 5 years." "We haven't signed anything," I said to Roy. "But if Neil gets his way, we will." "I want to record a show," Roy said. "We'll do another live album. The fans will go nuts for it." "We're doing a live album already?" This was Axel, who had just come through the door. "Whatever. I guess I'm in." Neil looked good, but when I saw Axel, I felt a wave of relief I hadn't expected. Because Axel looked good. 5 years ago, he'd been an addict, too thin, his skin unhealthy, his eyes red, his hair usually unkempt. I'd seen him only a few times since then, while he got clean and stayed that way. But now he looked like an Olympic athlete. He had filled out to a good weight, and his skin glowed. He was wearing typical Axel fashion, skinny jeans on his long legs, a black belt with silver studs, and a gray sleeveless tee that showed off his tattooed arms. His arms were as toned as if he'd been playing drums every day. He'd let his curly, dark blonde hair grow out enough to clip it into a messy ponytail, but it was clean and healthy. He'd let a beard grow semi-bushy on his face. His Nordic, ice-blue eyes cut like a laser when he looked at me. "Jesus, man," I said as we bumped fists, my throat suddenly a little tight. We'd had plenty of nights on tour when we weren't entirely sure Axel would wake up in the morning. "You look decent." "I am decent." Axel's parents were Dutch, but his voice had no accent. He was born in California. More decent than I've ever been. You look like the same piece of shit, though. Sure, I said, putting up with the insult, because I was so happy to see him healthy. Stone might not show up, Axel said, taking one of Roy's chairs and turning it backward so he could straddle it. He has problems. What kind of problems? Neil asked. Ah, so he didn't tell you. Axel's blue eyes glinted with pleasure at this news. Of course he didn't tell us, Neil said. He doesn't talk to any of us. He doesn't talk to you, Axel corrected him. Me he deigns to speak to every once in a while. Neil and I exchanged a look. Granted, I hadn't made an effort to talk to Stone very often. Like I said, we'd all had enough of each other. The fact that he and Shimmy talked was surprising to both Neil and me. What's his problem? Neil asked again. I'll let him tell you himself. Axel's look of amusement was definitely of the evil sort. It's such a good story, you must hear it from the master. Oh, fuck, I said. What did he do? Even Roy, who wasn't in the band, took a deep swig of his coffee. I gotta hear this, he said. The door banged open, and Stone, our guitarist, walked in. Greetings, losers. Of all of us, Stone looked exactly the same as he had 5 years ago. Dark hair, dark beard grown a little long as if he'd neglected it, well-worn plaid shirt and jeans, a scowl on his face that would make you back away if you saw it in a dark alley. He was taller than the rest of us, and more muscular, too. What's wrong with you? I asked him. Nothing's wrong with me. He pointed a finger. He wore the same silver rings as always, at Axel. Shimmy, shut up. I'm a vault, Axel said. Neil stepped forward, stood in front of Stone, and looked him up and down. Neil and Stone both played guitar. That was the only thing they had in common. I still remembered the 12 consecutive shows on the second tour when they hadn't spoken to each other. Texas, Louisiana, and South Carolina had been rough that year. Neil was our by-the-book nice guy. Stone was not. Neil wanted to play guitar to the best of his ability. Stone just wanted to express his anger. And still, Stone was more talented than all of us. You screwed something up, Neil said. I can tell just by looking at you. I'm just standing here, Stone said, though he was probably lying because it was Neil, and he loved to piss off Neil. I'm an innocent man. Axel laughed at that, which was definitely suspicious. Do not fuck up this tour, Stone, Neil said. You don't need me to fuck it up, Stone replied. When I look around, I see the 4 of us and Roy. No promoter. Where is he? He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he glanced past Neil's shoulder and said, Hey, Roy. Good to see you, man, Roy said. How's it hanging? Not bad. Fucking A. Gentlemen, came a voice from the doorway. Sorry I'm late. We all turned. The man standing there was tall and slim, perfectly groomed, wearing a pressed dress shirt and dark dress pants. He was about 30, with dark hair and a crisp, clean-shaven jaw. Even his shoes were perfect. I stared at the dress shirt and could not detect a single wrinkle. Not one. I'm Dan, the man said, stepping into the room. I know who you all are. I'm sorry I'm late, but I'm ready to get started. Roy, do you mind? Gotcha, Roy said. He took his coffee and left, closing the door behind him. Dan Daniels looked around at us. Let's have a seat, he said. I grabbed one of Roy's folding chairs and lowered myself into it. Neil leaned against the arm of one of the couches, and Stone dropped onto the other one, sprawling. If I knew anything about my bandmates and myself, Dan Daniels had exactly 10 minutes, pressed shirt or not. Our tolerance and our obedience wouldn't last any longer than that. He needed to impress us, period. Unlike us, Dan didn't sit down. He stood in front of the door, his hands in the pockets of his dress pants. Now we looked like a class, albeit of 4 guys in their 30s, sitting in front of a teacher. 10 minutes. No, 9.5. I want to send the Road Kings on tour, Dan Daniels said. Coast to coast, 10 weeks, a packed schedule, no stadiums. So he knew a little about us then. The Road Kings had been offered stadium gigs multiple times, and we'd always turned them down. This baffled everyone in the music business because a stadium show was the best money there was. Promoters especially tried to get us into stadiums because the bigger the show, the more money they made. But some bands are stadium bands, and we were not one of them. We'd burned a lot of bridges by turning down stadium shows. We'd burned a lot of bridges doing a lot of things, actually. "When do we leave?" I asked. "The middle of June, if you're ready." So a summer tour, then. The middle of June was a month away. Stone asked the question at the heart of it. "How much?" Daniels crossed his arms, and I wondered if he would finally put a wrinkle in that shirt. Did he iron it? That was nuts. I had never even owned an iron. He named a number. "That's too low," Stone said.
"That number is based on ticket sales at 80% of each venue," Dan said. "Sell more tickets and it goes up."
"How much if each venue sells out?" Stone asked. Dan looked around at us.
"Don't you guys have an agent to negotiate this stuff?"
"Oh, yeah," Stone said, as if he'd just remembered. He looked around. "Did anyone call Miller? Is he still alive or what?" "It hasn't been that long," Neil said. I addressed Dan. "We haven't been in touch with our agent in a while, so you're talking to us." "We've been doing this a long time," Axel added. "We know when the money is too low."
"Okay, well."
For the first time, Dan was starting to go off the script. It was the only thing keeping me in this meeting.
It isn't industry standard to expect that each venue will sell out 100%, so we don't estimate based on that."
"They'll sell out," Stone said. I agreed. Dan shook his head.
"You don't know that."
"Yes, we do," Stone said.
"It's been 5 years."
Now Dan was starting to sound frustrated. That was good.
"Have you even played together in the last 5 years? The information I have says that aside from Neil, none of you even play. Maybe your skills are rusty."
There was a moment of incredulous silence in the room. We all exchanged a look. Was he fucking kidding? Maybe your skills are rusty? Was he for real? We all shot a glare at Neil for bringing this idiot anywhere near us. Neil shrugged. The gesture said, "Fuck it, I need the money." I turned back to Dan Daniels. "Assume we can play," I said, as if speaking to someone whose English wasn't so good. "Assume we sell all the tickets. I mean all of them. How much?"
"I'll have to talk to the backer,"
Dan said. "What backer?" I asked.
"The one I work for."
His voice was chilly.
"You don't think I'm paying for this tour out of my pocket, do you? I work for someone who wants to put up the money. If you want more money than I'm authorized to offer, I'll have to talk to him."
"So why are we talking to you?" Axel asked logically.
"Get this guy to talk to us directly." "He doesn't want to do that. He has hired me to negotiate."
We looked at each other. It was Stone who spoke. "Who is this guy?"
"I don't have permission to give you his name," Dan Daniels said. "Suffice it to say that he wants to back this tour, but he hasn't given me a blank check to do it. I'll have to discuss your demands with him."
Now we were all annoyed. "Discuss it or I'm staying home," Stone said. "I don't play for free."
"This is an incredible opportunity," Dan argued. "You could get back in the spotlight. You could get an album out of it."
Stone rolled his eyes. "Let me guess, there won't be much money in the album either, because it's such a great opportunity to promote the tour. The tour promotes the album promotes the tour, and all of the money goes into the pocket of your mysterious backer." Like I say, we had been doing this a long time. I glanced at Neil. He was sitting motionless in his chair, and he was conspicuously quiet. He needed the money for this tour. That was why we were here. But I was pretty sure he didn't want to take a shit deal either, and the music business thrived on shit deals. If Neil was going to speak up and contradict the rest of us, if he was going to break ranks, the moment would be now. He didn't say anything. The room was quiet. Dan Daniels looked at us, and he was smart enough to realize he had about 10 seconds before we walked out, and he lost his opportunity.
"I'll talk to him,"
he said. But if he agrees, we're in business. You're going on tour. Chapter 10. Denver. This isn't a done deal yet, Axel said. I have some rules. We all turned to look at him. Dan's eyebrows lowered to a scowl. What rules? He asked, wary. I've been sober for 3 years, Axel said, and inside I felt a pulse of happiness and relief at that news. So he had actually done it. I can't be around drinking and drugs for 10 weeks or I'll relapse. This tour has to be clean. There was a second of surprised silence. Clean? Stone asked. No drinking, no drugs, no nothing? Nothing, Axel said. Dan's scowl had disappeared, and now he looked amused. I have no problem with this rule. My backer won't either. I do, Stone said. Axel shrugged. Then you get a new drummer for the band. Stone glared at him. I looked at Neil, whose expression said, do something. No new drummer, I said. Axel stays. It's probably good for us not to be hung over all the time. Now Stone was glaring at me. Speak for yourself. I'll make another suggestion, Neil piped up. No groupies either. Stone almost rose from his seat. Are you fucking kidding me? Neil shook his head. Think about it, man. We got older. The groupies didn't. I approve of this rule too, Dan Daniels said. There's never even been a rumor of misconduct with you guys, which makes you rainbow unicorns in the rock and roll world. Still, times have changed. You can't be having sex with women who are barely 20. You also can't be having sex with women who are intoxicated after a show. The last thing we want is a scandal about a murky consent issue because the woman was drunk. You have got to be shitting me, Stone said. I am not, in fact, shitting you, Dan replied. We're in the age of cell phones and social media. She's drunk, she feels pressured, she posts it, and you're finished. My daughter is 13, Neil said. The groupies are way too young for me. No way am I going near a girl only a few years older than Amber. It skeeves me out. I'd lose all my visitation rights and Amber would never speak to me again. I have no interest in young girls, Axel agreed. Women of my own age appeal to me, but drunk ones, no. So, no groupies is fine with me. They all looked at me, and the first thing I thought of was Callie. No groupie had or would ever hold a candle to Callie. I have a girlfriend, I said, even though Callie had in no way agreed to this. Still, it was how I felt. No groupies for me. After the first couple of years, it hadn't been the main attraction for me anyway. There was a lot of mind-numbing saneness to it. Neil's eyebrows went up. It's serious? He asked me. I shrugged. It could be. Also the truth, at least from my perspective. Callie might think differently, considering she wouldn't even have dinner with me. I cannot fucking believe this, Stone said. 10 weeks on tour, no drinking, no drugs, no women, no groupies, Neil reminded him. Sober women who are of age are allowed. Stone gave him a look that should have frozen Neil in his chair. Fine. No drinking, no drugs, and only women who have been carded and breathalyzed. Does that work for you? Perfect, Dan Daniels said. I like it. Fucking hell, Stone said. This is going to be the worst tour ever, thanks to you guys. Is that so? Axel said. Why don't you tell everyone about your little problem? What problem? Dan snapped. Stone looked annoyed, but when he didn't speak, Axel leaned over and jerked the leg of Stone's jeans up. We all leaned over and stared. Jesus Christ, Stone, I said. An ankle bracelet? It's just a little house arrest, Stone said. No big deal. What the hell did you do? Neil said. And how are you even here right now? He glared at Stone. How are you supposed to go on tour while on house arrest? Stone sighed. Relax, I didn't kill anyone, I just smoked some weed. Weed is legal in Oregon, I said. It's a long story. It's fucking stupid, man. Stone complained. They don't want to waste a jail cell on me, so I have this ankle thing until my next hearing. And I have my own apartment, but I didn't update my ID, so the official address on file is my mom's house. You're under house arrest at your mom's house? Even Neil cracked a reluctant smile at that one.
For how long?
Too long. Stone rubbed his temples with his fingertips. Stone's mom had been through 4 husbands. Husband number 1, Stone's father, had given her their nice house in Portland in their divorce, and she had lived there ever since. Because he was on the road almost non-stop, Stone hadn't bothered to get his own place until some time after the band broke up. "This is a problem," Dan Daniels said. He pointed to Stone's ankle.
"You can't go on tour with that thing. I'm surprised you're not in trouble for being here right now."
"I asked for permission to come to the meeting," Stone said. He checked the time on his phone. "Which reminds me, my time is up. I have to leave before the cops show up." He got up from his chair and walked out of the meeting without another word. There was a second of silence.
"Well, fuck it," Axel said, standing up. "I have yoga class in half an hour. See you all later."
"Wait," Dan said, but Axel didn't even look at him. He just left. I stood up too. "You guys are unbelievable," Neil said. As I walked past Dan Daniels, he said to me,
"Where do I send the paperwork?"
I shrugged. "Send it to Miller, I guess. Maybe Neil has his number. Just tell me when and where to show up." I clapped him on the shoulder. "Talk to you later, man." And I left. I was going to take my girlfriend out for dinner.
Chapter 11. Callie. I was late getting to the restaurant. My last lesson had gone long, and there was traffic. I had also taken extra time to swing home and change into a flowered shirt dress and a jean jacket, gambling that I would still be on time. I lost. Denver was outside the restaurant, leaning on the wall next to the door. One long leg was draped lazily over the other, crossed at the ankles. He was wearing the corduroy jacket he'd worn the first night we met, and he was looking down at his phone. For a second, he didn't see me. At the sight of him, I felt an unexpected wash of pleasure. No, not pleasure. Joy. He was so beautiful, just standing still doing nothing. Beautiful and insanely talented. And we'd had hours of incredible sex, and he wanted to have dinner with me. Everything inside me upended and flipped on its head, the feeling dizzy and terrifying and fun at the same time. He looked up, and his expression broke into a smile. "Hey," he said in that amazing voice as I came closer. "Hi." My knees were wobbly. This was already bad. "Sorry I'm late." Denver shrugged, and I remembered that most musicians had no sense of time, so it was slightly amazing that he'd arrived before me. "Sure, let's go in." The restaurant was small, but it had a back patio. It was still too cool in Portland for patio season, so the patio was covered and heated. The hostess sat us at a table in a corner. Then she gave Denver a lingering look and left us. Denver didn't notice the hostess. He looked me up and down. "You look nice in a dress," he said. "Thanks." He hadn't seen me in a dress yet. On our second time together, I wouldn't exactly call it a date. I'd been wearing almost nothing. My face started to grow hot, and I took a deep breath. I needed to keep control. There was a second of silence, and then Denver said, "How's Elmer?" It was surprising, and I felt myself smiling. My body relaxed. Denver was charming me, trying to disarm me and kill the potential awkwardness. "You're good," I said. "Not really. Answer the question, though. How is he?" Of course he would encourage me to talk about my cat. It was the fastest way to my heart. Denver was a quick learner. "I refuse to be shamed for being a cat spinster," I said. "I don't care that he's a cat. He's important." Denver rubbed a fingertip over his chin. He hadn't shaved, and the rasp of it reverberated straight under my clothes and traveled along my skin. "Please hold," he said. "I'm trying to unpack all of that. You packed a lot in." "Such as?" "We could talk about the shaming part, or how you think I'm trying to manipulate you, or your love for someone important to you, and how that goes against the expectation that we should all be cynical, especially about pets, or the word spinster." He dropped his hand. "I vote we start with the spinster thing." A waiter appeared, and we ordered drinks. So far, no one had seemed to recognize Denver. The hostess's look had been pure thirst, not recognition. "But I am a spinster," I said. "It's the 21st century. I think women should reclaim that word." "To mean what?" Denver asked. He twisted the cap off of the bottle of soda water the waiter had left on the table and poured some into his glass. I stared at him. "You're really interested in this?" "Sure I am. Want some water?" I handed him my glass and watched him pour. Those hands were remarkable, and they'd been everywhere on my body. Everywhere. I took my glass back from him and took a sip. "Well?" he asked. "Please hold," I said, and he smiled, his expression lighting up at my joke. Another piece of me melted. I cleared my throat. I hadn't expected our first topic of conversation to hit so hard where I lived. But if not now, when? "I like my life," I said, trying to explain something I'd barely articulated even to myself. "Society says I shouldn't, but I do." Denver went still in his chair, listening. "So I guess—" God, this was hard to put into words. "I guess there's an act of rebellion in just liking how you live. Everything I encounter says I should be lonely and desperate. My family, the people I meet, the society around me, every piece of culture says that I should think of the way I live as sad, that I should want more. I'm supposed to be trying to find a man and make more money and buy a house and have kids, and I don't want any of that. So to defy it is brave in its own way. Not just in how I live, but in how I think about it, how I see it, no matter what I'm told to see." Denver was quiet for a long moment, and I knew that he was completely focused on what I had just said. I realized with surprise that I'd never met anyone, let alone a man, who could listen so completely, not just to my words but to their meaning. "And you claim you aren't interesting," he said. "I disagree." My first instinct was to brush off the compliment, but instead I said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Even though you've just told me, yet again, that I'm screwing up everything in your life." "I didn't," I said, my throat growing hot. "That is, I mean—" The waiter chose that moment to bring our drinks and ask if we'd like to order. We quickly scanned the menus and told him what we wanted, and when he was gone, I tried again. "You misunderstand," I said. Denver's shrug said he wasn't so sure about that. "It's fine. I get it. Do you know what I did today?" I didn't want to leave the topic, but I didn't know how to explain. "You're hot and the sex is amazing" wasn't going to cut it. So I said, "What?" "I met with my bandmates for the first time in 5 years." "You did? Why?" "Business stuff. It was very, very weird." He looked thoughtful. "I think I'm still processing how weird." "Why was it weird?" I asked. "Because they're all different than they used to be. And that makes sense, because it's been 5 years, and people change in 5 years. I haven't seen them very often since we broke up, which makes me think that I must be different than I used to be, too." He frowned. "I hadn't thought about that before. I feel like the same guy. But what did they see that I don't see? Maybe I'm pathetic now. What if you were pathetic and no one told you?" I blinked, trying to follow this. The idea that Denver was pathetic was so absurd it was hard to wrap my mind around. "You're not pathetic," I said. "You are, however, awfully introspective tonight." "It's my mood," he explained. "I get inside my own head sometimes and I can't get out. It'll lift in a little while." "I like it. As long as you don't spend the entire evening fishing for compliments and making me reassure you of how great you are." He laughed. His whole demeanor lit up, and the sound was so beautiful it was burned into my brain. Under the table, my toes curled. "You're right," he said. "Jesus, fuck me." I managed to speak. "I mean, that's often the end goal of a date. But you told me tonight isn't a sure thing." "I have no idea," Denver said. "Let's get through dinner first." Chapter 12. Callie. After dinner, we drove to Denver's place. I had left extra food out for Elmer, so even though he would be mad, he wouldn't be hungry. Denver lived in a bungalow on a largish lot, the house set back from the street and the neighbors spaced out on either side. The house was small and looked at least 30 years old, but inside, it was newer and well cared for. I stood in the front room and looked around me. Denver didn't have a large piano like I did, but he had a musician's paradise of his own. There were 2 guitars, one electric, one acoustic, on stands, pedals, amps, and a music collection that took up most of one wall. Apparently, to Denver, it didn't matter what year it was. He didn't have all of his music stored on the cloud like the rest of us. "You want a coffee or something?" he asked me as he walked into the kitchen. "Tea?" "Just some water, please." I heard cupboards opening and closing. We'd only had one drink with dinner, because both of us were driving. Still, my blood was pumping as if I were high. This was Denver's inner sanctum, the place that reflected him. His scent was everywhere. Even though he'd been to my apartment twice, and we'd done very dirty things together in my bed and on my piano, this felt suddenly intimate in a different way. He hadn't even kissed me yet tonight. I wondered if I should be the one to kiss him. The question hummed across my skin. "Callie." Denver was holding a glass of water out to me. I blinked and took it from him. "Thanks." "Sure. You're pretty much seeing the whole place. There's a bathroom down the hall, and past that is the bedroom." He said the word bedroom casually, without any subtext. What did that mean? I found myself trying to read his signals and failing. Sipping my water, I spotted a binder sitting on a table, well used and overstuffed with papers, some of which were falling out. I walked over to it. "What's this?" "Songs," Denver said. "Attempts at songs, actually. I haven't finished anything I'm happy with in a while." I traced my fingers over the cover, hesitating. "Can I look?" There was the barest hesitation in his voice. "If you promise not to make fun of me, sure." I gave him a disbelieving look. "I don't think anyone makes fun of your songs, Denver." "Sure they do," he said, and he didn't even sound mad about it. "Plenty of people. If you're gonna write music, people are going to make fun of it. That goes double for lyrics. Lyrics are poetry. Everyone makes fun of poets. I got beat up plenty of times in school." I let my fingers slide to the edge of the binder's cover, giving him the chance to change his mind. "You haven't told me about your parents," I said. "You only said that you were born here in Portland." "I don't really have parents," Denver said. "I have no idea who my father is, and my mother left when I was small." I looked up at him, the binder forgotten. For some reason, I'd pictured Denver's childhood in a nice suburban house somewhere, with parents who worshipped the ground he walked on, maybe a sister or 2. "Oh my gosh," I said. "Who raised you?" "My grandparents for a while. I lived with an uncle. There was a second cousin who took me in for a year, but then he moved to Japan for work. I was kind of bounced around until I was old enough to live on my own." "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "Sure," Denver said, and the look on his face said that he hadn't heard that very often. Maybe never. "Anyway, I guess you can see why I joined a band." I could. The friendship, the camaraderie, the sense of shared purpose. It would be impossible to resist for a boy who had grown up mostly alone. "Did you sing before you auditioned that day?" "Only in my bedroom while I listened to music." He smiled. "I wrote, though. Everything I was thinking and feeling. I wrote it down. Most of it was awful, but the more I did it, the better I got." I smiled back at him. "I'll bet the girls didn't think your poetry was awful." Denver shrugged. "Girls like poetry, but boys who write poetry get their asses kicked. So I learned early not to share what I wrote." His gaze dropped to the binder. "Go ahead and read some if you want. I can take it." Was he for real? The lead singer of a famous band that had thousands of fans was worried what I would think about his writing? "I'm hardly an expert," I said. "Open it," was Denver's reply. I opened the binder. The page on top was scribbled with his handwriting, a dark scrawl that was somehow legible after I squinted at it for a second. Across the top of the page was written, "I traveled across the universe, and then she sent me home." I picked up the page and read more. They weren't coherent verses, but lines that he had put down so he could figure out how they went together. They were all in that vein. Heartbreaking, lonely, the words drawing me in. "This is beautiful," I said softly. "It isn't a song yet," Denver said. "Maybe someday. Songs take a while." I raised an eyebrow, trying to get some distance from how the written words made me feel. "You said you wrote Bad Night in an hour." "We wrote the first version of Bad Night in an hour," Denver corrected me. "Every time we played it, we refined it. We cut the parts that didn't work and replaced them. I remember Axel coming up with the line at the end, give me one bad night." The next night, I chanted it. Now the crowd chants it with me every time. "So you write songs as you go?" "Always. We don't write songs in a studio and record them. Most bands are like that, but not us. We don't see songs as static. That's too confining. A song has as much to do with the moment as what you've written down. It comes from your mood, and the crowd's mood, and what's happening in the air as you play it." He smiled. "The Road Kings only recorded 2 studio albums. Our 3rd album was live. We hate studios. We'd much rather be in front of a crowd." I closed the binder, not wanting to intrude on his songwriting thoughts any further. "I've never thought of songs that way." "You know what I mean, though. You play live every week." I nodded. He was right. When we played in our little jazz trio, the music always reflected the mood of the room that night. Was it crowded and expectant, sleepy and subdued? If people were really responding, clapping and cheering, we played differently than if they ignored us and leaned into their own conversations. "I love playing live," I admitted. "It's a trip. It's just purely in the moment. You're in your body and the music is just coming out of you, and people are there to hear it. It's the only high I've ever been addicted to." I met Denver's gaze, and something arced between us. Something that was hotly sexual, and some other kind of connection that was completely terrifying. In that moment, I realized that no one had ever understood me exactly the way Denver did. Not my parents, not my sister, not my friends, not any of the men I'd dated. Denver understood me almost better than I understood myself. The thought was like a black hole opening up beneath my feet, because I understood myself. I did. I had my life aligned exactly how I wanted, and as I'd explained to Denver at dinner, I liked it. Except, "Want to get drunk?" Denver asked, breaking the silence. I ran a palm over my forehead, grateful that he'd pulled my thoughts out of wherever they were going. "I shouldn't," I said. "I'm driving home later, and if I get sick, it will be so embarrassing." "You didn't answer my question." He came closer, all worn jeans and tousled hair and dark jaw stubble, and for a second I forgot what he was asking because I was lightheaded. "Callie, do you want to get drunk?" He emphasized the word want in that beautiful voice of his, and it was like a truth serum. "Yes, I do." "Great." He picked up my water glass. "So do I." He retreated to the kitchen, where he put the glasses on the counter and dug out a bottle of wine. "We'll drink and listen to music. I bet my collection is better than your collection." "You'll lose that bet," I said, sounding more confident than I felt. I had an amazing music collection, albeit all digital because I needed to save space in my small apartment. The collection lining Denver's wall was intimidating. "You're on," he said, pouring us each a glass of wine. "I guess I'm not driving," I said. "No, you're not. You're staying." He said it calmly, without subtext as he handed me my glass of wine. Then he shrugged. "Don't worry. Nothing is going to happen. I'm not doing this to get into your pants." "Oh," I said, my voice coming out weak and strangled, possibly with disappointment. "That's good." "Great," Denver said, smiling. "I have a spare pair of headphones. I'll let you pick the first track."
Chapter 13. Denver. Neil's house was in West Lynn, a quiet, sleepy suburb of middle-class houses. A crisp wind blew as I got out of my car in the driveway and looked around. I'd never been here before. Neil's place was a bungalow with butter-yellow siding and a big, white garage door. A bicycle was propped against the garage, half tipped over and forgotten. The neighbors' lawns were immaculate and green, but Neil's was overgrown, pocked with dandelions. Still, the place didn't look neglected. To me, it just looked lived in. Then again, coming from the background I did and living in the house I lived in, my standards weren't very high. The front door opened as I was still coming up the walk. Neil was wearing gray sweatpants cut off at the knees and a white tee. His feet were bare, and his hair was a mess. He ran a hand through it. "Hey man, thanks for coming," he said. "Sure," I said. I was wearing jeans, old motorcycle boots, and a gray tee under a leather jacket, and as I stepped onto the porch, an old man gardening next door paused to give me a nuclear-level stink eye. I blinked at him and followed Neil into the house. "This house is nice," I said politely, looking around. It was messy, with clothes piled on the arm of the sofa and papers stacked on the small kitchen table. But it was decent. A girl's blue backpack was propped by the door. It looked like any single dad's house, except for the sound system and bass placed reverently in the corner next to the kitchen. Neil and I weren't so different after all. "It was the best I could afford when I bought it," Neil said, walking into the open kitchen. "I needed something with 2 bedrooms for Amber's visits, something not too far from her school. This fit the bill." "Is she here?" I asked. Neil opened the fridge, took out 2 cans of beer, and tossed me one in an effortless throw. It's a school day, and this is her week at her mother's." Amber was 13. Fuck, I still remembered when we were on the road, and Neil had first heard that Rain, a groupie he'd slept with when we did a gig here in town, had told him she was pregnant. She'd said the baby was his, and had asked him to take a paternity test. He did. The baby was his. At first, it hadn't meant that much was different. We were mid-tour by the time he got the news, and there was no way Neil was dropping out to go back to Portland. He and Rain had never dated, just hooked up, and Neil wasn't interested in being a father. Still, Neil had done what he could. He had signed the agreements from Rain's lawyer and had started paying child support from day one. He'd tried to get time with his daughter when he was home between tours. He'd kept a friendly relationship with Rain so things would go smoothly. For her part, Rain had met another guy when Amber was little and had married him. Amber had a steady home life, and Neil paid what he owed. But since the last tour ended, Neil had tried harder to be a real father, and that included buying a decent suburban house with a bedroom for Amber. "Your neighbors hate you," I said, pulling the tab on my beer. "That fucking lawn." Neil took an angry swig. "Did you see old man Henner out there? He's out there every fucking day, I swear. He doesn't need to garden that much. He does it just to bug me." "Maybe you should, mow the lawn." "I did. I do. I mowed it just a few days ago." Neil ran a hand through his hair again, and now it almost stood on end. "I swear it needs mowing all the fucking time, and that's just the front part. In summer, it's a bastard to mow. Did you know there's a thing called an edger? You take it and you manicure the edge where the lawn meets the driveway, or something like that. I wrestled with that thing for half a morning." I took a sip of beer to hide my smile. Watching Neil try to be Mr. Suburban Dad would be pretty entertaining. "Stop laughing at me, Gilchrist," Neil said. "What do you do about your lawn?" "No one sees my lawn, Watts, so I don't give a fuck. I hire people to come once a month." "Oh yeah, must be nice to live the life of a big-time rock star." Neil was grinning now. "Fuck you," I said to him, grinning back. "That $80 comes straight from royalties, man. I live like a king. Fuck you very much." Then we were laughing, and somehow the ice was broken. Years of ice. "What did you want to talk to me about?" I asked him. "Your text was mysterious." Let's talk out back." 5 minutes later, we were sitting on Neil's back porch, relaxed into a couple of folding chairs under the porch roof, and staring at his back lawn, which was actually worse than his front lawn. He really needed to learn to mow. "This tour," Neil said, taking another swig of his beer. "I'm worried about it." "Do you think it will happen?" I put my elbows on my knees, my beer dangling from my hand. "I think it should," Neil said. "And it isn't just the money." I watched some birds land on the fence, listened to a lawnmower starting up a few yards away. "The money is a big part of it. The money is the reason you called me." "I know it is." Neil rubbed his chin, staring at the yard, his expression serious. In his profile, I saw the guy I'd known at 19, the guy whose middle-class parents had been so horrified when he joined a band that they had basically disowned him. They'd cut off his funds and kicked him out of the house, saying he could come back when he was ready to go to college and get a degree. They most likely thought that they were teaching Neil a lesson, that his rebellion would be short-lived. Little did they know that their son was truly a rebel at heart, that he'd follow music no matter what the cost to himself. "I miss it," Neil said, still staring at the lawn. "Don't you miss it?" I let it hit me then, the feeling that I hadn't let myself feel for a long time now. I let myself admit it to the friend I'd known for almost half my life. "Yeah, I miss it. I play studio gigs, but it isn't the same," Neil went on. "Playing with anyone else is just fucking weird. And I tried writing my own songs and playing solo. Tried recording solo. Tried doing solo gigs at a few of the clubs around town. But that wasn't the same either. I finally realized it has to be us. It just has to be." I rubbed the back of my neck, agreeing with him. I hadn't done anything solo or with another band for the last 5 years. I hadn't been tempted to. I'd told myself that was because I was done with the business forever, that I didn't need it anymore. But right now, sitting here, I could admit that it was actually because anything I would do without Neil, Axel, and Stone would just be wrong. It wouldn't be something I'd want to do. But the four of us, on stage in front of an audience, my fingers tapped against my leg because suddenly I was itching to do it. "Who is this big backer that Daniels has lined up?" I asked Neil. He shook his head. "I have no idea, honestly. It's a secret." I frowned. I didn't like the sound of that. "Anyone who's paying all the bills is going to think he owns us," I said. "And anyone with that much money is used to owning people." "Well, at least it isn't a corporate sponsor." Neil looked at me and we both made a face. The Road Kings had always rejected corporate sponsor offers. We had no desire to play on a stage plastered with ads for premium vodka or major label beer. We'd even had offers from pharmaceutical companies wanting to advertise their erection drugs and, memorably, from a men's deodorant brand. As if we'd shill deodorant on tour, a time when none of us wore it. If the deodorant company had gotten a whiff of our tour bus, they would have rescinded the offer. "No corporate sponsors," I agreed. "But I want to know more about this guy if he's going to be paying our bills for 10 weeks. Neil shrugged. "I'm curious, but as long as the check's clear, I don't care that much. The thing is, Den, there isn't much I can do by myself. It has to be you." I frowned. "It has to be me for what?" "To make this work," he said. "Axel and Stone wouldn't even have come to the meeting if it wasn't for you. If you back out of the tour, they'll bail." I snorted. "You overestimate my influence. You underestimate it." He sounded exasperated. "You always have. The fact is, you lead this band. No one leads it." I wasn't sure why this was making me angry, but it was. "I've never given you an order the entire time I've known you. Have you ever tried to tell Stone to do anything?" "That isn't what I mean." Neil was getting angry too. We seemed to be arguing, and I had no idea why or what it was about. "I don't mean that you stand at the front of the room and give orders. I mean that what you do, we do. We take our cues from you. My voice was bitter. If I had so much influence, I would have gotten Axel clean years sooner. I couldn't exactly fix that, could I? He shook his head. You're being dense, and you're not making sense. Say what you want without dancing around it. You have to make this tour work, he said. We've all changed. The business has changed. The world has changed. We aren't those young kids anymore who only wanted to get in a bus and party. We've got problems and responsibilities now, and we're going to be sober for Axel's sake. Sober and celibate, I reminded him. Neil shook his head. We're going to argue. We're going to be tired and pissy. You remember what tour is like. It's fun, but it's also fucking grueling. The food sucks. We'll be in each other's faces, getting on each other's nerves. We're going to want to quit, I guarantee it. I scrubbed a hand over my face. You're not doing a great job of selling this, man. You're going to be the one who keeps us going, Neil said. You always are, which means you have to be in all the way. You have to be committed. Because when we want to quit, we'll be looking to you to know what to do. The anger flared again, and the discomfort made me realize where it came from. I didn't want to be a leader. I didn't want responsibility. I'd had 5 years with no responsibility at all. No one depending on me, no one relying on me. I'd been fucking lazy for the first time in my life. It had been great, if a little empty. Now I was going to have the responsibility for the tour on my shoulders, and I didn't like it at all. And I still hadn't told Callie the tour was even happening. I was putting that off like a coward. We'd spent our last night drinking and listening to music, talking about everything under the sun. We hadn't even fucked, just talked. I considered her my girlfriend, though I hadn't discussed that with her. And I still hadn't told her I was most likely going on tour. All I want is to play music, I complained to Neil. It should be so simple. Well, I'm glad you want to play, Neil said, because Dan Daniels messaged me this morning. Our mysterious backer is willing to meet our financial demands. I tensed. Why does that sound like there's a condition attached? Because there is. He's in for the money. All of it. No shitty tour buses, no shitty motels. Only the best of everything, but there's one thing. Oh, Jesus. What is it? He thinks we might be rusty after all this time. We have to prove to him that we're not, Neil said. We have to go back to Ray's studio and play.
Chapter 14. Callie. When I finished my last lesson of the day, I left the piano studio to find Sarah and Naz waiting in the lobby for me. Sarah was a singing teacher and vocal coach, and Naz taught art classes in the art school down the street. They were very good friends. Of each other. Not of me. "Hey," Sarah said brightly as I hitched my bag on my shoulder. "We thought we'd take you out for an after-work drink." The offer was so surprising that I paused and actually looked around, as if they were talking to someone else. They weren't. "A drink?" I asked. "Yeah, we girls don't hang out enough." Sarah smiled, while Naz nodded. "I mean, come on. We work together. Why don't we have fun once in a while?" The offer was baffling. We didn't really work together, for one. Sarah was married with 2 kids, and Naz was engaged to a man who had given her a giant rock to wear. In the way of the world, this meant that neither of them had any interest in me, a single and childless woman. I wasn't resentful of this fact. We had nothing to talk about, nothing in common. In the course of my life, nearly every female friend and acquaintance of mine had dropped off the map when they became paired up and became mothers. My happy singlehood became something they didn't want to talk about anymore. It wasn't that I didn't have friends. I did. But my friends were all musicians, people I played with, and the people who ran the bars I played at. The musicians I knew were all ages, all sexes, and from all walks of life, but we always had something to talk about. It was always about the music. Except for Ash, who was usually busy with her husband and kids. I didn't have close female friends, though. Looking at Sarah and Naz, this gave me a small pang. It also made me suspicious. I checked the time on my phone. I have a gig at 9, but I have a little time before I go home to feed my cat. Great, Naz said, trying her best not to show her distaste at my crazy cat lady status. Let's go. I followed them in my car to a place that had plush leather chairs, tiny tables, and a menu filled with elaborate and expensive mixed drinks. As I parked, I quickly texted Ash. Help. Been asked out for drinks by 2 women I barely know for the first time ever. Is this a trap? Her reply was fast. I love you, and you are gorgeous and brilliant, but it's because of your boyfriend. I blew out of breath. I skipped the fact that Denver wasn't officially my boyfriend. We'd never discussed it. There was no point going into that with Ash. Really? I texted. 100%, she wrote. I mean, have fun. Make them buy you a drink. And don't tell them anything. As I put my phone away, I realized I should probably be offended that Ash didn't think anyone wanted to hang out with me just because they liked me, but she was my sister. If your sister can't tell you the bald, honest truth, then who can? And I wasn't mad, because she was right. I'd never been asked for a drink until Denver Gilchrist had shown up at my work, looking for me. I might not be used to this, but I wasn't stupid. Sarah and Naz had already grabbed us a table. I sat down, listening to them talk as I scanned the menu. A multiple orgasm or a bathroom bang? Maybe a bear down there? It seemed that drinks with dirty names were an essential part of a girl's night out. I ordered a size matters. I wasn't sure what was in it except pineapple, and when the waitress left, I found the other women staring at me, polite smiles on their faces. So, Sarah said. How have you been, Callie? Good, I said. The key to conversations with parents, I knew, was to ask them about their kids. It always worked. How are Tyler and Kayla? See, I even remembered their names. Sarah rolled her eyes. Tyler's a little hellion, I swear. Kayla's fine as long as she gets to go to soccer practice. If she doesn't, oh my God, look out. Naz laughed, and I smiled politely. I wished my size matters would get here. Raj wants me to quit when we get married, Naz said. He says I won't need to teach classes anymore. Really? I asked. Don't you like teaching art? She looked surprised at the question. Yes, I guess. The waitress brought our drinks, and I took a deep sip of my size matters. It was made of pineapple and something strong. You're a very good artist, I said to Naz. I saw the work they put up at the last recital. That was a great idea. She actually was a talented artist, but she looked even more surprised. Thanks? She kept phrasing her answers like a question. But, you know, the money isn't great, and once we're married, I'll be busy decorating the house. Well, that was depressing. I pictured Naz in a big, empty house, waving her manicured hands as she used her artistic ability to figure out where curtains and throw rugs would go. That's nice, I managed. It's great, she said, a little forcefully. This, right here. This was why I never spent time with other women my own age. My life in a studio apartment with a cat and a piano I'd now had sex with a rock star on, was incomprehensible to my peers. And somehow, because it was incomprehensible, it was also offensive. The only way to please the women I knew was to be someone else. Well, Sarah said, sipping deeply from her drink and fixing her gaze on me, her eyes like 2 lasers wearing high-end mascara. How are you, Callie? What's new? This was exhausting, and the drink was already going to my head, so I skipped the small talk. Are you asking me about Denver Gilchrist? Both women went very still, as if they were sensing prey. We heard a rumor, Sarah admitted. You heard that he came to the music school, I supplied, to talk to me. So it's true? Naz leaned forward. Are you two, friends? I didn't know how to answer that. Denver and I had spent 2 nights together, during which we'd had sex a lot of times. We'd spent a 3rd night together just listening to music and not even making out. something I hadn't realized was frustrating until I'd arrived home the next morning tied in overheated knots. He'd sparked my body and blown my mind. He fascinated and terrified me. He made me feel everything at once. He was the biggest thing that had ever happened to me, and I still didn't want to share him with anyone, though I was getting the feeling that I would have no choice. "We're friends," I said, trying it on. It felt completely wrong, so I said, "We're sort of seeing each other." That felt better to say, though both women went quiet for a second in a reaction that I was starting to recognize. Next, they would talk in 1- and 2-word sentences. "You're dating Denver Gilchrist." Naz said it right on schedule. "He's really nice," I said. "We talk about music a lot." There. That was the G-rated version, and it was all they would get. "But what is he like?" Naz asked, at the same time as Sarah said, "How did you meet him?" "I met him at a jazz club," I said. "And he's nice, like I say." This was completely inadequate, judging by their expressions. Still, Sarah made a valiant effort. "I'm such a big fan of his. I mean, the Road Kings were awesome, and I always thought he was hot." "Me too," Naz joined in. "He's super hot. I mean, I'm sorry we're saying this about your boyfriend, but you know what we mean, right?" I sipped my drink. I actually did know what they meant, in fact. Long before I'd ever met Denver, before I even knew who he was, he had belonged to everyone. He still did. I would be foolish to think of him as mine. Which, of course, I didn't. Denver most definitely wasn't mine. It was just a little difficult to reconcile about someone you'd seen naked so thoroughly and so recently. "I've never seen them live, have you?" Sarah was saying. "No," Naz said. "But my brother has seen them 4 times. He followed them all through California on their last tour. I think he would lose his mind if he saw Denver Gilchrist in person." She turned to me. "You must have seen the Road Kings live, right?" I cleared my throat politely. "Actually, I've never seen them play, except in a YouTube video." "You got a date with him when you aren't a fan?" Sarah seemed incredulous. "That's, surprising." Surprising was not what she meant. Weird was what she meant, or all wrong. The message was clear. I wasn't hot, I wasn't interesting, and I wasn't even a groupie. What was Denver doing with me? And for a split second, those words hit me in the chest. What is Denver doing with me? I hated this. I hated everything about it. Before that wonderful, stupid man came along, I had never doubted myself. I didn't have thoughts like that. I liked myself. And fuck it, I would keep on liking myself, Denver or no Denver. "I seem to be disappointing you," I said, pushing my mostly empty drink away and taking a few bills from my purse. "I'm sorry. I'm going to go. You two have fun." I pushed my chair back and left. Both women were silent, though I thought I heard Sarah say, "Wait," as I got to the door. I ignored her and pushed out, heading for my car. I was angry at first, and then I was sad. Sarah and Naz might not be perfect, but they weren't bad people, and in another life I might be able to be friends with them, have lunches and shopping days and girls' weekends. I'd found it hard enough to make friends before, but this was worse. Was this my life now? Dodging people who wanted something from me? For the first time, I caught an honest glimpse of why Denver hadn't told me who he was the night we met. Why he had found it so freeing, so much easier than his everyday life. He'd been right. That was better. But that wasn't real life. This was. I wanted my apartment, my piano, and Elmer. I wanted to be alone. Just for tonight. Or maybe forever.
Chapter 15. Denver. "I'm a rock star," I told Callie. "I'm supposed to eat weird shit and pay too much for it." We were in Cabreros, a local market where I did all of my shopping. This place was the epitome of the Portland cliché, a spot where hipsters with man buns could buy vegan pastries and cruelty-free honey. You couldn't buy bacon or butter here unless you had a hankering for almond butter, which you would have to mortgage your house for. I didn't care that Cabrero's was overpriced and easy to make fun of. I liked it. Callie picked up a box of cereal, organic and gluten-free, of course. The box had about 10 tablespoons of cereal in it.
This is $12,
she said, amazed. You have to pay for quality, I replied. Maybe grocery shopping wasn't the most exciting outing if I was trying to impress her. Our previous dates had consisted of endless sex and listening to music while wine drunk. If I was going to convince Callie to date a rock star, I should probably up my game. Then again, maybe it was good that she saw me do something as mundane as grocery shop. It made me look like a regular guy because I was one. Except I was a regular guy who shopped at Cabrero's.
Where did they grow these apples?
Callie asked, looking at the price.
A South African diamond mine?
Her reactions were entertaining. This was frugal spinster Callie, the cat lady who gave piano lessons, and I liked it. Stick with me, baby, and you can have all the diamond mine apples you want, I said. She narrowed her eyes at me. It was Saturday, and she was wearing slim-cut jeans and a flowy white top with a square neck. Her hair was twisted up off her neck. How she managed to look sexy and elegant, I had no idea, but I was enjoying the sight of her collarbones like I was a repressed Victorian gentleman.
I've seen your house,
she said to me.
I've seen your car. Those don't give off the vibe of a spoiled rich celebrity.
That's because I don't give a shit about my house or my car, I said. I care about 3 things: my guitars, my music collection, and my food. Those were the 3 things I spent money on as soon as I had it. As for this place, I looked around. I don't shop here because I worry about cruelty to bees. I have a fucked up stomach, and doctors don't know what's wrong with it. If I eat too much junk food, I get bouts of pain, so I pretty much have to eat clean.
Okay,
she said as we turned the corner down another aisle and I put more stuff in my cart. Her voice was serious and thoughtful.
But I'd just like to clear something up. You're not for cruelty to bees.
I laughed. No, I'm not for cruelty to anyone. The bees should just live their life. So should the dolphins.
Good to know.
She held up a bottle of organic juice, her eyebrows rising in a question. I nodded, and she put it in my cart.
I'm confused, though. I don't know much about rock bands on tour, but it seems to me that there would be a lot of junk food involved.
Tons of it, I said. The stomach pain wasn't so bad at first, but it got worse with every year on the road. My trick was to drink so much that I didn't really feel it. I shrugged. We were a cliché, I admitted. We weren't going to be a cliché this time around, but I couldn't tell her that because I hadn't told her about the tour yet. I should tell her about the fucking tour. The guy behind us in line at the checkout counter recognized me, even though I had a baseball hat on. He nudged his wife a few times until she said, louder than she probably intended,
"Why don't you just go talk to him?"
So we ended up saying hello and getting a selfie. His name was Dave. He was in his 20s, and I tried not to wince when he said he'd listened to the Road Kings all through high school. The music of my youth, man. Stop laughing, I said to Callie as we left the store. I'm not old, I am very, very fucking cool.
You're very fucking cool,
she agreed sweetly, reining her laughter in. I glanced at her as we walked through the parking lot toward my car. The coolest guy you've ever dated, I said, just for emphasis. Callie rolled her eyes.
That isn't really a competition.
Oh, yeah? Now I was intrigued. You dated some losers, huh? I wasn't going to grill her on her dating history, but if she was going to talk about how lame her other boyfriends were, I was up for it.
I dated some very nice guys,
she said as we put the grocery bags into my car.
Perfectly normal men. They just weren't right for me, that's all.
She cleared her throat, her eyes dodging away from mine.
Mostly because they wanted marriage and kids, and I don't.
Maybe she thought I'd get mad at that. She had a lot to learn about me. That's right, I said, moving closer to her, into her space. Because you're a spinster who knows exactly what she wants. Callie went still, her cheeks flushing the faintest red.
Yes, I am.
And you don't date musicians?
Well, not precisely.
I cupped her jaw and kissed her, right there in the parking lot, while other people walked by to get to their cars. I tilted her face up to mine and took her mouth, just like I'd wanted to do for hours now. She started out surprised, and then she melted against me, sighing sexily against my mouth. I parted her lips and tasted her, devouring her slowly and gently, as if I had all day. Someone hooted, someone else yelled the inevitable joke about getting a room. Let them take a picture. I didn't care. When I broke the kiss, Callie's eyes were dark and her skin was flushed. Well, that was more like it. I bet those nice guys had never kissed her like that. We got in my car. My plan, such as it was to take her back to my place, where we would put the groceries away, maybe eat something, and then get naked, probably for hours. A perfect Saturday afternoon. I handed her my phone. You pick the music, I said magnanimously. She was taking the phone from my hand. Both of our hands were still on it, in fact, when a text popped up on the screen, clear as day between us. Axel, call me. We need to talk about the tour. Callie's hand went still.
Tour?
She asked. Oh, shit. I closed my eyes.
Chapter 16. Callie. Tour? I asked. Denver closed his eyes and leaned his head against the back of the driver's seat, a groan escaping from his throat. I stared at him as the word tour pulsed through me. His eyelashes nearly brushed against his cheeks when he closed his eyes. That was how beautiful he was. Life wasn't fair. It isn't a done deal, he said, his voice pained. I blinked at him, picking up the word he'd left out. Yet. It isn't a done deal yet. Is that what you mean? He opened his eyes and looked at me, manning up. Yet, he confessed. It isn't a done deal yet. Oh, he was going on tour. I felt my face flush hot, and then it went numb. I trailed off. I looked down and saw that I still had his phone in my hand, and I pushed it back to him. This is none of my business, I said. Callie. Were you going to tell me? I shook my head. Forget I asked that. I'm surprised. I was going to tell you, Denver said. It just came up. Some promoter with a money backer wants us to do a reunion tour. He pinched the bridge of his nose, looking pained. We've said no to every tour offer for the past 5 years. But you didn't say no to this one. Obviously. What a stupid thing to point out. Callie, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I nodded because I still didn't know how I felt. Happy, angry, jealous, afraid? It's fine, I said to him. You're in a famous band. Touring is what famous bands do, especially the Road Kings. It's how you make your money, right? So of course you said yes. It isn't that simple, Denver said. I swallowed and nodded. We'd just been having this great afternoon, this amazing Saturday, doing everyday things while I tried not to gawk at him. The way he moved, the sexy timbre of his incredible voice, the way his smile lit up his face when I made him laugh. He'd kissed me in the parking lot, right in front of everyone, as if I was his. When do you leave? I managed to ask. He sighed. In a few weeks. And how long will you be gone? He seemed reluctant to answer. 10 weeks. That stabbed me low in the gut. 10 weeks when he was just gone. 10 weeks of him being the leader of a rock band on the road, with every temptation thrown in his face every day. Over 2 months. 70 days of women trying to sleep with him while I was hundreds of miles away. It isn't going to be what you think, Denver said, as if reading my mind. For one, this tour is going to be sober. I frowned. Sober? Denver nodded. Axel was an addict. I guess you could say he is an addict. He got clean 3 years ago. If there are any drugs or alcohol, he'll bail. Axel. That was the name on the text. Axel de Vries was the drummer, a fact I knew because I knew who the Road Kings were now. We need to talk about the tour. He seems to have a problem, I reminded Denver. Maybe you should text him back. Later, Denver said. He leaned toward me, looking me in the eye from beneath the brim of his baseball cap. He put a fingertip on my chin. Are you upset? I still wasn't used to it, his complete directness. The way he just asked questions about the deep emotions that were tearing me apart. The way Denver saw the world, the way he saw me, was so raw. I cleared my throat, trying my best to give him honesty in return. I don't want you to go on tour, I said. I also don't want you to not go on tour. That brought the ghost of a smile to his lips. I feel exactly the same way, he said. Oh, and in case you're worried, there won't be any women. He said it so easily, as if it was something he could promise. There won't be any women. As if the sexy lead singer of an incredible band, a hot genius rock legend as Ash called him, would just go on tour for 10 weeks and not sleep with anyone. Why? Because he'd met a spinster piano teacher with a cat named Elmer. As if that was reality, and not a fairy tale. A sound came from my throat, half laugh and half scoffing groan. Sure, I said. Ah, fuck, you don't believe me. Denver dropped his fingertip from my chin and leaned back in his seat. I don't know what to do about that. You don't have to do anything. We aren't. We are. His voice was harsh, and then he got it under control. At least, to me, we are. The words hung there between us, his usual raw honesty, and this time I couldn't muster the strength to give it back. He thought we were something, and I knew he was right. I just didn't know what that something was. Not yet. It was too new, too overwhelming. So what's next? I asked after a moment. The tour has some big money backer, Denver said. Apparently his identity is hush-hush, whatever. We're working on a deal with him. Part of the deal is that tomorrow we go into a studio downtown and play, so that he knows we still know how. That made me laugh, the feeling welcome as it loosened my insides a little. As if you've forgotten. Right. He looked annoyed. You can tell this guy isn't a musician, whoever he is. All right then, I said. Tomorrow you go into the studio. In a few weeks you go on tour. But what are you going to do right now? He looked at me, and then the smile touched the corner of his mouth again. Right now, I'm going to bring you home. Chapter 17. Callie. Denver's bedroom was dim and comfortable, nestled along the back wall of his quiet house. The view from the window, covered with snug blinds, was of trees. He had a plaid bedspread on a bed that smelled like him. I had slept in this bed the night we drank wine and listened to music, but I had slept alone while Denver took the sofa. I wasn't in it alone now. In fact, I was in my bra and underwear, and Denver was on top of me, his big, warm body covering mine as we made out. I ran my hands down his back as he kissed me, his stubble rubbing against my skin. All I could taste was him. I had, at least for the moment, gotten past the tour thing. Yes, he was going away. No, I didn't like it. Yes, it broke all of my rules about dating musicians. But I already broke that rule when I went home with him the first night. And now, right now, today, in this moment, I had him all to myself, every inch of him. For once, I would worry about tomorrow some other time. It felt like it had been months since we'd had sex. My body was aching everywhere he touched me, my breath almost painful in my chest. When he broke our kiss and traveled his mouth down my neck, touching the tip of his tongue to my collarbone, I moaned. Why don't we spend every minute doing this? I asked him. I have no fucking idea, he said, moving his mouth along my clavicle as his hips pressed harder to mine. I had him stripped down to his boxer briefs, and through the fabric of his underwear and mine I could feel everything. There was no other way to put it. I needed Denver Gilchrist's dick, and I needed it bad. I raised my hips and he moved against me, getting just the right friction through the seam of my panties. "Why didn't you sleep with me on our last date?" I panted. Denver slid a bra strap off my shoulder and lowered his mouth toward my nipple. "You're asking me this now?" It seemed a pertinent question. My voice quavered as a bolt of sensation shot through me from my nipple straight down to my core. Considering I offered. Denver lifted his mouth from my breast long enough to say, "You didn't really want to." He lowered my other bra strap. "Besides, we needed to talk." "I did want to," I said, trying to keep my voice under control as he put his lips to my other nipple. I had no idea why I was arguing this right now. Maybe I was still more upset than I was willing to admit. I still wasn't sure if he'd rejected me. "No, you didn't." His voice was calm as he slid a hand beneath me, along my spine, and unsnapped my bra in a practiced movement that made me briefly wonder how many times he'd done it. Probably a lot. "Trust me. I know you better than you know yourself." Did he? In some ways, he didn't know me at all. But when it came to sex, to my body, to my wants, Denver was a genius, as evidenced by the breath I let out as he slipped the bra off me and tossed it aside. "But I want to now?" I asked, feeling my toes curl as my bare, sensitized nipples touched the dusting of dark hair on his chest. "Right now?" Denver leaned down, his teeth lightly grazing my earlobe. I could smell the incredible scent of his skin, his scent on the bed, as his breath tickled my ear. "Right now, you really, really want me to fuck you. And I've decided to oblige." My body pressed up, and Denver moved his hips, sliding over me. The fabric of my panties was uncomfortably wet. I needed him to touch me. "Denver," I said. On the bedside table, his phone buzzed with a phone call. His muscles went hard against me, his biceps tightening, but he didn't lift his head. The phone buzzed on and on. It stopped, and he kissed my neck again, then tilted my chin toward him to kiss my mouth. I hooked a bare thigh over his hip, opening to him. I would never get enough of this. I would never. The phone rang again. Again, Denver went still against me, his lips leaving mine, irritation transmitting through his body into mine. "Should you get that?" I asked him, my voice tentative. "It's Axel." Oh, yes, he was irritated. "I didn't answer his text." "Maybe you should get it," I said as the phone buzzed on and on. "Maybe I should turn my fucking phone off." But he didn't. He brushed his lips over my jaw and then, as the phone went off again, he rolled off me with a groan and lay on his back. He flung an arm over his eyes, picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "What do you want?" he growled. In the quiet of the bedroom, I could hear Axel's voice perfectly clear. "Denny, do you know who this guy is who's backing the tour? Tell me the truth. Tell me right fucking now." "I do not know who our backer is," Denver ground out. "Is that all?" "No, not by a long shot," Axel said. My brain circled back to the fact that he had called Denver Denny. I had never heard that before. "Do you know what that asshole has done now? Besides making us audition like a bunch of fucking amateurs?" Denver blew out a breath, his arms still over his eyes. "No, but I guess you're going to tell me." "He's hiring me a fucking babysitter," Axel said. Despite how angry he was, he had a nice voice. The pictures of him on the internet showed a man with dark blonde hair, sometimes worn long in natural curls, and soulful blue eyes that contrasted with the tattoos on his toned arms. "He's bringing in some flack from a PR company to follow me around on tour and make sure I stay sober. He calls it an insurance policy. Can you believe that shit?" Denver went still, as if he was weighing this despite his annoyance. "That's pretty low," he agreed. "It's a fucking insult." Axel's voice was calm and furious. I could hear it even through the phone. "I got sober by myself. I did the work. I've been doing the work for 3 years. I went to the depths of hell and back, and I went alone. And this guy thinks some idiot from a PR company is going to be the one to keep me sober? Some soulless goon in a suit? Am I going to be able to take a piss by myself, or will I have to leave the door open like a convict? Will there be random tests? I'll quit the fucking tour. You're right, Denver said. He lifted his arm and scrubbed a hand over his face. They can't treat you like that. I'll back you up. We'll negotiate it out. No babysitter. You promise? I promise. There was a heavy sigh on the other end of the line. Fine. Thanks, brother. Then nothing. Axel had hung up. Denver put the phone back down on the nightstand. You heard that? He asked me. I did, I said. I rolled over to my side and put a hand on his chest, feeling the tension in his rib cage. Maybe this isn't a good time? It's a good time. His voice was dark and determined. He rolled over to face me and cupped my jaw. Let's try again. He kissed me, and things were just getting good when his phone rang again. Are you fucking kidding me? He said, turning to look at the ceiling. It's a bad time, I said. It isn't. He gave me a stern look. Do not leave. I am going to deal with this, and then I am going to fuck you. Please hold. I laughed, and he rolled over and picked the phone up again. Stone, what do you want? The voice on the other end was rougher, lower than Axel's. I'm off the tour. What now? Denver asked. Why? Because I don't know who this motherfucker is, but he's rich, and he knows everything, Stone said. He has to be mafia. You want to go on a mafia tour? We play the wrong set, we'll end up at the bottom of the ocean in cement shoes. Denver closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. The motion made his arm flex, and my body woke up again. He was right. I wasn't leaving. Even annoyed, Denver was too beautiful to look at. Why do you think our backer belongs to the mafia? Denver asked slowly. You know that little problem I have? I had seen Stone Zealand's picture on the internet, too. He was dark, his expression volatile in a way that was the opposite of Denver's sexy, poetic dreaminess. When Stone played guitar solos in the concert video I watched, his body went completely still, and his expression went blank in a way that meant he was gone, transported somewhere else by the music he was playing. I knew that expression. Stone was one of those musicians who is born to do nothing else, who isn't alive if he doesn't play. The worst possible kind to deal with in everyday life. Your problem? Denver said. You mean your drug bust? Not drugs, man. Weed. It's legal. If it's legal, then why were you busted for it? It's a long story. Jesus, Gilchrist, follow the plot here. This isn't about the fact that I got busted. It's about the fact that this rich motherfucker got me out of it. What do you mean he got you out of it? I just got a letter that 7 days from now I'm done with the ankle bracelet. All charges wiped from my record like it never happened. Signed by a lawyer I've never heard of and definitely didn't pay. What do you think that means? Despite the fact that I was being cock-blocked, or whatever the female equivalent is, this was actually entertaining. I maneuvered on the bed and straddled Denver, sitting up and letting my ass fall back against him, giving him a view of my body and my naked breasts. I ran my hands through my hair, giving him a show. Denver said into the phone, his eyes going dark as he watched me. It means our backer is insuring his investment, Stone said, oblivious to Denver's distraction. It means he wants my record clean so I can go on the tour and cross state lines. It means we can cross into Canada and play there. It means he can pay a guy and get someone's record bleached just like that. What kind of guy can do that? This is creeping me out, man. I don't want to work for a guy who can hire a hitman at the drop of a hat. I have enough problems. Denver's gaze was still on me. I wiggled back, moving my body down until I was at a good angle to lower my mouth and kiss his chest, which I did. Daniels says he wants a journalist on the tour. Stone was on a roll. A fucking journalist on the bus with us. We've never agreed to that. Someone writing down every fucking thing we say and publishing it? No way. That's bullshit. Denver's voice was tight as I let my mouth travel over his chest and down his sternum. His skin was warm, the dark hair soft and springy. I pressed it to his skin with the flat of my tongue, taking in the taste of him. His skin dipped as he took a breath, his stomach muscles contracting. It's bullshit, and we're not fucking putting up with it, Stone said. At least I'm not. I'm out. Denver made a strangled noise. Listen, we'll just negotiate that shit out of the agreement. We haven't signed anything. This guy doesn't hold all the cards. We're the band, for fuck's sake. If we don't play, he has no tour. It's no skin off our backs. If the deal doesn't go through, I'll just stay home and put my feet up. You sure? Stone asked. I do not want you agreeing to any of this shit. I need you to back me up. I'll back you up. Denver hissed in a breath as I traced my tongue around his belly button. This guy is fucking with the wrong band, Stone said. If he wants to deal with a bunch of talentless kids who don't know what they're doing, he should call up 7 Dog Down. Those motherfuckers, Denver said with heat as my tongue continued down his happy trail. It must have dawned on him where I was heading because he said, Stone, man, I gotta go. What? You busy or something? A little. My fingers curled into the waistband of Denver's boxer briefs, pulling down as I licked lower on his belly. I'll see you at the studio tomorrow. Later. He hung up the phone and tossed it on the floor, letting out a groan as I tugged his boxer briefs lower. The head of his cock appeared, quickly darkening to a deep red, and I ran my tongue over it, circling it slowly, taking my time. Sweet Jesus. It was as close as he got to a prayer. My God, this was fun. I let my hair tickle his skin as I bent over him, his boxer briefs tugged down only halfway, my mouth torturing the head of his cock. I had never in my life savored a man the way I savored this one. I let him slide into my mouth, only part way, and then slide out again. Are you trying to kill me? He said, his voice short of breath. The words came out of my mouth before I could think them. I want to come to the studio with you tomorrow, to watch you play. Okay. His reply was instant, and I tried not to smile. In this particular moment, I could ask him for a rocket ship to Mars, and he would say yes. I touched my tongue to his tip and said, Do you mean it? For fuck's sake, yes. Yes. Whether he was answering my question or just shouting with pleasure, I wasn't quite sure, but I'd take it as a promise. Just go a little lower, Callie. Please. He was begging. Denver Gilchrist, beloved of God knew how many female fans, was begging me. The pleasure was sharp. I pulled his boxer briefs all the way down and took him all the way in my mouth. The reaction was gratifying. Denver gave a moan and his hips moved, rising to meet my mouth with just the right amount of bossy pressure. I took him as far as I could, almost to the root, swirling my tongue over him, tasting every inch. I couldn't pretend there wasn't something possessive about it. There was. In this moment, this man was all mine. I was the woman in his bed. I was the one he was begging. It was my name that he was saying as his hips rose. Maybe it was because he was who he was that I was so possessive, but deep down I didn't believe it. If he wasn't a rock star, if he was just a man named Denver I'd met at a bar, I'd still be this possessive of him. It came from something deep within me, something no other man had ever tapped into. I worked him relentlessly, torturing him until he came hard in my mouth, the taste of him primally satisfying. Then, without a word, he flipped me on my back, ripped my panties off, dipped his head between my legs, and tortured me back, just as possessive as I had been. I was doing my own begging by the time he finished with me, by the time he let me come, my body racked nearly to the edge by his incredible mouth. We rolled onto our backs on his bed, panting. My entire body was high, the feeling so deeply addictive I couldn't have said my own name for a few minutes until it started to dissipate. We have some shit to work out, Denver said, staring at the ceiling. I guess we do, I admitted, though I couldn't form full thoughts yet. You go first. Denver's brow scrunched. He had exactly 10 minutes before I jumped him again. If you were going to be the beneficiary of rock star stamina, you may as well take advantage of it. Well, first of all, I consider you my girlfriend, he said. I blinked. You do? Is that a problem? I lifted my head from the pillow. The idea had been in my mind, obviously. I still couldn't tell how I felt about it. When was the last time you had a girlfriend? I asked him, curious. Denver thought this over, still staring at the ceiling, unself-conscious of his naked body sprawled on the bed. I have a flexible definition of that particular term. I rolled over and lifted myself onto an elbow. What does that mean? It isn't that difficult a word. Denver rubbed a finger back and forth over his bottom lip as he pondered his answer. I stared at the movement, hypnotized. My relationships have been very short, he finally admitted. They only last a few weeks. In any case, the last woman I dated consistently was 2.5 years ago. I blinked. Are you saying you've been celibate for 2.5 years? Oh God, what am I saying? Please don't answer that. I'm begging you. Denver shook his head, taking pity on me and not answering the question. I don't trust people. Like anyone. Remember my childhood? Getting abandoned over and over again? There's a giant basket of shit that comes with that. It isn't conducive to long-term relationships. It was strange to hear him say that, because he had trusted me from the first moment we'd met. He hadn't told me exactly who he was, but looking back now, I knew he'd been honest about everything else. What he wanted, what he thought about me, what kind of person he was. The way he was with me that first night was more honest than if he'd told me about his fame, his public persona. He had shown me the Denver that almost no one else got to see. I tried to think of something light to say so that I wouldn't start babbling adoringly. You're not selling this girlfriend thing very well. Denver didn't even flinch. I am a bad bet, he said, his gaze finally moving to catch mine. I have baggage, and I'm about to go on tour for 10 weeks with a bunch of assholes. You, on the other hand, are perfection. There's honestly more for me in this girlfriend thing than there is for you. Did he actually think that? Yes, he did. I was starting to get used to the Denver in his own head mood. I like you, I said. His features relaxed a little at that, as if the words pleased him. I'm not perfect, I went on. Far from it. I'm, a little rigid. I'm stuck in my ways. Things I hadn't thought about until I'd met him. I'm afraid to take risks. The idea terrifies me. I guess I have some of my own baggage, I sighed. And since I asked it of you, I'll say that my last relationship ended just over a year ago. We'd been together for 18 months. It was a mutual breakup. And yes, I've been celibate, because I never have one-night stands. Except, apparently, with you. Instead of saying anything, Denver rolled over and moved on top of me, pinning me to the bed. He kissed me long and deep, until I was squirming under him, my legs moving of their own accord so my knees hooked over his hips. What was that for? I panted when we finally broke the kiss. You said I wasn't selling the girlfriend thing very well, Denver replied. I'm improving my technique. It's working, I managed. He kissed me again, and then we did other things. That was all the discussion we needed. I was officially Denver's girlfriend. I was going to take the risk.
Chapter 18. Denver. Neil called me while I was in the car, driving to the studio. I was alone. Callie had left my house in the early hours of the morning, going home to change and shower. She'd said she would meet me at the studio. I didn't have a fancy car that hooked into my phone, so I answered my phone and put it on speaker, old school style. What is it? I asked him. Just checking to make sure you're going to be on time. I shook my head as I slowed to a stop in traffic. That isn't it. You have a problem. Just tell me what it is. Neil sighed. After the phone calls from Axel and Stone yesterday, I knew it was only a matter of time before Neil took his turn, laying a problem at my feet. I'd already accepted that this tour was somehow cursed.
I told Rain about the tour, he said. She's mad, like, really mad.
Rain was the mother of Neil's daughter, Amber. Rain wasn't Neil's ex because they'd never dated. As far as I knew, Neil and Rain got along just fine. Why is she mad? I asked.
I don't know, but she flipped out. She said that me being on the road will disrupt Amber's visitation schedule. Then she said I'm setting a bad example. She seems to think I'm going off on some hedonistic free-for-all of sex and drugs, shirking all of my responsibilities.
I was quiet for a moment, and then I cleared my throat politely. My way of bringing up the fact that Rain had met Neil backstage and banged him senseless one night. She wasn't really one to comment on hedonism.
I know,
Neil said, as if I'd spoken.
You think I was going to bring that up, man? I know better. Besides, she's pretty clear that she isn't that woman anymore.
Fair enough, I said. You did mention the money to her, right?
Of course I did. The money is the whole reason I'm doing this thing. You think I actually want to spend 10 weeks on a bus with Stone? I can handle you, and Axel is pretty cool now that he's sober, but come on, I'm doing this for Amber's future. Rain doesn't believe me. She thinks I'm spending 10 weeks on a bus that smells like sweaty jockey shorts just to get laid.
I tapped my fingers on the wheel, thinking. I didn't know Rain very well. Her reaction to the tour sounded a little possessive, but I kept my mouth shut about that. So what are you saying? I asked him. Are you out?
Hell no, I'm not out,
Neil said. I heard a honk of traffic on his end because he was in his car too. Except his car was a family-friendly SUV with a Bluetooth setup instead of an old beater.
I'm just saying that between you and me, this tour has to be tight. No slip-ups with alcohol or drugs, no hookups that end up messy, no bad press. If there's even a peep about misbehavior, Rain could keep Amber away from me.
She'd do that? I was surprised. Rain had never played games with their visitation agreement before.
Normally I'd say no, but that woman last night was a fire-breathing dragon, not the cool chick I've known for 13 years. She just got a divorce. I guess she's in a bad mood.
I hear they want a journalist on the tour, I said. If that's true, we'll be watching our backs anyway.
Fuck, Neil said. I just want to play some music and make some money. Do you think we can do that?
We can try, I said. See you in 10. Roy's studio, like all recording studios, was segmented into two main rooms, a control room, where the recording happened, and the studio itself. Built off of the main studio were small, soundproof booths called ISO rooms, where you could record a single track or vocal. The doors to the ISO rooms were closed, and there was a complete instrument setup in the studio, including drum set, bass, and 2 guitars. I walked into the control room and looked at the setup through the soundproof glass partition, feeling part of me wake up and get reluctantly excited. No matter what happened after, we were going to play. Today.
Hey, man,
Roy was grinning joyfully through his beard as he gave me a fist bump. The gang's all here. Man, this is better than Christmas. Hey, Roy, I said. Are you going to record this?
Yes, he is.
This was Dan Daniels, also in the control room. Behind him were Neil, Axel, and Stone, still wearing his ankle bracelet, as well as 2 women I didn't recognize. Callie wasn't here yet. We're supposed to play. No one said anything about a recording, Stone said, scowling.
Relax, Daniels said. It's going to be a straight-up one-track record, no mixing. It's for our backer to listen to, just the raw audio so he can hear how you really sound.
I was going to say something else, but before I could speak, the door opened again. 2 men in suits came in, nodding at Dan Daniels. Neither of them acknowledged the band members. Behind them was Callie, her eyes wide. She was wearing jeans, ankle boots, and a light sweater that draped over the camisole she wore underneath. Her hair was twisted back. She slipped through the door and hovered near the wall, uncertain.
Representatives of our backer, Daniels said to me about the two suits. The legal team.
I'm the legal team, one of the men corrected him.
I'm the financial team,
the other man said. I pointed at the two women who were standing near the glass. Both of them were good-looking and well-dressed, and both of them looked quietly excited to be here.
Who are they?
I asked Daniels.
The PR team,
Daniels said.
Actually, I'm PR,
one of the women said, raising her hand. Her cheeks flushed dark red as she looked at me.
I'm media relations,
the other woman said, then added,
It's so nice to meet you.
I gave them a polite nod. Thanks. I pointed to Callie. That's my girlfriend, I said to the room. Her name is Callie. If she leaves, I leave. I looked at my bandmates. Stone's scowl had relaxed as he looked at Callie, and he was starting to look amused. I was going to have to wipe the grin off his face. Axel looked thoughtful, and Neil looked worried. He probably thought the rest of us were going to walk out any minute, and the whole deal would be off. Internally, I sighed. Playing music wasn't the simple thing it used to be for us, and it hadn't been for a long time. If we were going to do a tour, there was a certain amount of bullshit we'd have to put up with. After all, someone had to put up the money. This backer, whoever he was a little weird with his request to have us play so he could record us, but we'd been asked for worse things. The trick was to know what to say no to. Bullshit or not, all we'd been asked to do was play. That we could do. I looked at Callie, and suddenly I didn't want to play for our rich backer. I wanted to play for her.
Callie, is it?
Dan Daniels turned to her.
You weren't authorized, but I suppose you can stay, as long as you're aware that recording this is illegal.
Actually, it isn't, I replied calmly, because we haven't signed an agreement. I turned to one of the suits. Isn't that right, legal team? The legal team shrugged as Dan gave him a glare.
He's right.
Callie bit her lips, and I could tell she was trying not to smile.
I solemnly swear not to record this,
she said. Her presence here made everything all right. I turned to my bandmates, all of whom were now staring at Callie in open fascination. All right, no more waiting, I said to them. Let's go.
Chapter 19. Callie. The Road Kings filed into the studio. It was disconcerting to have Neil, Axel, and Stone's complete attention for the first time, and it could have been awkward, though somehow it wasn't. They weren't hostile, at least. As he walked past, Stone winked at me. They were gorgeous, all of them. Not in the same way that Denver was gorgeous. They were all different. Neil was lean and rangy. Axel had unruly blonde curls tied in a messy man bun, a beard that needed a trim, tattoos, and eyes of Nordic blue that sparkled with humor. Stone was wearing all black, with silver rings on his fingers, like a true rock star. He had dark hair, dark scruff on his jaw, and an angry look in his eyes. He had been scowling when I came in the room, but his wink was both amused and a little lascivious. In other words, just inappropriate enough. It made me smile. The big, bearded man, the engineer, I guessed, took a seat at the audio board as the band took their positions. Axel sat behind the drums, picking up the sticks from the seat and giving them a twirl. Neil strapped on a guitar, and so did Stone. Denver took his position behind the microphone. The engineer pressed a button so he could talk into the microphone and be heard through the glass.
I did the check already, he said. I'll hit record and you can let her rip.
He pressed a few buttons. I came forward, coming closer to the glass. I realized that everyone else in the room was doing the same thing. The men in suits, the two well-dressed women, the tall man in dark dress pants and dress shirt, who was most likely Dan Daniels. All of us waited. There was a beep as the engineer activated the speakers in the control room. He pointed at Denver. Denver frowned. For the record, he said into the microphone, and, I assumed, into the recording that would be heard by the band's backer.
We don't give a fuck about your money, man.
Then Axel counted them in with his sticks, and Stone opened with a guitar riff of descending chords, and the song began. I'd heard this song on the concert video, which I'd watched yet again. It was called Precious Metal, and it mixed a killer grinding guitar riff with pounding rhythm from the drums, the sound filled out by Neil's rhythm guitar. I felt my lips part and my heart pound as the song opened up like a V8 engine, the sound consuming both rooms. There was not one missed note, not 1 second of hesitation. It was like they'd last played this song an hour ago, not 5 years. Then Denver leaned into the microphone, his hand tapping on his jean-clad thigh as if he was chilling at someone's backyard party, and brought in the lyrics. His sound was gritty, a growl in the back of his throat, overlaid with a beautiful, almost wistful tone. "Bring me that precious metal again," he sang. "Grind me to dust, sell me in pieces, but bring me that precious metal again." What was the precious metal, I wondered? Was it love? Music? Sex? Drugs? Fame? I wanted to know. The band didn't face the glass and their small audience. They were angled toward each other, almost in a circle, as if they were playing for each other. Stone had gone still, dealing out guitar riffs with a concentrated frown on his face, as if he were studying for an exam. Axel's arms, inked with tattoos and taut with lean muscle, were moving with perfect control of the rhythm, belting out the beat. Neil stood almost face-to-face with Stone, playing a rhythm that was a counterpoint to Stone's riffs. And Denver's voice rang out over it all, his expression serious as he put everything into the words, the incredible sound coming from his throat. I looked to see that the two women were dancing, unable to keep still. They looked elated. The engineer was slapping his palms on his thighs, jiving in his chair. The two men in suits had their arms crossed. Dan Daniels was standing with his phone forgotten in his hand, as if he'd been about to text someone. The look on his face was surprise, mixed with something I recognized as dawning greed. It was the look of a man who was thinking, this is going to make me a lot of fucking money. The band shifted into the chorus, then let Stone solo them out again and into verse 2. Then back into the chorus, the guitars following the incredible beat of the drums. Stone soloed them back out again, riffing longer this time, his notes snarling over each other as he drew it out. Without a single missed note, they bridged back into the chorus, repeating it again, then giving it more heft as they repeated yet again. Then they crashed out, and the song was over. In the second of silence that followed, I saw the 4 bandmates exchange glances. Then Stone and Neil unstrapped their guitars as Axel dropped his sticks. Denver was the first one through the connecting door, and he looked at the engineer. "You get that, Roy?" "Fucking A," Roy said. "Good." Denver came over to me and took my hand. "Let's go to lunch." "Wait a minute," Dan Daniels said. "We're not finished." "You wanted us to play," Denver said as his bandmates filed out of the room. "We played. It was nice to meet you all," he said politely to the other people in the room. "Bye." I wasn't sure how it happened, but somehow, half an hour later, I sat at a table in a tiny Cuban diner with all 4 members of the band, ordering lunch. Playing for the first time in years had relaxed some of the tensions between the 4 men. They were in a good mood, joking and insulting each other as they sat at the table. No one in the restaurant paid them any mind, or acted like they were famous. Maybe Cubans didn't listen to the Road Kings very much. "So, Callie," this was Axel who was sitting next to me. "What do you do for a living?" I looked up from my perusal of the menu and smiled at him. "My day job is teaching piano, and I play jazz piano in the evenings." "Oh yeah?" Neil's eyebrows went up. "Do you want to play in a band? We could probably use a keyboardist." "No, thank you," I said politely. "I don't like playing in front of big crowds. And I wouldn't be of much use to you. I don't know any of your songs." There was a beat of silence at the table. "I like her," Stone said. I looked at Denver, who was sitting across from me. A smile played at the corner of his mouth, and the look in his eyes was so hot I was surprised the paint wasn't melting off the walls. I thought of him singing, and I had the urge to climb over the table and jump him. I looked at my menu again.
What are you doing dating this idiot?
Axel asked, indicating Denver. I didn't look up from my menu. I like him.
You're way too good for him, Axel said. I know that already. He's going to fuck it up, Neil added. You know that, right?
I looked up at him. If he does, I'll deal with it. I pointed to the menu. I think I'll have the pollo sofrito. It looks good.
Denver, Axel said. If you won't marry her, I will. Hands off, Denver said, his voice mild. I know. She's too good for me, too. I'm just saying.
Denver ignored him.
Speaking of fucking up, we should probably discuss this tour.
We ordered lunch, and the band talked about what had just happened. There was a consensus. Everyone thought Dan Daniels was a weasel, but then again, all tour promoters were weasels. No one trusted the unknown backer who was putting up the money for the tour, and no one cared enough about either of those things not to actually go. They wanted to play music and maybe make some money.
What's the worst that can happen?
Axel asked with a shrug as he dug into his arroz con pollo.
Everything falls apart and we all get sent home. As long as I have enough money for a bus ticket from wherever we end up, I'll be fine. In the meantime, I get to play Starshine again. I agree, Neil said. I've been a studio guy for too long. I can't do sessions anymore. I have stuff I've been writing that I want to try. I'm getting out of house arrest, Stone added. Dude, tell us what fucking happened, Denver said. Out with it.
Stone sighed and put down his fork.
Okay. I got pulled over for going through a stop sign, and I didn't pay the ticket.
He looked around. We were all listening, except for Axel, who was still eating and trying not to grin.
I got a few tickets, actually. I had to go to court. I was having a bad day, so I brought a joint with me and smoked it before the hearing. The next thing I know, I'm getting hauled off by security. It turns out that weed is legal in Oregon, but only on private property. It's illegal to smoke weed on public property, like, say, at a courthouse. Oh, this is good, Denver said. I told you, Axel said. Zip it, both of you, Stone told them. Anyway, I got another ticket, a worse one. I was just trying to deal with the first tickets like a good citizen, right? And I needed a little weed. So what? I got mad. So I fought that ticket and went back to court. And I smoked weed again, right there, because fuck them. And they hauled me off. And I may have done that a few more times. Like 4 or 5. 4 or 5?
Neil stared at him.
Jesus, the dedication. I was making a statement, Stone argued.
Denver was laughing.
Stone, you're like a protester, except for stupid stuff. It's a dumb rule. Stone picked up his fork. I mean, Jesus. If you can smoke weed anywhere, it should be the fucking courthouse, am I right? I'm talking the judges, lawyers, everyone. Maybe if they all smoked weed, the world would be a better place.
So you ended up under house arrest? I asked.
Eventually. Stone shrugged. It sucks, because I never changed my address from my mom's house, so I have to stay there. At least she divorced her latest husband, Tad, so I don't have to put up with him. But I hate rules.
He looked around the table.
I'm not doing any more auditions for our asshole backer, like a trained SEAL. Did you hear that shit Daniels was telling Callie? It's illegal to record this. Fuck that guy. I agree, Denver said. We should play for free just to fuck with him. Let anyone who wants to record it just do it. No rules.
All 4 of them went still, exchanging a look.
Really?
I said into the momentary silence.
We'd have to come up with a place to do it,
Axel said, his voice thoughtful.
No public property,
Neil said, giving Stone a meaningful look.
A bar downtown? Stone asked. Would any of them go for it if it was free?
They'd want to advertise, I said. I knew a lot of bar owners from my years on the circuit. They'd want a drink minimum, and they'd definitely want to charge a cover. No one is going to want to do it otherwise. In other words, there would be rules.
No bullshit, Denver said. We need to do it somewhere where we're actually free. No one looking to make a buck off of us for once. No rules at all.
Stone took a deep swig of his water.
I'm in, he said in his rough voice. And I know exactly the place we can do it.
Chapter 20. Denver. Here's a fact I don't talk about much. Singing makes me feel like fucking. Live music makes women feel like fucking too, hence the groupie thing. In my early 20s, it was the perfect setup. Rock stars get a bad rap, and it's well-deserved, but what people don't realize is that it's a purely physical thing, a body craving. You get off stage and you want to fuck just as much as you want water and something to eat. So you find a woman who has the same craving as you. You have mutual orgasms, you go your separate ways, and I'd go to bed and sleep. Like downing a cold bottle of water when you're thirsty. At some point, I realized that fucking is more complicated than drinking, because a bottle of water doesn't have feelings and a life. And the more songs I wrote, the more singing made me feel not just horny, but raw. My guts spilled out to the audience. I've always had a hard time getting out of my own head, and the older I got, the harder it got. So yeah, less and less fucking after shows. Then, in those last few years of touring, almost none. I was so exhausted by then, physically and mentally, that it wasn't interesting anymore. But I'd had a 5-year break, and I had Callie. And even though Precious Metal was only 5.5 minutes long, the urge was back in full force. The only thing I wanted to do after singing that song was get Callie somewhere private and fuck her senseless. So, when I finally got her back to her place after lunch, I nearly attacked her when we came through the door. She was horny too, music never fails, but I could tell from the first that she wasn't going to rip my clothes off and bang me like my body wanted. I would have to slow down. She had something on her mind. Still, we ended up on her sofa, Callie straddling my lap, even if we were fully clothed. And we made out for a while, which was much, much better than nothing. Then she broke away and looked into my eyes.
That performance today was amazing,
she said.
You and the whole band, you sounded incredible. I just realized I didn't tell you that.
I hadn't thought I wanted her approval, but I still felt something turn over in my chest when she said the words. The truth was, if Callie hated my music or thought I sucked, it would lay me pretty low. Okay, I managed. Thanks. She kissed me again sweetly. I liked it, but my body was on fire. Maybe she was torturing me. She broke away again.
I liked your bandmates,
she said. I'm glad one of us does, I replied.
Very funny. You guys are blood, I can tell.
It was true in a way. My bandmates weren't blood in the biological sense, but they were in every other sense. They'd have to be after all this time. That's a good and bad thing, I pointed out. Sometimes you can know someone too well.
I suppose that's true.
She brushed her lips over mine.
I'm flattered you introduced me to them.
I frowned. They're 3 egotistical idiots with bad fashion sense. They're the ones who should be flattered.
Actually, they're 3 very talented musicians who are the only family you have. And you included me. Don't think I didn't notice.
If she was happy with me, then I'd go with it. Okay. Do I get sex as a reward? Because I'd really like that. She kissed me yet again, but she was still torturing me, because I could tell she was still thinking about something. When she broke off, I said, Callie, say what's on your mind so I can get you naked. It's kind of urgent. She licked her lip, which did nothing to ramp down my lust, and said,
I want you to meet my sister.
I felt myself tense, an instinctive reaction. The one who's a fan?
I'll make sure she behaves, I swear.
She looked closely at me, probably felt my body go hard.
What's the problem? Denver, she's the most important person to me in the world.
That didn't help. No pressure or anything, I said. She's a fan and I'm dating her only sister. If I say the wrong thing, she'll hate me.
She won't hate you. She'll like you.
Because I'm Denver Gilchrist? Her fingertips stroked my jaw, touching my scruff.
Because you're very likable.
That was nice, but I wasn't any more relaxed. If she was so close to Callie, that meant the sister was smart as shit. And if she was a fan, it also meant that she already had an image of me that had nothing to do with who I really was. Disappointment was inevitable. Still, what was I going to do except go through with it? This was what boyfriends did, right? Or so I had heard. Okay, I said. Just remember that I'm a musician and I'm going on the road. Odds are your sister is not going to think I'm boyfriend material.
Denver, it will be fine.
The look she gave me was so stern that I couldn't help but grab her hips and flip her onto her back on the sofa, making her squeal and laugh. Then I pressed myself on top of her, running kisses along her neck. She tasted so fucking good. Nothing had ever tasted as good as Callie. I was just getting somewhere when Elmer gave a loud yowl from the kitchen. Beneath me, Callie's body shook with laughter.
That means he wants to be fed,
she said. 10 minutes. He can wait 10 minutes. I undid her jeans and slid my hand into them, beneath her panties, into the soft warmth of her. Her lips parted, and her hips pulsed up under my hand. 9 minutes, I said. Callie was finally speechless. She was going molten under my hand. I was throbbing so hard in my jeans it was painful. Are you on the pill? I asked her, my voice a rasp.
No,
she breathed. Damn. Would you go on the pill? Is that something you would do? It took her a second to process my words, because my busy hand was making her mind blank. I knew the feeling. Then she managed to say,
Yes, I'll do it.
Good, I said. 8 minutes.
It takes...
She was having trouble talking.
It takes a while to start working, the pill does.
That's fine. I'll wait. Elmer yowled again. 7 minutes, I shouted at him. Despite her flush, Callie laughed.
I thought rock stars were supposed to have stamina.
Not today. I pulled my wallet from my pocket, took out a condom, and unbuckled my belt. Callie Whitmer, you're about to get 7 minutes of rock star heaven. When I pushed inside her, she was most of the way there. So was I, to be honest. It was white hot and hard and very, very fast. We nearly broke the sofa. And the cat got fed on time. Just like I planned.
Chapter 21. Callie. He'll be here, I said. It was the following Saturday, beautifully warm, and Ash and I were sitting on the patio of a brunch place. The late May sun warred with the cool breeze, so I wore a t-shirt under a sweater with jeans. Ash was wearing an ankle-length skirt, heeled boots, a peasant blouse, and a jean jacket. She had her long reddish-blonde hair down, and she'd taken a curling iron to it. She had makeup on. I hadn't seen her this dressed up since before she had kids. She wouldn't admit it, but she was dressed up for Denver, who was now 15 minutes late. Has he stood you up before? Ash's voice was worried. No, I replied. And he isn't standing us up. He's just late. She bit her lip. I remembered Denver's wariness, his certainty that Ash wouldn't like him. You're going to love him, I said, just to hear the words out loud. Sure I am, Ash replied. He's Denver Gilchrist. Also what Denver had predicted. He'd been living this life longer than I had. You said he's going on tour? Ash said. Damn it, had he predicted everything? Yes, he's going in a few weeks. I met her gaze. We've discussed it, Ash. It will be fine. My sister didn't look convinced. She had my best interests at heart. She loved me. She had loved me all our lives. She didn't want to see my heart ripped out and stomped on by a musician. If only he would get here. Listen, I said, maybe later we can go shopping. Go to a spa. You used to love the spa. Tell Greg he has to keep the kids for a day, or send them to his parents. Let's do something, just the two of us." Ash looked surprised, and then she started to look pleased, and then her face went blank with an expression that looked a little like terror. "He's here." I turned. Crossing the street toward us, emerging from the deep spring shadows, was Denver. He was wearing worn jeans, boots, and a black leather jacket that had seen a lot of miles. His hair was just out of bed unkempt, and he hadn't shaved in a few days. He wore aviator sunglasses that hid his eyes and reflected us back to ourselves. His saunter was sexy and unconcerned. He looked every inch the disreputable rock star. "Hey," he said in his melodic voice as he pulled up a chair, smiling at us. He looked at Ash. "You must be Ash. How's it going? I'm Denver." He held out his hand. Ash had gone mute. She gaped at him, then limply put her hand out. He shook it. "Sorry I'm late," he said. Ash was silent. I cleared my throat. "Late night?" I asked him. I hadn't seen him since last weekend. "I was up writing," Denver said. He tapped his temple. "The ideas are coming. They're slow, but they're there." He smiled at Ash. Ash just stared at him. I had never seen her like this in my life. Her lips parted, but nothing came out. "Okay, then." Denver's voice was a little wary. He pointed at me as he spoke to Ash. "I'm just gonna kiss your sister, if that's okay." "Sure," Ash managed, though I didn't think she registered what his words were. Yes, okay." Denver turned to me. He pushed his sunglasses up on his head, into his tousled hair, and for the first time I saw his hazel eyes, which I knew so well. "She's acting weird," he whispered, though Ash could obviously hear. "I told her not to," I whispered back. "Will she stop?" "Maybe. I'm not sure." He gave me a knowing look, shrugged, and put his fingertips to my jaw. He leaned in and kissed me gently, his scruff against my skin. A tingle of pure joy sparked through me. When he kissed me, he was just Denver. He smelled like deodorant and leather. "Hi," he said when our lips parted, his mouth still close to mine. "Hi," I said. When he pulled back, the waitress came. She gave Denver a startled look that meant she either recognized him or was knocked silly by his sex appeal, and then she took our orders. Ash managed to speak long enough to point to the menu and ask for the Eggs Benedict. Denver ordered lentil soup, herbal tea, and toast. "Your stomach?" I asked him when the waitress left. He shrugged. "It might be the stress. Better if I don't have coffee, grease, or cheese." Was he stressed? About what? I had the urge to put my hand on him, as if by doing so I could get a better idea of how he was feeling. But Ash was here, so I didn't. "So, Ash," Denver said, turning back to my sister. "Have you noticed that the first question people ask each other is about their work? That seems fucked up to me. So let me ask, what music do you like?" "Yours," Ash said immediately, seeming to come out of her coma. Her voice came out normal for once. "That's nice. But what else? You don't have to butter me up. Give me some other bands that you like." Ash blinked. "St. Vincent," she said. "Beck, The Killers, Soundgarden, Seven Dog Down." Denver leaned back in his chair. "You had me until that last one. Seven Dog Down? Come on. Those guys are assholes. Their music sucks." Amazingly, even I had heard of Seven Dog Down, but that was because one of their songs had been on the soundtrack to a movie I'd seen. The song had been a nuclear hit, inescapable for a while. Another song of theirs was in a GMC commercial, the guitars grinding over footage of the truck rolling over rough terrain. The pictures I'd seen showed a group of young guys in their 20s, barely old enough to drink. "They don't suck," Ash argued. "You just have to ignore the commercial stuff. Their last album was so different, introspective. It had a real indie vibe." "Except the record company spent millions on it," Denver said. He was enjoying this. "The whole sound was manufactured, and every song was about yet another white guy whining about love. It had nothing interesting to say. The last song had a string section. Ash was coming out of her shell shock, enjoying this too. It was a real risk for them.
REM used strings in the 90s, and they did it way better,
Denver scoffed.
They have a deal with Starbucks to play the music in their stores. Admit it, 7 Dog Down are sellouts.
Just because they make money doesn't make them bad.
You're right,
Denver said.
Making money doesn't make them bad. It makes them terrible.
Ash stared at him. Then she turned to me. What do you think, Callie? I sipped my coffee. You know I don't listen to a lot of contemporary stuff, but I truly hate that truck commercial. And the string section thing sounds insufferable. Ash gasped and pointed at Denver. You're siding with him? My eyes met my sister's, and suddenly we both laughed. A real deep laugh, because this situation was insane. And yes, if you had a question about musical taste, maybe you could side with the lead singer of the Road Kings, the hot genius rock legend.
What?
Denver asked. I just have one question, Ash said when she stopped laughing. Do you have a pregnant girlfriend? Because every guy in a band has a pregnant girlfriend. Denver put his hand to his heart.
I, Denver Gilchrist, solemnly swear that I do not have a pregnant girlfriend, he said. Was that the only question?
That's the only question, Ash said. You pass.
Chapter 22. Denver. I was standing in my front hall, putting my jacket on, when someone knocked on my front door. I frowned. No one was coming over, and we rarely got salespeople or politicians in this neighborhood. My neighbors probably knew who I was, but they didn't bother me. The knock came again, and this time I noticed it was a rhythmic rat-tat-tat-a-tat. Only one person I knew had that kind of rhythm. I opened the door to find Axel on my doorstep. "Hey," he said. He was wearing jeans, a white tee with a ripped-out neck, and a black leather jacket. He had finished the look with a thin silver necklace and a black belt with silver studs. His dark blonde hair was tied back, and his beard was bushy. His ice-blue eyes looked me up and down, taking in my own jacket, this one army green. "Where are you going?" he asked me. "Out," I said. "Yeah, where?" I leveled him with a stare, not offering to let him in. "Shimmy, what are you doing here?" "I came by to hang out," he said. "But if you're going somewhere, we can do that too." I had a brief flash of annoyance. I was so used to solitude now, and then it was gone. Just gone. This was Axel. I knew him so well that hanging out with him was second nature, as easy as putting on a worn-in pair of shoes. "Fine," I said, stepping out onto the stoop with him and locking my door behind me. "I'm on my way to a jazz club to watch Callie play." His eyes lit up at that. "Really? I'm in." I scratched my jaw. She might be mad. She doesn't know I'm coming. She has a thing about me coming to her gigs because having me watch her play makes her self-conscious. In fact, she doesn't invite me to any of them, but I already knew about this one, so I decided to go. Callie's gig tonight was at the bar where we first met. I'd had to go to the bar's website to see that she was playing. It seemed to be a semi-regular Thursday thing. She hadn't told me what she was doing tonight, and definitely hadn't asked me to come. So far, I had no idea how this would go over. Maybe going to her gig unasked was something a good boyfriend did. Maybe it wasn't. I was going to have to gamble and find out which one it was. "Got it," Axel said. "Your girlfriend might dump you. I'm still in." "Do you think she'll dump me?" I asked him as we walked to my car in the driveway. As soon as it was out of my mouth, I knew it was a stupid question, but I couldn't help myself. Axel thought it over as he got in my passenger side. "Dumping seems unlikely," he said seriously. "She doesn't seem like the type who likes surprises, though. You'll have to get a read on it when we get there." I reversed out of the driveway, past Axel's own car, which we were leaving behind. "That's very wise." "I know nothing of the ways of girlfriends," Axel said solemnly. "Women, yes. Girlfriends, no." I smiled to myself. Of my bandmates, Axel had always been the best with women. Not sexually, though there was that, but actually talking to them and understanding them. Women wanted to bang the Road Kings, but women loved, literally loved, Axel. Groupies, women with the record or tour companies, hotel clerks, wives and sisters who got dragged to parties, bartenders, random women he met. Axel could talk to any woman for hours, could make any woman laugh, could make any woman tell her secrets. He was a genius in the field of the female sex, which meant he was probably the best companion I could have on this particular outing. Plus, he was sober. I hadn't spent time with sober Axel in a long, long time. "How was your family?" I asked him as I drove. He had a sister and a brother, both younger. Their parents had died in a tragic car accident when all three of them were young. Axel and his siblings were tight. "Pretty good," he said, his gaze out the passenger window. He pointed. "You know that's my house, right?" "What?" We hadn't left my neighborhood yet. I caught a glimpse of a small house as we passed by. "You live 5 minutes away from me?" "I always liked your neighborhood," Axel said. "So I bought my place after rehab. I also bought a 50% share in a coffee shop downtown, and I help manage it. It pays the bills." Fuck. My bandmate had lived 5 minutes away from me for years, and I'd had no idea. He'd also started running his own business. "I should probably know all of that," I said. "I'm an asshole." "You're actually not," Axel said. "You knew me when I was using. I put everyone through the ringer, including you, Stone, and Neil. I don't hold grudges against the people who wanted nothing to do with me anymore. It was a lot." He sounded resigned and a little sad. Elle and River walked away from me for a while, too. Or, to be more accurate, I pushed them away. This was heavy. Then again, maybe it was also necessary. An opportunity to clear the air. "I was never mad at you, Shimmy," I said. "None of us were. And to be honest, I haven't kept in touch much with Neil or Stone either. So it's me who is the asshole." "Okay, fine. You're an asshole." He let a thread of humor into his voice. "To answer your question about my siblings, Elle is living in San Diego, working as some kind of big-time scientist. I have no understanding of what she does. River has been traveling for years, writing about his travels. When he needs money, he models. He had a novel come out last year." "Oh yeah, really?" This all made sense. Axel's sister Elle was tall, blonde, brilliant, and kinda terrifying. His brother River was the artsy, laid-back type who had never held down a job for more than a week in his life. He was good-looking, so he coasted by letting people take pictures of him a few times a year. A stupidly easy life, until you remembered that his parents died when he was little. "Yeah," Axel said with a note of pride. "The novel was with a small press, but still, it was cool." "Is he working on another one?" "Has River ever worked on anything?" Axel smiled. "I think that novel was the most work we'll ever see him do." "No judgment, man," I said. "Right?" Axel said back. "I do yoga, drop by my coffee shop, and play Scrabble with my neighbor. That's it. And now, apparently, I'm going on tour." We were close to the jazz club now, and I circled the block, looking for parking. Tonight, in the soft spring dusk, about to see my girlfriend play jazz piano. The tour seemed far away. It seemed both terrifying and exhausting, even after all the years I'd done it. A tour, for better or for worse, always took everything you had in you. Tonight, all I had in me was the sight of Callie behind her piano and a non-alcoholic drink with my old friend, who I was glad was alive. Nothing more. "I figured out a solution to my problem with the tour," Axel said, lifting a hand and pointing at a spot I hadn't seen. I turned the wheel. "That's what I came to talk to you about." I remembered that our mysterious backer had vowed to bring in a PR person to keep Axel sober. "Okay, what's the solution?" "I'll agree to have a sobriety babysitter," Axel said as I stopped the car. but I get to choose who it is. Do you know someone? I asked. We got out of the car and started walking. Like a therapist or someone like that? Not exactly. He sounded darkly amused. I don't want to promise my idea will work. I haven't asked her yet. Her? I glanced at him. You said you didn't have a girlfriend. She's not a girlfriend, just a friend. Axel put his hands in his pockets as we walked. But she's been pretty good at keeping me sober, so it would actually be helpful for me to have her on the tour. I will grudgingly admit that part of the concept is a good idea. It was the suggested execution that I objected to. I was silent as we walked, thinking this over. Spit it out, Denny, my friend said. You think it's a bad idea? No, there was no way, absolutely no way I was going to mess with anything Axel thought would keep him sober. So I said, you know it could be tricky having a woman on the tour with you, especially one you're not sleeping with. Complicated, Axel agreed. But we already agreed to no groupies, so there won't be a weird situation where she sees the girls I'm banging. My eyebrows rose as I glanced at him. You're going to do a completely celibate tour? Why not? It's what you're going to do, I presume. The thought pained me. Don't remind me. As soon as we get the schedule, I'm going to figure out if there's a window where I can fly Callie out for a visit. It was Axel's turn to raise his eyebrows in skepticism. Relationships while on the road were notorious for failing. The thought made my stomach turn. Maybe tonight hadn't been a good idea. But we were at the door of the club now. If this made Callie mad, I'd have to find a way to make her happy again. Don't get me wrong, Axel said as we walked into the club, looking for a free table. The music hadn't started yet. I'm not celibate, and Britt knows it. I don't hide anything from her. But it's different once you get on a tour bus. I can give up sex for 10 weeks. It's no big deal. It's worth it not to have the distraction. We found a small table in the corner. The club was dim, hushed except for the recorded jazz music flowing through the speakers. There were a few more people here tonight than on the night I'd met Callie, but not many. It wasn't a crowd. The instruments were set up on the small stage. Callie's piano, a guitar, a drum set. There was no way to avoid Callie seeing me when she eventually took her seat behind the piano. I looked around, but I didn't see her or her fellow musicians anywhere. This is nice, Axel said. He pulled his chair next to mine, shoulder to shoulder, so he had a better line of sight. Our position must have given off a particular kind of vibe, because when the waitress came to our table, she smiled.
Oh, you two are a gorgeous couple, if you don't mind me saying.
Without a beat of hesitation, Axel threw an arm around my neck and leaned all the way in, his cheek almost touching mine as he beamed at her.
Thanks,
he said. Asshole, I muttered after we had ordered our sodas and she had walked away. He laughed, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners. At least she won't hit on us. By the way, you're paying. And even though I don't order alcohol, I always tip as if I do. I worked too many years waiting tables to be cheap. Got it? Asshole, I said again. No argument here. Oh, it's starting. The musicians walked onto the stage. Callie was wearing black jeans, a black silk top, and black boots. Over the all-black outfit, she wore a sky blue blazer. Her dark blonde hair was down over her shoulders. She looked classy and gorgeous. And nervous. She pulled up her stool to the piano and leaned toward the microphone, her gaze on the keys. She had barely looked up at the audience, and she hadn't seen me and Axel. This wasn't anything like the Callie I'd seen that first night, playing with the easy confidence of years of experience. Tonight, she resembled one of her own students at her first recital.
Good evening,
she said into the mic, her voice breathy with nerves.
We're going to start off tonight with a song I wrote. It's called Friday Night in New Orleans.
The trio started to play, and Axel and I exchanged a look. He saw my expression of surprise, and his eyebrows rose. I had no idea Callie wrote songs. She'd never said anything about it, even when she was looking through my songbook and we were talking about writing. This woman was full of surprises. It was a jazzy, lively song, true to the city in its name, with a brisk tempo and fun, playful progressions. The drummer and the guitarist leaned into it, the guitarist closing his eyes as he dropped into a long solo, giving way to a solo by the drummer. Then Callie took over in her own solo, and by now the room was clapping and cheering the song on, a few people bobbing in their chairs. When Callie's solo finished, the whole bar burst into applause. "Jesus, she's good," Shimmy said beside me. "Yeah," I said, "she is." When the song finished, Callie leaned back on her stool, wiping a palm over her forehead and smiling in relief. She finally noticed the audience and stood up to give a brief, modest bow. Then she sat down again, and her eyes landed on Axel and me. They went wide, and she froze for a moment. Axel and I were clapping, and I smiled at her. She took a deep breath. I couldn't read her expression. She turned back to her keys, and the guitarist introduced the next song into his mic, a classic. They started to play again.
Chapter 23. Callie. "Well, that was unexpected," I said. Denver, Axel, and I were walking down the street, away from the jazz club. It was after 11, and I had finished my set. I didn't want to sit in the club, talking to two members of the Road Kings in front of everyone, so we left. Denver, on my right, was walking with his hands in his pockets. I felt him look at me, though I didn't turn my head. His gaze was that warm and instinctive, at least to me. "Are you mad?" he asked. It was his typical approach, instead of playing games. The problem was that a direct question required a direct answer. "Maybe," I said, my voice unsure. "I asked you not to come. You know that." "You saw me play," he pointed out. "You agreed to it. By contrast, I asked you not to. Do you see the difference?" "I do." I bit my lip. It had taken huge courage to suggest to my bandmates that we play the song I wrote. I'd thought about it a dozen times in the 2 years since I'd written it, and I'd always chickened out. Tonight, feeling bold for some reason, I'd taken the leap. It had been great, but it had also been terrifying. And then I'd seen Denver watching in the audience. That moment had felt like a trap door had opened beneath me, dropping me into darkness, like the drop on a roller coaster. I was a spinster with a beloved cat. I hated roller coasters. I had asked him not to come for just that reason, and he hadn't listened. When the silence stretched on, I said irritably, "Aren't you even a little bit sorry?" On my left, Axel made a sound in his throat. It might have been a suppressed laugh or a signal to Denver, but he didn't butt in, which I appreciated. He let Denver and me have it out. Denver's voice was bemused. "You're brilliant," he said. "I love watching you play. I just do. I loved it before I met you, and I love it even more now." Damn it. Damn it. Damn him. I knew he meant every word, and it made my heart crack open. But he wasn't going to get away with this. I risked a glance at him. Under the reflected light from the streetlights, he was unbearably beautiful, his brows drawn together in poetic confusion. "Denver, you're not listening." "Why don't you want me to watch you play?" he asked. "It doesn't matter why. I don't have to explain myself to you. You just have to listen." "I get that," Denver said. "But I want to understand how you think. You're interesting to me." "That's very sweet. But it still doesn't mean I have to explain." I felt an elbow touch me gently on my left arm. "Give me the word and I'll jump in," Axel said. "I'm willing." "I think I've got it," I said. "I'm right here," Denver reminded us. He sighed. "Look, Callie, I'm not an idiot. Shimmy, what did I say in the car on the way here?" "That Callie might dump you," Axel supplied. "Correct," Denver said. "And I get why. I get that having me there makes you nervous. I get that you told me something and I disregarded it. But it wasn't just an impulse, Callie. This is your music. Your music.
If I'm shut out of that, then I'm shut out of everything. It's the only thing that matters.
Something squeezed tight in my chest. I was still mad, but I could admit, begrudgingly, that the anger came directly from fear. I'd been afraid that Denver wouldn't think much of my playing, that he'd find my songs simplistic or boring. I'd been afraid he wouldn't like my music. And if he didn't like my music, it would break my heart. Because music mattered to me. And Denver, damn him, knew that. Not only did he know, but he'd let me look through his songbook, let me see him play for the first time in 5 years, all of it without fear. He was braver than I was. I swallowed, my throat tight. I'm not going to dump you, I managed. That's ridiculous.
Good.
Denver's arm came around my shoulders, and he tugged me toward him, gently and briefly, before letting me go.
I'm glad you still like me. Don't assume too much,
Axel warned him, and I felt myself smile. Now that the show was over and some of my nerves were wearing off, I felt lighter. Aside from the thing with Denver, it had been a good night. The show had been good, the audience appreciative. David, Charlie, and I had been on our game. We'd rehearsed Friday night in New Orleans once a few weeks ago, before I'd gotten cold feet and didn't want to perform it come showtime. Despite that single rehearsal, we'd pulled it off like the pros we were. And it had felt good to perform a song I wrote.
Are we going to talk about the fact that you're a songwriter and you never told me?
Denver asked, as if he was reading my mind. I'm not a songwriter, I replied as we waited at a light. We were rambling through the downtown streets, in no hurry to get anywhere or go home. The three of us seemed to be in the same mood. I dabble in it sometimes, that's all.
Well, you're obviously good at it, Axel said. You should dabble more often.
Thanks. I felt a trickle of pleasure. I'm not sure I'll write anymore, though. It isn't really my thing. A group of people passed us going the other way, on their way to one of the bars, and no one gave the guys a second look. On a dark street on a Thursday night, no one recognized members of the Road Kings. You know, you guys don't get recognized as often as I thought you would, I said. I was obviously changing the subject, but neither man called me on it.
I'm the drummer, Axel said. No one ever recognizes the drummer. Being a rock star isn't all it's cracked up to be, Denver added, his voice wry. Shimmy gets women following him around, but it isn't because they know he's in a band. Please don't listen to him.
Axel's voice was pained.
That is very much untrue.
I have to ask, I said. Where did the nickname Shimmy come from?
I have a little sister, Axel said. Her name is Elle. I got my first drum set when I was 12, and she was 6. She liked it when I hit one of the cymbals, but she didn't know what they were called. So she'd tell me, play the shimmy again, play the shimmy. And the name kind of stuck.
That made me smile. But you didn't know Denver or the others then. On my right, Denver laughed softly.
No, but when we first got together, Elle came to one of our rehearsals. She walked in and called him Shimmy, and you better believe we didn't let that go. We had to tease him to death about it, and it stuck.
I see, I said archly. And how old are you now, pray tell?
Axel laughed. They'll call me Shimmy until we're all 100, he said. 110. I'm used to it, and I don't mind. I love Elle very much, even though she lives in San Diego now and I don't see her often.
Denver took my hand and squeezed it, then let go, and I didn't resist. My anger had drained away. Still, he wasn't getting laid tonight. I wondered if he would try.
You need a ride home,
Denver said as we turned a corner and found ourselves close to the bar again. How long had we been walking? I had lost track. Denver and Axel were such good company, I hadn't thought about what time it was. He knew from before that I didn't drive my car on gig nights. I can take an Uber, I said.
Or I can drive you.
I could have been ornery about it, but I didn't have the teeth for it anymore.
All right. Good, Denver said. You two wait here. I'll get the car and bring it around.
He disappeared into the darkness, and despite the weirdness of the night, I had the urge to follow him. I had to admit that I had a problem. This was very, very bad. Something of my thoughts must have shown on my face, because I turned to see Axel looking at me with a thoughtful expression.
"You're worried," he said.
Were all the members of the Road Kings this direct? Being around them was nothing like being around the other people in my life. Maybe a little, I admitted.
"About the tour?"
Axel asked. I looked at him pointedly. Man bun, beard, black leather jacket, belt with silver studs and all. He laughed softly.
"I get it. The rock star lifestyle is strange to you. It's strange to everyone. But what is it that worries you so much? Do you think Denver is going to cheat on you? Is that it? Do you really think he's that kind of guy?"
Part of me didn't. That part of me was sure of it. But the rest of me was so frozen that I couldn't make the words come out. Instead, I said, "He's a rock god going on tour for 10 weeks. Any woman with half a brain would tell me to run." I thought Axel might give me a ribbing at my calling Denver a god, but his expression was deeply serious.
"I've known Denver a long time," he said. "Do you know why I like him so much? Most of us were here."
He motioned with his graceful fingers, drawing a horizontal line.
"Denver, he's somewhere here."
His hand moved up, waving in a gentle arc.
"He's like an astronaut in a tiny capsule that's been launched into space. He's somewhere the rest of us can't go, you know? Seeing things we can't see. It was obvious the first day he showed up in Stone's garage."
I felt my throat close. I nodded.
"My point, though," Axel said, "is that with all of that, Denver is the most alone person I have ever met. And I'm a guy whose parents died when I was 9. I've never seen anyone walk through life with no one, absolutely no one, the way Denny does. He's in that space capsule, and he has no one to talk to about it, no one to share it with, no one to point things out to and say, 'Look at that.' He never has."
He was gesturing with his hands again, and he lowered them.
"He's made from a different mold. We just have to accept it. And I've never seen him look at anyone, the way he looks at you."
I stared at him, stunned. Axel tapped his temple with one finger.
"You think a guy like that is going to bang a 20-year-old groupie because she has nice tits? Have a little faith, Callie. Take a risk. Just think about it. That's all I ask."
I was speechless. I couldn't think of anything to say. And then it was too late, because Denver was pulling up in his car, and it was time to go home.
Chapter 24. Denver. Week 2, Dan Daniels said. Texas. Stone's answer was immediate. No.
No.
Neil agreed. Axel nodded, and I added, No Texas. Dan stared at us.
What do you mean, no Texas?
Stone gave him a look and spoke slowly, as if English was Dan's second language. It means we are not going to Texas. Texas is a place we will not be playing a show. We were sitting in an office, Dan behind the desk and the 4 of us in chairs in front of him. Dan had invited, summoned was a more appropriate word, us here to discuss the tour schedule. I could say that it was Dan's office, but the rundown furniture and the $10 art on the wall screamed short-term rented space. I suspected Dan Daniels didn't even have an office. He just didn't want to meet with us in Roy's studio again.
Why the fuck not?
He asked us now, his face flushed with frustration.
Don't tell me you guys hate Texas for some reason. Texas is fucking great,
Neil said.
Great people, great food, but we got thrown out of the state after a rowdy outdoor show, and we're not supposed to go back, so fuck Texas.
Dan looked as if he hoped we were joking.
You got thrown out of the state?
The governor made a statement and everything, Shimmy said.
Something about destruction of property, abetting unruly crowds, blah, blah. I mean, sure, the show got out of hand, but come on, no one got hurt. The fire was put out in under an hour,
Neil said.
I don't know what everyone was so mad about.
And when the main tent came down, almost everyone got out in time, Stone added. What a bunch of babies. I thought Texas was supposed to be tough. Dan leaned forward across his desk, like a school principal trying to discipline unruly students.
I don't care if the governor made a statement. That was years ago, and there's a different governor now. Besides, there's no law that says the Road Kings can't play in Texas. That was just some stupid press conference thing he did for show.
No, Stone said, speaking for all of us. They told us to get out of their state and not come back, so fuck them, we're staying out.
I've got Dallas and Houston on the schedule in week 3,
Dan said. Take them off. Stone's tone was final. We all agreed. Dan looked at the 4 of us. He was exasperated. I got it, we were being assholes. But to be honest, I was in the mood for it for once. I was on shaky ground with Callie, which had started when I went to see her play and was getting worse as the tour approached. She went from being sweet, laughing at my jokes, to frosty, then back again. She wouldn't go out to dinner with me, and I hadn't even seen her. We hadn't had sex in over a week. I hadn't tried because I knew she wouldn't go for it. I was climbing the walls, not just because I wanted to be in bed with her, but because I wanted to be in her apartment right now, hanging out and trying to win over Elmer. She was giving me mixed signals, and not being sure of Callie was making me edgy. Dan Daniels with his imperious orders wasn't helping, and I really wasn't going to Texas. There was no fucking way. Dan wasn't as stupid as he appeared because he backed off of Texas.
Fine, but just tell me now, are there any other states the Road Kings have been kicked out of before we finalize the schedule and all?
We exchanged looks. I don't think we've been kicked out of anywhere else, I said. There was a fire in Detroit once, but they didn't ban us.
Boston throws things at us, but we expect that,
Neil said.
The shows still sell out. I think they just like throwing things.
How many Portland shows? Stone asked. The Portland shows are the most important ones.
First show of the tour and last show of the tour,
Dan said. He pulled out a list, and we went through it. We were starting on the West Coast, in Portland, then down to San Francisco, LA, and San Diego, over to Phoenix, making a detour around Texas, then diving down to the south, Memphis, Nashville, New Orleans, back up through Charlotte and Cleveland to Detroit, then on through the East Coast, ending with 4 shows in New York, and then, after our only flight of the tour, home to Portland for our final show. It was going to be grueling and great, exhausting and amazing. We were going to be busy and bored stupid on the bus. We were going to kill it. I was going to be away from home, away from Callie, and I was going to be playing music for 10 fucking weeks, writing songs, playing them, hearing the crowd screaming the lyrics back to us. I was going to be a rock star again. We spent another hour nailing down the details, going over venues and dates. Papers had been signed. The Road Kings reunion tour was officially happening. When we left Dan's rented office and stood on the downtown street, Stone squinted at the sky. "It might rain," he said. "Do you think he knows?" Axel asked. "Who, Dan?" Stone shook his head. "That guy doesn't know anything."
"Maybe we should have invited him,"
Neil said. My gaze followed Stone's up to the sky. Rain was definitely possible, but even if it happened, we were still going to do this. I have a feeling he would have ruined the party. "Speaking of which, we should get it started," Stone said. "Let's go." We piled into Stone's old Jeep in the pay lot next to the office building, Stone driving, Axel in front, Neil and me in back. Neil pulled out his phone and showed it to me.
1,000 likes and climbing,
he said. I gave him a disgusted look. Neil was the only one of us with a social media account, specifically Instagram. The Road Kings weren't big on social media. In the last few years before we broke up, the band had had a Facebook page, but the comments had been so raunchy and profane that Facebook had deleted the page, and none of us knew the password to the account. So much for social media. It made sense that Neil would have an Instagram account, though. He used it to post pictures of himself at gigs or old photos from the Road Kings past. He talked to fans there and answered questions. He marketed himself. He had always been our straight-A guy, our nice guy, the one of us with a plan. Today, he had posted to Instagram about a special event, a one-time-only chance for Portland locals to see us play live, for free, just like we'd planned after our mysterious backer had made us play for him. We'd wanted to play for the fans after that, and we'd gone through with it. Dan Daniels would shit himself if he knew. Neil grinned as more likes showed up on the post, more comments from people saying they were on their way. "What do you think?" he asked me as Stone took a hard turn and stepped on the gas. He was a crazy driver. Should I delete it now? We weren't going to leave the post up. We'd get in too much trouble. And besides, we couldn't accommodate more than 100 people or so. 10 more minutes, I told him. We're almost there. Then delete it, Stone said from the driver's seat. Do not leave my fucking address on the internet. It isn't your address, it's your mom's, Axel supplied. She's going to be so fucking mad, Stone complained. Neil and I exchanged an amused look. He looked less like a suburban dad today. He hadn't shaved, and his hair was getting longer. His jeans had holes in the knees, the real kind, not the designer kind, and he'd dug up a leather coat that might have been from the 80s. I was in black jeans and a dark green hoodie I'd found on the floor of my closet, so I wasn't much better. My blood amped up in my veins, like it always did when I was going to perform. We might get arrested, I said, trying to keep a straight face. Neil laughed, a real laugh from deep in his chest. And I had a crazy thought. I've missed this guy. I've missed all of them. Chapter 25. Denver. Stone's mom's house was in Oak Hills, a small 2-story place with new siding and a tidy front porch. The street was a cul-de-sac, a dead-end circle of similar houses, their driveways feeding onto the street. It was starting to cloud over when Stone parked the Jeep, but it wasn't raining. A handful of people had already gathered, waving at us excitedly as we moved single file to the side door of the garage. I waved back, then went inside. Let's do this quick, Stone said, flipping on the garage lights. Neil, kill the post. Done, Neil said, putting his phone in his pocket and picking up his rhythm guitar. We'd set up before leaving for the meeting with Dan Daniels, and everything was ready. Shimmy's drum set, the guitars, the mics, the amps. It took maybe 1 minute before the door leading into the house banged open and Stone's mom, Diana, leaned her head out. You all are gonna blow a fuse, she complained. Don't worry about it, Stone said, strapping on his guitar. I set it up right. You know we've done this before. Diana crossed her arms. She was wearing track pants and a tank top, her gray hair tied loosely on top of her head. She had dark-rimmed glasses and a scowl that was directed at Stone. She'd been married and divorced 4 times, so she was pretty tough. Are you sure you know what you're doing? She asked. Stone ran a hand through his hair. Like just about everything with Stone, his relationship with his mother was complicated. His father had never been in the picture, and he'd grown up living with one after another of her boyfriends and husbands, a long line of them. Yet, now that Diana was alone again after all this time, Stone was all she had, and he knew it. I know what I'm doing, he said to her firmly. We play until we get shut down. She hesitated, but then she smiled a little. Diana had always liked the fact that her son was a rock star. If the cops come, I'll tell them to go fuck themselves, she said, and closed the door. Stone turned back to us. Same set list we talked about? He asked. No changes? We exchanged looks, all of us in agreement. We start with Kickback, I said. It was one of our loudest, angriest songs, one that borrowed a lot from grunge, and it tended to wake audiences up in the first few notes. Stone wrote most of it while we were on the road one year, putting down the arrangement while we were on the bus somewhere in the Nevada desert. There was no bass. Neil backed Stone up with rhythm guitar, layering the effect. Stone had played me the song, picking it out on his guitar, and said, It's called Kickback. That was all I needed, and the lyrics were written by the time the bus pulled into the next hotel parking lot. I checked my phone one last time. I'd texted Callie, inviting her to come, but she hadn't answered me. According to my phone, she hadn't even read the text. Maybe she was still angry. In any case, we were out of time. "Let's go," I said. I flipped on the stand light we'd put in so that we'd be illuminated for the people further away. Neil turned on the amps. Axel took his seat and picked up his sticks. Then Stone pushed up the garage door. There were more people now, packed in the driveway and onto the street, with even more filing in. 100, maybe more. At the sight of us, their arms lifted and a cheer went up. I felt a jolt of pure high in my bloodstream, the high I'd chased for a decade, the high of the crowd waiting for us to play. They'd been waiting for 5 years. I stepped up to the mic. "Anyone who wants to record this, be our guest," I said, my voice echoing off the surrounding houses. Lights were going on, front doors opening. "We're the Road Kings and we're going on tour, but this one is for all of you, for free." Then Axel smashed his sticks together, counting us in, and Kickback rang out over the neighborhood. It was a wall of sound, furious and uplifting at the same time. Stone played the riff like he had known it all his life, and Neil poured his heart into the rhythm. I let the first bars of the intro play out, and then I let the lyrics loose, wild and free in the wilderness of guitar. It's a window to my soul. It's only rock and roll. It's a kickback. At the end of the second verse, the cops showed up. Specifically, a single cop car nosed its way into the packed crowd, cherry lights flashing. It had to stop before it ran anyone over, and 2 uniformed cops got out and leaned against their cruiser, their arms crossed. We let the song fall into a break, Axel keeping the rhythm, Neil letting the riff play off his fingers. "Welcome to the party," I said into the mic, looking at the 2 cops. They looked back, unmoving. "Stone is under house arrest, so we're following the rules." The crowd roared. One cop shook his head, but they didn't move. They didn't break up the crowd, not yet. It was getting dark out, and the lights were bright, but I could have sworn they were amused. Behind me, Shimmy kicked up the drums into a solo, and the crowd roared again. The boys were feeling the same high I was. It had been 5 years, and they were raring to go. At the front of the crowd, I caught a glimpse of a familiar face. Rain, the mother of Neil's daughter. She was standing behind a teenaged girl who... Jesus, was that Amber? I remembered her as a little kid, but now she was as tall as her mother and skinny as a rail, wearing jeans, a sweatshirt, and Ugg boots. She was bouncing up and down in excitement, clapping her hands. Rain looked less enthused. I didn't see Callie. She hadn't come. Fuck it. I raised a hand to the crowd, including the 2 cops. "It's great to see all of you again," I said, as arms rose in waves on Stone's mom's street. "Let's play some fucking music." Behind me, Axel, Neil, and Stone let loose like horses waiting at the gate to start a race. And the sound lifted into the sky.
Chapter 26. Callie. "Tell me you were there," Ash said. I rolled onto my back in bed, the phone to my ear, and rubbed the sleep from my face. "What?" "Oh my God, Callie. I didn't know about it until after, and even if I had, I couldn't have left the kids. But I might have left my children just to see it. Do you understand? I would have left my children. Tell me you were there." I stared at the ceiling, unable to follow. I had gone to bed early last night with a headache. Actually, everything had ached. My head, my stomach, my heart. Flu or anxiety attack verging on heartbreak? Who was to know? "Ash, I don't know what you're talking about." "Are you kidding me?" She sounded outraged, actually mad. "He's your boyfriend, and you didn't even know about it?" So this had to do with Denver. Of course it did. Everything in my life lately had to do with Denver. I didn't know anything. We aren't talking very much right now. True. My fault mostly, but also his. Let's call it 80-20 in the fault department. After the night he came to see me play, I'd been seized with panic that I couldn't, or maybe didn't want to, explain. I was in a frozen state in which I thought about him all the time, yet couldn't get up the courage to see him or even talk to him about what I was feeling. And sex. Had I actually done that? With him? On my piano? It seemed like another woman had done that, one that was not me. Part of me knew that I was retreating, curling up into a figurative ball, putting walls up around my familiar life. Part of me knew that this was a bad idea, that at least I should talk to Denver about how I was feeling. But panic doesn't have logic to it. Panic had me by the scruff of the neck and wouldn't let go. Denver had tried to get through to me, but he hadn't pushed. Of course he hadn't. He was respecting my wishes, so he'd stopped talking too. And last night I'd turned my phone off and gone to bed, feeling sick to my stomach about it. This morning, when I'd turned my phone back on, it had started ringing in my hand the second it had power. It was Ash, who was still yelling at me about something I didn't understand. "You're not talking? Jesus, Callie, I know you've been in a mood this past week, but come on, pay attention. Did you at least bail him out of jail?" I sat up, fully awake now. "What?" "I can't even with you right now," Ash said, using one of our teenage phrases. "I love you, sis, and I know you're torn, but this is Denver Gilchrist. You're either in or you're out. Call me when you get a clue." She hung up. I stared at my phone, bewildered and half-panicked, as the notifications from yesterday showed up. There was a text from Denver. "We're playing tonight. An address. Come see us. I want you to be there." Then a text just now from Ash, a link to a news story. Road Kings play impromptu street concert despite police response. I clicked on it. The band had played, apparently, in someone's open garage. Stone's mom's garage, the same place they'd played that very first time. They'd announced it on social media, played a free show for the people who came. According to the article, the concert had lasted only 20 minutes until the police had shut it down, taking all 4 of them into custody. There was a related link that led to YouTube, so I clicked it. A user had uploaded a video of the show, and I played it. There was an open garage, the lights bright, the band illuminated. There was Denver, wearing black jeans and a dark green hoodie with sleeves rolled up to the elbows, his hair mussed. He should have looked like a slob, but instead he looked incredibly cool. His voice was a sexy drawl in the mic. "Anyone who wants to record this, be our guest. We're the Road Kings, and we're going on tour. But this one is for all of you." They'd done it. The free concert they'd talked about. Their fuck you. They'd actually done it, and they'd been arrested for it. I stopped the video and called Denver. It took him a few rings to answer, and his voice was sleepy. "Hello? Are you okay?" I swung my feet over the edge of the bed, and Elmer appeared immediately, rubbing my ankles and crying for his breakfast. "Callie?" Denver sounded as confused as I had been a few minutes ago. "Sure, I'm fine. What's wrong?" "What do you mean, what's wrong? Are you in jail?" "Oh." He actually sounded amused. "No." "The news says you got arrested." I made my way to my kitchen, trying not to trip over my cat. "A little bit." "Denver, no one gets a little bit arrested." He exhaled, and I knew with complete certainty that he was in bed. The same bed where he had done very, very dirty things to me. I tried to push the images from my mind. "It was just a noise complaint," he said, completely unconcerned. "They let us go after a while. I think the cops liked it, actually. They just weren't allowed to admit it." "Still, do you have a record?" "Are you worried I won't be able to get a job?" There was a shuffling sound as he changed position. "Where were you last night?" What a loaded question. I had no idea how to answer it. I was panicking. I was hiding. I was, maybe, being a complete idiot. My fear had dissipated, at least for now, and all I wanted was to see him. "I'm coming over." "Callie." Something in his tone made me stop in my tracks. This was Denver, his beautiful, familiar voice, but he wasn't his usual open self. He was guarded.
It's a work day. What time is your first lesson?
9:30. I glanced at the clock. It was after 8. I had to feed Elmer, get dressed, and get to the music school. I had a full day of back-to-back lessons.
Don't ditch work for me, Denver said. I'll see you later.
Why did that make my stomach drop? He was right. Piano lessons were how I made my money, how I paid my bills. I was a single woman with no one to pay my way. I couldn't just play hooky from my job because I needed to see my boyfriend. Anyone would tell me that ignoring my hard-won career in favor of tending to a rock star's hurt feelings was the absolute height of stupidity. I needed to be logical. And yet, don't ditch work for me. I'll see you later. Was I fucking this up? I was fucking this up. Axel had warned me that Denver would fuck it up, but no one had warned me that I would. I'll come over as soon as I can, I told Denver, panic trying to close my throat. We need to talk. There was a pause.
Sure.
The tone of his voice told me I'd made a catastrophic mistake. What an idiot I was. We need to talk is code for we're breaking up.
That sounds fucking great.
Denver, I said. But there was no one there anymore. Denver had hung up. Chapter 27. Callie. The day was a blur. I tried to focus, but I mostly failed. The only relief came when my final student of the day canceled her lesson at the last minute. I didn't even charge her a cancellation fee. I just packed my things at 2:30 and drove to Denver's house. I was strangely calm, calmer than I'd been in a while. I'd had time to think, even while I went about my busy day. The panic that had kept me immobile for over a week had dissipated. The fog cleared. I had told Axel that if Denver fucked up, I would deal with it. I could only hope that Denver felt the same way. His house was quiet, the blinds drawn, but his car was there. I knocked on the front door and waited. There was no answer. Denver? I called. No answer again. I tried the doorknob and it turned in my hand. Calling his name again, I stepped tentatively through the door. Why wasn't he answering? Maybe he was in the shower. Maybe he wanted me to go away. Maybe he was with someone else. I couldn't deal with it if he was with someone else. But he wasn't. Denver was sitting in his living room, his back to me. He was wearing basketball shorts and a t-shirt that was wet with sweat and a V down his back. The line of his shoulders was tense, his head bowed. He was wearing headphones plugged into his stereo, a pen in his hand as he wrote on a piece of paper. He didn't hear me, didn't see me, and for a moment I just stood there, unsure of what to do. He was writing, that much was certain. He had also been exercising. Under the thin fabric of his shirt, his torso was muscled and lean, almost too lean. I could see beads of sweat on the back of his neck, dampening the curls of his hair. I had watched the entire video of last night's show. In it, Denver was beautiful, charming, irresistible, wild, sexy. In front of a crowd, even standing in a garage, he really was a god. Yet, knowing him the way I did now, something deep below the surface had bothered me about it, and looking at him, it bothered me again. He was crackling with unresolved energy, like a live wire sparking across the pavement in a storm. The effect was heady, but it was also draining. No one can be a live wire all the time. No one truly is a god. I dropped my shoulder bag, letting it thump to the ground, but Denver still didn't hear me. I was wearing jeans, a white V-neck tee, chucks, and a cardigan, piano teacher attire. My clothes felt like they were rubbing my skin, and I slipped off the cardigan, dropping it. This was the effect he had on me before he even knew I was there. I didn't want to startle him too much, so I found an old receipt on a nearby table, bunched it into a ball, and threw it at him. It hit him between the shoulders and he jumped, twisting and pulling the headphones off. His gaze landed on me. "You shouldn't leave your door unlocked," I said.
Anyone could walk in. Denver blinked, coming out of whatever world he'd been in. I could hear tinny music coming from his headphones. He turned in one graceful movement and flipped the stereo off. "Hey," he said, his voice flat. I had never seen this Denver before. He lived in his head. He admitted it readily. But this was different. His gaze was distant. His rawness was gone. His vulnerability. And it wasn't because he worked hard to build walls like I did. It was just gone, sunk beneath the surface somewhere. I had done this to him, at least in part. I hadn't meant to hurt him, and yet I had. Had I thought a rock star couldn't get hurt? I had been so wrong. Still, I wasn't going to run. I wasn't going to leave him in this place, wherever he was right now. I was going to pull him out of there. I towed my sneakers off and walked toward him. "You've been working out." "There's a running track at the high school a few blocks away." Denver's voice was polite as he put the headphones away, flipped his binder closed. "I go there sometimes." He was soaked in sweat, and it wasn't hot out. How long had he run? I wouldn't put it past him to run for an hour or more in the mood he was in, trying to get away from his own thoughts. "I'm sorry about last night," I said. "Callie." His voice was wary, so wary, and I hated that he was wary with me. It was worse than the fear of being with him, the fear of being humiliated and hurt. I had never been so painfully aware that the way Denver trusted me was a gift he didn't give out often. Maybe never. Axel's words came back to me. I've never seen him look at anyone, the way he looks at you. Sometimes, when someone gives you a gift beyond measure, the hardest thing to do is accept it. I held out my hand to him. "Come with me." Denver hesitated. "Please," I said. He put his hand in mine, and I tugged him to his feet. I made a detour to lock the front door, honestly, and then I led him down the hall to his bedroom. He made a skeptical sound in his throat, but he didn't pull away. Maybe he thought I was going to bring him into his bedroom just to break up with him. He was a little slow on the uptake right now. I directed him silently to sit on the edge of the bed. Then I unbuttoned my jeans, dropped them, pulled off my tee, and straddled his lap, my knees gripping his hips. "What are you doing?" he asked, shocked. "Apologizing," I said, and kissed him. I felt his reaction in every muscle. He stiffened a little in confusion, but he also went hot as my mouth touched his, as if he couldn't help it. I kissed him more deeply, licking the seam of his lips, and he opened to me briefly before breaking the kiss and cupping my face gently in his hands. He looked at me, searching my expression. "I can be very stupid sometimes," I said. "Maybe you noticed." He was so still, his hands on my face, his thumb on my cheekbone. His eyes searched mine. Then his brows furrowed, his mouth pressing into a line. "Callie, I don't need you not to be stupid," he said. "I need you to be you." There he was, Denver, the real one. I was so happy to see him that I leaned down and kissed him again, deeper this time. He kissed me back, and just like that, we were on fire. We could have talked about 1,000 things, like why I was so afraid, or whether his being arrested would affect the tour, or what had just happened between us, or the weather, or the meaning of life. I could have listened to Denver talk about anything at all. Instead, I pulled his shirt off and he pushed me down onto the bed, his body warm and heavy on top of me. He slid his hips between my legs, and he was already hard, but I was ready. I didn't want slow, sweet lovemaking. Not this time. I wanted him. I let my knees fall open and I pulled down the waist of his basketball shorts, taking him in hand. "I have good news for you," I whispered in his ear. "I went on the pill a week ago." He moaned and dropped his mouth to my neck, scraping his teeth lightly over my skin, as if the thought made him a little frantic. "Callie, you're sure?" I stroked him, my palm hot on him.
Whatever question he was asking, I had the same answer. I'm sure. Come here. He yanked my panties off, and then his shorts. He wasn't in any mood to go slow, just like I wasn't. In seconds, his body covered mine again, and he was sliding into me, slick and easy. Both of us gasped at the pleasure of it. I had never felt anything so good in my life. This will be fast, he said as he quickly found a rhythm, deep and hard. Just a warning. 7 minutes of rock star heaven? My voice was only a whisper, because the pleasure was too intense. We were connected, him and me, with nothing between us. He was deep inside me, exactly where I wanted him, connected skin to skin, pulse to pulse. Denver didn't let up. I hope you have nowhere to be, because this is only round 1. I was blissed out, the bed making noise, but I felt myself smile. It was a big claim, but Denver could back it up. I knew from experience. I reached my arm up so he wouldn't drive me into the headboard and let him take me, just how he wanted to, just how he needed to. I could give this man what he needed. I could do it freely, and in giving, I would get so much pleasure in return. He reached down between us, and his thumb slicked over my clit, the pressure expert. On the 3rd stroke, I fell apart, and the feeling of coming around him, bare, was unlike anything else. It overtook Denver, too, and he moved harder, angled himself deep, and I felt the pulse of him over and over as he came. We lay there, out of breath, and I wrapped my legs around his hips, unwilling to let him go. I liked the feeling of him inside me. I would always like it. He was going to go on tour for 10 weeks, and somehow I would have to survive. Chapter 28. Callie. Excerpt from Road Kings Reunion Tour kicks off in Portland. Will it be a good night or a bad one? In Soundcheck Online magazine by Sienna Maplethorpe. The band, according to their longtime fans, has always had a certain mystique, completely distinct from other bands of the last 10 or 20 or even 40 years. They have only 3 recorded albums, one of them live, and not a single chart-topping radio hit. They possess not a single Grammy, nor a nomination for one. They have no website and no social media, except for Facebook groups run by fans and not sanctioned by the band. They do no press, a rule they haven't broken even as they prepare for the new tour. Denver Gilchrist is one of the most hailed musicians of his time, and he is photogenically good-looking. Yet you will not find a single fawning profile of him, nary a 2-page spread with fashionable photos to be found. There have been no high-profile romances, marriages, or divorces, no fodder for the gossip mill. It's all too good to be true. Is the band's lack of public persona, so carefully cultivated for over a decade, a persona in and of itself? Is it, in its way, an attempt to take a superior pose to anyone who stoops low enough to like them? Drummer Axel DeVries is rumored to have gone to rehab since the last tour ended, and at the impromptu and unsanctioned by tour organizers show in Stone Zealand's mother's garage, Gilchrist told the crowd that Zealand was under house arrest. Whether this was a fact or another part of the dubious legend, we will never know, as there is no public record of Zealand being arrested, despite numerous requests to the Portland PD. Still, whether these tales are true or not, they are the only gossip about the Road Kings that is even remotely salacious, even in the internet age, and they aren't particularly shocking. Despite legends of rowdy shows and out-of-control crowds, the Road Kings have never trashed a hotel room or made a female fan feel even slightly uncomfortable, and they seem to be playing it extra safe this time around, trying to stay out of trouble. It is a strangely clean stance for a band with so many storied tales to take. One of the band's first songs, Bad Night, seems to be about how having a truly terrible night can, in its own way, be cleansing to the psyche. I say seems because while it is a fan favorite, the song wasn't recorded on either of their studio albums, only appears on the live album, and the official lyrics aren't published. Still, in the live recording, You can clearly hear Gilchrist singing to just give him one bad night, one night that makes life worth living, one night that's so low it's almost high. As the band opens their tour in Portland tonight, they will undoubtedly play that song. It remains to be seen whether the Road Kings will have a succession of bad nights on their reunion tour.
Denver. Are you fucking kidding me? We were backstage in the green room, about to go on stage for our first show. It was in a rundown, nearly defunct theater on the outskirts of Portland, only 1,500 seats. It was sold out. I had given Callie 2 passes, and she and Ash were here somewhere. The bus was waiting behind the stage door to take us to California. It was go time. Stone was fucking furious. Too good to be true? Stone ranted, holding up his phone, which had the soundcheck article loaded on it. A cultivated persona? We think our fans are stupid? Axel is lying about rehab and I'm lying about house arrest for some kind of street cred? What the fuck is this? Who the fuck is Sienna Maplethorpe? And who said she could write this piece of shit? It pissed me off too, I said. But fuck it.
You're photogenically good looking, Neil said. She made you sound like an underwear model, but at least you exist. She didn't mention me at all.
To be fair, she had to write something, Axel pointed out, and none of us would give an interview. This is exactly why, Stone growled, dropping his phone on the table. If she thinks we'll give interviews after this, she's fucking insane.
Who cares?
Axel asked.
She's no one.
Not true, Neil said.
She's the journalist our backer hand-picked to write about the tour.
We all stared at him, shocked. Neil looked around at us.
There was always going to be a journalist. That was one of the conditions. She was supposed to get full access, riding with us for the whole tour, but I negotiated that out. No one gets full bus access. So now she's being sent to each show courtesy of our backer to try and talk to us. She gets bus access right after Albuquerque for 4 days, then she's gone again.
So she's here tonight? I asked. Neil shrugged.
If our backer is paying her way, I guess she is.
That's fucking great, Stone said. She's going to write a hit piece about us in every city.
Who cares?
Axel said again.
We're selling out everywhere. She can't do much damage, no matter how hard she tries.
A succession of bad nights, Neil said, quoting the article again. The 4 of us exchanged looks. She has no idea, Stone said, rolling his shoulders. I hope she's ready for a bumpy ride. Let's go.
Chapter 29. Callie. Ash held my hand as we made our way down the side aisle of the theater, fighting the crowd. Even though we'd left early, we were still late for the show. Traffic was snarled outside of the theater, and parking was nearly impossible. There was a lineup to get through the front door, even though we had some kind of special pass Denver had given us. The theater marquee contained only an ominous message that was nearly a poem. Road Kings, no opener, sold out, please no fires. I would have thought please no fires was a joke, except for the 2 police cruisers parked near the theater doors, ready for trouble. What the hell had I gotten myself into? Ash had left the kids with Greg for the night, and she had regressed into her groupie days. Black Road King's tee with artfully torn neck, tight jeans, hair in a ponytail on top of her head, eyeliner galore. And me? I thought I'd done pretty well with my jeans, black ankle boots, and sparkly silver tank top. I'd wanted to wear a jacket over the tank top because it was chilly out, but Ash had made me leave the jacket in the car. She was right. It was already a sauna inside the theater. To go to the special spot the passes allowed us to, we had to get to the front, near the stage. The crowd was packed shoulder to shoulder facing the dark stage, and they were starting to chant, "Road Kings, Road Kings." Pot smoke bloomed through the air. The people here were a mix of all ages, from mid-30s parents escaping the suburbs for a night, like Ash, to guys with graying ponytails and 20-year-old girls in crop tops. Guys in groups, girls in groups, solo girls, solo guys. Apparently a Road King show was not a couple's night out. "They don't have an opening act?" I shouted at Ash as she pulled me along, against the wall, fighting our way forward. She flashed a grin at me. She was in her element. No. You know why? Why? Because at every concert, everyone hates the opening act, so they've never had one. God, they're literally the coolest band in the world. I was going to say something about this, or maybe ask another question, but then the lights on the stage went up and the crowd went wild. Axel came out first, taking his seat behind the drums. Neil and Stone strapped their guitars on. And then there was Denver, wearing black jeans and a simple dark tee. He moved with animal grace to the microphone, putting a hand on it. "We're the Road Kings," he said, his beautiful voice booming through the theater, making the crowd scream. "We're going on tour. We sat on our asses for 5 years and got bored of it, so we're happy to be here with all you fucking people. Okay, enough bullshit. This song is called Fuck You, California." Stone began a blistering riff, and then music filled the theater. I knew this song. It wasn't about California specifically, but about a man who was leaving his life behind after failure. Denver's voice was a growl that was both angry and wistful as he sang the chorus over the perfect guitar riff. "I shot my shot. I blew my load. I did it all. I'm on the road. Fuck you, California." The crowd was pressing toward the front of the stage, singing along, and Ash and I picked up our pace. I kept hold of her hand, but I could barely tear my gaze from Denver, up there on stage. When he sang, his features settled into an expression of perfect focus, as if he had gone inside himself, where no one else could go. His body moved with the ease of someone who has been on stage 100 times and dominated it every time. He sounded incredible. That's my boyfriend, I thought, the idea surreal in my head. We finally got to the front, where one of the burly security guards was stationed by a door. He was talking to a woman who had a girl of maybe 13 with her, obviously her daughter based on the resemblance. They both had the same passes we did. The security guard read their passes, then Ash's and mine, and then he cracked the door open and waved us through hastily. The 4 of us slipped inside, where another security guard stood. He checked all of our passes a second time. "Up the stairs to the 2nd floor," he said. "First door on the right." He pointed to the girl. "If she drinks any alcohol, you're all kicked out, pass or no pass." "As if," the girl said. As we climbed the stairs, the woman turned to us. "I'm Rain. This is my daughter, Amber." "Ash and Callie," Ash replied. "Who are you with?" The woman stared at Ash with frank curiosity. "Denver," Ash said. The woman's eyes widened. "Wow, really?" "Neil Watts is my dad," Amber supplied. "That's very cool," Ash said. "I know." We passed yet another security guard, opened the door at the top of the stairs, and found ourselves in one of the old theater boxes with a view over the audience below. On stage, the band had transitioned to a song I didn't know, but the audience was singing along as if they'd heard it 1,000 times. Denver already had sweat soaking the back of his tee. Amber whooped and ran to the front of the box, cheering. She was as gangly as a string bean, a girl who was obviously in the middle of a crazy growth spurt. She was wearing a baggy sweatshirt and skinny jeans tucked into Uggs, but she had put on mascara and lip gloss, her brown hair, the same color as Neil's, glossy over her shoulders. She was halfway between girl and woman. I remembered that age so well, and not with any fondness. Rain had blonde hair, expertly colored. She was wearing demure jeans and a tee on her perfect figure. She looked more like a suburban mom than Ash did. But she gravitated to the front of the box, and both of her hands went to her face, as if she was having some kind of awe-inspiring experience. She stood perfectly still, staring at the band, not even moving to the music. Despite myself, I was sparked with curiosity. Was she Neil's ex? Or were they dating now? What was their story? Denver had told me that Neil had a daughter. Her college fund was a big part of the reason for this tour, but he hadn't said anything about Neil having a wife or a girlfriend. "Oh," I heard Ash say. Sorry, I didn't see you there. I'm Ash. I turned to see her talking to a woman I hadn't seen either. Instead of standing at the front of the box, watching the band, she was sitting in one of the old chairs in the back, and she hadn't announced herself when we walked in. She was wearing tall boots, a long skirt, and a white boho top. She had long hair worn down her back, and cool, tortoiseshell-framed glasses. She had a notebook and pen sitting in her lap. She looked up at Ash with an expression of interest on her face. My name is Sienna, she said, holding out her hand. It's nice to meet you, Ash. I've been looking forward to it. Ash looked as confused as I felt, but she shook the woman's hand. Oh, thanks. Maybe we could talk for a few minutes after the show? Ash, still puzzled, said something, but I didn't hear. I was drawn to the front of the box, where the Road Kings were finishing their current song. The crowd roared, and instead of going straight into more music, the band took drinks of water. Stone said something in Denver's ear, and he nodded. Amber grabbed my hand and pointed at Neil, who was standing at the edge of the stage, his head angled down as he played an experimental chord on his guitar. His brown hair was damp with sweat, he hadn't shaved, and he wore a jacket that seemed to be vintage. He looked very, very cool. That's my dad, Amber whispered at me. I smiled at her. If she was 13, then she would have been 8 when the Road Kings broke up, too young to come to their concerts. That meant that tonight was the first night she'd seen her father play live. No wonder she was so excited. Rain had noticed the woman in glasses. Did you say your name was Sienna? She said, her voice sharp. Shit, you're that journalist. Journalist? What journalist? Sienna smiled at her. I'm Sienna Maplethorpe. I'll be writing about the tour. You're Neil Watts's ex-wife, right? I'd love to talk to you, too. I'm not his ex-wife, Rain said. And no, I'm not talking to you. That piece you wrote about tonight was pure bullshit. I'm sorry you think so. Sienna's voice was polite. If I could get interviews, I could write more accurate pieces. Denver's voice came over the crowd. We're going to try a new song now. We hope you like it. My attention was diverted back to the stage. There was a new song? Denver hadn't told me about it, and they sure as hell hadn't rehearsed it. The band hadn't rehearsed anything at all. Neil had swapped his bass for a guitar, and he started with a chord progression that was slow and almost sad. Stone joined in, his sound harder, layering onto Neil's. The two guitars played a near duet, and then Axel brought in the drums. This song was slower, and when Denver leaned into the mic and sang, I recognized the words immediately. I traveled across the universe, and then she sent me home. It was the words I'd seen scrawled in his binder the night we had dinner and listened to music. Denver hadn't said what the song's name was, which meant it didn't have one yet. And as I listened to the four of them winding melodies and rhythms, building one bar on top of another, I realized they were almost completely improvising. They were making music, right here in front of us, and it didn't sound like a half-assed mess. It sounded beautiful, like something coming into creation already breathing. The crowd was entranced, and the screaming stopped as every person leaned in. Even the burly security guards were listening. This, I realized. This was why the Road Kings were a legendary live band. This was why their fans followed them from city to city, why they rarely recorded. This was the magic they made every single time. Behind me, I heard Sienna the journalist say, Honestly, I'm not trying to write anything negative, but I'm going to be following the entire tour, like it or not. It would really benefit the band if I could get an interview with Denver Gilchrist's girlfriend. I turned my head. I hadn't realized anyone was talking to me. And then I realized that no one was. Amber was still watching the show, but both Sienna and Rain were looking at Ash. That was when I understood that both of them assumed that Ash was Denver's girlfriend, not me. Ash, with her Road Kings t-shirt and eyeliner, looked every bit the rock star's girlfriend. And me? What did I look like? A nobody? A hanger-on? A piano teacher trying to be cool? I'd been planning to wear a blazer, for God's sake, until Ash made me take it off. I hadn't even spoken since we entered the box. Ash caught on at the same time I did. "Oh," she said. "I get it. No, you don't want to talk to me. I'm not Denver's girlfriend." Sienna blinked. "You aren't?" "You aren't?" Rain echoed. "For God's sake." "She isn't," I said, my voice clear. "I am." Everyone looked at me, even Amber. Sienna looked frankly surprised. Rain looked speculative. Amber had a big smile on her face. "That is so cool," she exclaimed. I smiled at her. "You're right, it is." Who cared what anyone thought? I only cared what Denver thought. And he had made what he thought pretty clear more than once. We'd spent last night, our final night together before the tour, in bed together, awake until the early hours, talking and kissing and touching and doing anything we wanted. Then talking some more, about everything and nothing. Our lives and the universe, art and poetry, the things that mattered to existence. Conversations with Denver were a high, sometimes soft and dreamy, sometimes sharp and intense, our words twining together. I was the only one who got to see him like that, hear the thoughts that crossed the mind of my lonely astronaut, out in a capsule in space. Eyeliner or no eyeliner, I was still his girlfriend, and I didn't care about anyone's opinion. I turned back to watch the show. I didn't want to miss a minute of it.
Chapter 30. Denver. There was no party after the show. We'd had nights, especially in the early years, when the party went well into the next morning. It had been fun, but there was no denying that after those nights, the bus rides had been painful, and the show the next night would suffer for it. When we'd been partying too hard, too many nights in a row, we ended up doing shows that got us kicked out of Texas. Tonight, we had a bus waiting for us for the long drive to San Francisco. Our luggage was already on it, and we were assured that in contrast to our old buses, this one was the height of luxury. Our mysterious backer had gone all out. I was still wired from the show, and all I wanted was to see Callie one last time before we had to board the bus. We spilled into the green room, which was stocked with snacks and ice water, and we looked at each other post-show for the first time in 5 years. "No sweat," Axel said, grinning, though all of us were soaked in it. "Like riding a bike," Neil said, and we all laughed. This was the point when we'd all grab beers or something harder in the old days, but we all grabbed bottles of water instead. The green room door opened, and a security guard let in Amber, Rain, Callie, and Ash. Amber came in at a run, her hair flying.
"Dad!"
She cried at Neil.
"That was amazing!"
She flung herself into his arms, and he swung her up, even though she was only a head shorter than he was. "Thanks, sweetheart," he said in a voice I'd only heard him use with his daughter, soft and sappy. He kissed her hair. "I'm glad you liked it."
"It was even cooler than the garage show, and I didn't think that was possible."
Amber leaned back and grinned up at him. Her expression said that the sun rose and set by her dad, at least in this moment. Neil smiled at her, then raised his gaze to meet Rain's. "Hey," he said. "Hi," she replied. There was some kind of tension there. I knew they'd been arguing lately. Neil had been stressed about it. Were they still fighting? I didn't know anything about what was going on in Neil's life anymore. Neil put his hands on his daughter's shoulders and set her back a step. "Hang with the guys for a sec," he told her. "I need to talk to your mother." Rain narrowed her eyes at him and didn't say anything. Neil touched her arm, just the lightest touch with his fingertips, and they left the room. I turned to see Callie, dressed up in jeans and a silver sparkly top. Her hair was down in loose waves around her shoulders, and she was smiling at me. Part of me, the part that wasn't sure of anything in life, had wondered if she would even come. Relief turned over in my chest when I saw that she had. She stepped forward and I wrapped an arm around her. I dipped my head and inhaled gently against her skin, taking in the smell of her damp sweat, her hair. The last inhale I'd have of Callie for 10 weeks, unless I could convince her to visit me on the road. We hadn't had that conversation yet.
That was very good,
she said teasingly in her piano teacher voice. I laughed against her skin. Then I lifted my head and kissed her on the cheek. I stood straight and greeted her sister. "Hey, Ash." Ash crossed her arms and looked at us. The complete paralysis she'd had at our first meeting was gone, and she kinda looked in her element.
"Do you two need a private moment?"
she asked.
"No,"
Callie said. We'd agreed on this last night. Backstage after the show would be a shit show, no place for a proper goodbye. So we'd said our goodbyes last night, in Callie's bed. A couple of times, actually, in a couple of different ways. I'd had to get a solid nap in so I'd have enough energy for the show. Last night was the real goodbye. Tonight, I just got one last breath of her before I got on the bus.
"Okay,"
Ash said.
"That journalist is outside. The security guard wanted us to ask if we should let her in."
"Sienna Maplethorpe?" Axel asked. He was leaning against a table, downing a bottle of water. "Do not let her in." This was Stone, who was still pissed. "No fucking way." "I agree," I said. "Let a journalist, especially that particular journalist, watch me say goodbye to Callie? Forget it." "Did you meet her?" I asked, looking at Callie, my arms still around her.
"We had to share the box with her,"
Callie said. I was becoming an expert in reading her expressions, and this one said she was unimpressed, maybe a little hurt.
"She assumed Ash was your girlfriend, not me. She tried to get an interview with her."
Ash held her hands up.
"Hey, I disillusioned her, and I didn't say anything. None of us did."
My gaze met Stone's. I was almost as pissed as he was. I didn't like the idea of a journalist bothering Callie. I really didn't like that she'd overlooked my girlfriend and made her feel small. And there was no way that Sienna would leave her alone now that she knew who Callie was. I didn't even have to ask Callie not to talk to her. It was hard to imagine anything Callie would hate more. "We'll deal with it," Stone said. Callie put her palms against my stomach and stood back, coming out from under my arm.
"Okay,"
she said, her voice tight.
"We're going."
Right. This was short and sweet, like we'd agreed. Callie's face had gone carefully blank, as if this was as hard for her as it was for me. But she didn't crack.
"Have a good tour,"
she said. I stepped close again. I couldn't help it, couldn't stop. She put a hand on my jaw and I kissed her lips, a quick brush. "I'll call you later."
"Okay."
I kissed her again. She let me, but then she stepped back again.
"Bye,"
she said. "Bye," I said. And then they were gone. Fuck. Rain came back in the room.
"Amber, we're going." "Where's Dad?"
Amber asked. "Right here." Neil came in behind Rain. He hugged his daughter again, kissing her soundly.
"FaceTime me."
Amber commanded. "Sure."
"Like every day."
"As much as I can, sweetheart." Rain looked tense.
"Let's go, honey."
She took Amber's hand and left, not giving Neil a look. "Jesus Christ," Axel exhaled. "Neil, what did you do?" "It's complicated." Neil ran a hand through his hair. "Complicated, my ass," Stone said. He looked at Axel. "Where's the sobriety police, anyway? Don't you have a minder?" Axel shrugged. He was leaning casually against the table, unconcerned. "She's waiting on the bus. Concerts aren't her thing. She doesn't like crowds." "She's going on tour with a rock band and she doesn't like concerts?" "You can ask her about it if you want. You're going to be spending the next 10 weeks with her." "Is she hot?" Of course, Stone couldn't resist, but Axel was hard to needle. He took another drink of water. "Sure she is," he said, "but I guarantee that if you try anything, she'll kick you in the nuts. If you don't believe me, give it a shot." "You sound like you speak from experience," Neil said, his tone amused. "Fuck off," Shimmy said, which either meant, yes, I tried and got kicked in the balls, or maybe just fuck off. His expression was hard to read. I ran a hand through my hair. It was just the four of us, a waiting bus and a tour schedule. The same as it ever was. Except everything was different. We were different. Our lives were different. And me? Though I wasn't going to show it, I felt like my ribs had been cracked open for everything to spill out, leaving me agonized and empty. I kept seeing Callie walking away over and over. Callie walking away from me again and again. 10 weeks. Starting now.
Chapter 31. Callie. Excerpt from After 5-Year Hiatus, Road Kings Take California by Storm, in Soundcheck Online magazine by Sienna Mapplethorpe. Attendance records have been broken in each of the venues, with the party in each city spilling over into the parking lot. The SFPD treated the event with some laxness, posting minimal police presence, but the LAPD was visible at both LA shows, ready to break up rowdy groups and send people home. An LAPD spokesperson told me that only 3 arrests, mostly for public intoxication, came from the 2 shows, a number he claims is miraculous and mostly due to the fact that everyone could see the police were there. While the music played, the crowd stayed mostly in line, but once the show ended, the trouble threatened to begin. In fairness, the behavior of the fans can't be laid at the feet of the band themselves. On stage, Denver Gilchrist's dialogue with the audience is terse and minimal, one of his performing hallmarks. "It's good to see you all," he said in a typical display at the second LA show. "We're just here to play some good music. Want to hear some good music? So do we. So we're gonna fucking try." This kind of laconic rhetoric, while adored by the Road Kings fans, hardly whips a crowd into an angry frenzy. It's the kind of thing said at a party by the one guy who inevitably shows up with a guitar, trying to pick up girls. And yet the crowd went wild for it, as it always does. Maybe it's the music that makes the fans so wild to misbehave. There is no denying that despite a 5-year break and, by all accounts, almost no rehearsal, the Road Kings sound like they haven't missed a day. "They sound even better than they ever did," one fan, Rodney White, said as he left the show. "They're the best band in the world." "They're amazing," added Sabrina Prietken, who wore a black tee adorned with the homemade message, "Fuck Me, Denver," in white paint. "The older they get, the hotter they get. I love all of them, but I would die for Denver Gilchrist. I mean, if he asked me to, I would literally die." Callie. "Callie, are you listening?" I jumped, startled, and tapped my phone dark. I'd been reading Sienna Mapplethorpe's article under the dinner table, the phone on my thigh. I looked up to see my mother frowning at me over her plate of lemon-baked chicken. "Ashley is speaking," she said. "It's fine," Ash said, spooning baby potatoes onto Calvin's plate. "Callie has already heard this story." She gave me a knowing look, and I returned it with a glare. Ash knew what I was reading. She was the one who had sent me the article a few minutes ago, before we sat down. I would die for Denver Gilchrist. If he asked me to, I would literally die. The band had been gone for nearly a week. Except for the texts, calls, and 2 FaceTimes with Denver, I had gone back to my everyday life. I taught piano. I hung out with Elmer. I played jazz. I got an extra layer of attention from my coworkers because of who my boyfriend was, though my jazz musician friends never mentioned it. Either they didn't know about Denver, or they didn't care. That was jazz for you. So my routine went back to the way it had been. That was what part of me had wanted, right? To go back to the Denver free world I had built for myself, free of rock stars and messy emotions. So what if I lay awake at night, wondering how tonight's show was going and whether he missed me? So what if I had a deep craving for him all over my body that never quite went away? I had a boyfriend, and he was away on a business trip. People went through this every day. It was normal. It was fine. As the Portland show ended, Sienna Mapplethorpe had asked me for an interview. Since she had finally figured out I was Denver's girlfriend, not Ash. When I said no, she had given me her business card. It was sitting in the drawer with my tax receipts, alongside the scrap of paper with Denver's number on it. Rain, the mother of Neil's daughter, had also given me her number that night, an apologetic look on her face. I hadn't called her either. "Calvin is joining the soccer team," my mother said to me, "and Desiree got an A in math. Isn't that nice?" "I want to take piano lessons," 6-year-old Desiree said, and my mother looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. "I don't think that's a good idea, dear," she said to her granddaughter.
"I agree,"
Greg, Ash's husband, said.
"I'd rather she try for the softball team."
Ash went still in her seat, looking at him, the potato dish held in midair. "Excuse me? What do you mean you don't want her to take piano lessons? Callie could teach her."
"Just that I don't think she has an aptitude for it."
Greg had thick brown hair, a mustache-goatee combo, and a dad bod. He and I had never been the best of friends, but as far as I knew, he was a good dad and he made Ash happy, which meant I didn't get in his way.
"I mean, what's she gonna play, Beethoven? She's 6.
"There's already one musician in the family," Mom said. "There really isn't a proper career in piano." "There isn't a proper career in softball," I argued.
"Look,"
Greg said to Ash,
"I just want her to be popular, have friends. I played softball myself when I was a kid. You don't make friends when you play piano."
He looked at me.
"Sorry, Callie."
I shrugged and put my fork down. I was used to these conversations. I had sat through them plenty of times. My mother would get her disapproving stabs in, and my father would sit silent and disengaged, eating his dinner, like he was now. No one in my family even liked music, much less played it. Some musicians came from musical backgrounds, but not me. Ash used to listen to music, but she had left her wild child days behind and was understandably buried in motherhood, raising 2 small children. She wasn't going to pick a fight with both her husband and her parents at once on an evening that was supposed to be pleasant. She loved me, but I was on my own. So I bit back my words and swallowed my feelings for the millionth time. As the conversation moved past me onto other things, mostly about sports and the children, I picked at my plate, then started clearing the table. Had it always been this uncomfortably warm in my parents' house? This quiet? This stuffy? As Ash and Greg took the kids into the living room with Dad to watch TV, I helped my mother clean the kitchen. For a few minutes, neither of us said a word. There was a trill of laughter from Calvin, followed by a giggle from Desiree, and my mother put down her dish towel. "Children are such a joy," she said. "They are," I agreed, though I was only thinking about my niece and nephew. "It's getting late, Callie," Mom said. "Don't you want to have any?" "No, I don't." "How can you say that and know for sure?" She stacked dishes in the dishwasher. "Having a child changes your life. You become a different person, a better person." A tired person, I thought, but didn't say aloud. Those of us who didn't want kids were never supposed to say too much aloud. "Mom, we've had this conversation 100 times. You have 2 amazing grandkids. Enjoy them. It's not going to happen with me."
"Is there some apple juice in the fridge?"
Greg asked, wandering into the kitchen. He didn't offer to help.
"I've had a request. What are you 2 talking about?"
"The usual," I said as Greg opened the fridge and took 2 small glasses from the cupboard. "Why I haven't added to the grandchild count."
"Be careful what you wish for, Anna,"
Greg said to my mother with a grin.
"If Callie marries her boyfriend, you're not gonna like your son-in-law."
He walked off, oblivious to the glare I was directing between his shoulder blades. "Boyfriend?" my mother asked. I choked the words out. "Yes, I have a boyfriend." "You didn't say anything. Who is he?" It wasn't that I was ashamed of Denver. That was the furthest possible thing from the truth. The truth was that just thinking of explaining Denver to my mother made me feel tired. And what was the point? She'd hate him before she ever met him. Greg was right about that. Well, Mom said, expectant. She'd really liked my last boyfriend, who had a job with the city government. Mom thought I would marry him. He'd thought so too. Holy hell, that had been a close one. My boyfriend is a musician, I said. Mom paused meaningfully. What kind of musician? He's in a band. He's the lead singer, and right now they're on tour. I raised my gaze to hers and held it. I was so used to my mother's disapproval by now that it rolled off me, left me numb. It's serious, though we aren't getting married that I'm aware of, and we're definitely not having children. I don't know what to do with you, my mother said softly. I know, I said. Look at Ash. Look at how happy she is. Sure, she had a rebellious phase when she was young, but that was years ago. She rearranged her life, her priorities. She grew up, Callie. You never did. I didn't tell her that Ash had been struck speechless when she met Denver because she worshipped him so much, or that she'd come to his concert with me. My mother wouldn't hear me, and it would be petty. Like with everything else, there was no point. Mom and I had both given up. It was all so sad. So I dropped the topic, and Mom didn't press. An hour later, I was home, curled up in bed in my favorite PJs. Elmer walked in circles on the bed as I petted him, his purr rumbling through the quiet room. He gazed at me with his sweet, loving face, and I burst into tears. My cat sat and watched me as I cried it out. After a few minutes, he butted his forehead against me. Elmer always hated it when I was upset. Do you know what I think? I asked him as I dried my tears. I think maybe I have some things in my life I haven't dealt with. Maybe I don't have everything as together as I think I do. Elmer stood and approached me, carefully sniffing my face. I stroked his head and kissed him. I know I'm stodgy, and I'm afraid to take risks, I said to him. And that isn't random. There's a reason I think that if I step out of line, I'm going to get hurt. I wonder where I learned that, huh? Elmer purred, listening. Maybe I arrange my life just so, because that way it keeps me from thinking about the things that upset me. It keeps me from digging too deep and examining my life too closely. If I maintain order, then the mess can't get in. I stroked his back. But the mess got in anyway. I missed Denver so much in that moment it was a physical ache. But I couldn't call him because he would be at tonight's theater, getting ready to go on stage right now. Road Kings, no opener, sold out, please no fires. My mother's tone of voice. What kind of musician? I picked up my phone and texted him. He'd see it whenever the show was finished, whenever he looked at his phone again. I had no idea when that would be. I miss you, I wrote. And then I turned my phone off, because he wasn't going to answer. He was too far away.
Chapter 32. Denver. I had to admit, the bus was amazing. We were used to sleeping sitting up or fighting for the single reclining seat. We were used to sitting with our feet propped on stacks of luggage, trying to doze. We were used to, if we were lucky, a tiny bathroom that was the most terrifying thing you'd ever seen. This was a luxury liner of buses with 4 bunks in the back, complete with privacy curtains. Why I needed privacy from 3 guys I'd seen naked so many times it gave me nightmares, I had no idea. But the thought of having some kind of shame was a nice one. There was a small fridge, a few seats, a TV screen, a bathroom with an actual shower in it, and 2 more seats on opposite sides of a small table. There was storage for our luggage. There was Wi-Fi. The entire thing was nicer than the apartment I'd lived in until I was 25. Then there were the hotels, actual, real hotels instead of roadside motels. On the nights we stayed somewhere, we each got our own room, a luxury so wild it made us laugh. The Road Kings were used to sharing motel rooms, someone on a rickety couch, someone with a pillow on the floor. We'd shared beds plenty of times too, though you can get your mind out of the gutter. Of all the people in the world to fuck, the last ones I'd consider were these 3 fucking guys. And they felt the same about me. We shared beds because we were broke, not because we had the hots for each other. But those days were over. Now we had hotel rooms with room service and fluffy bathrobes. If our mysterious backer wanted to waste his money, it was fine with us. I made sure to order room service and empty the minibar at every stop, leaving the little bottles of alcohol as part of my tip for the cleaning staff. I knew without asking that the others did the same. There was a second bus, only slightly less swank than ours, for the tour manager, his assistant, an alternate bus driver to spell off the first 2, and Axel's sobriety babysitter. Her name was Brittany, and she apparently lived in the house next door to his. They'd been friends for a while, and from what I could tell, that was all they were. Brittany, she preferred to be called Brit, had dark hair, curves, and big brown eyes. In other words, she was hot. She'd run some kind of high-end hair salon to the stars in L.A., but she didn't do that anymore. She was friendly, but she didn't come to our shows, and she was only mildly starstruck. Overall, she was a bit mysterious, but as long as she helped keep Axel sober, she was fine with me. Today was an easy day. We had crushed San Diego last night, and we were leaving California on our way to Phoenix. An easy 6-hour drive, and then an actual night off before the show tomorrow. I was sitting in a seat by the window, writing lines in my lyric binder. Axel was playing a video game on the TV, wearing only boxer shorts and an old Hendrix tee, the controller in his hands. Neil was sitting at the table, texting, probably with either Amber or Rain. Stone was in his bunk, napping. It was weird not being hungover for this part of the experience. I was starting to like it. I glanced at my phone.
I miss you.
Callie had texted last night, sometime while I was on stage. I had seen the words when I checked my phone after the show, and they had sliced through me. Callie didn't just text things like that if she didn't mean them, if she didn't feel them all the way to her bones. The words had made me want to go to the airport and get on the first flight back to Portland. Instead, I had written back, "Come to Phoenix." Her reply had come this morning because she must have gone to bed after texting me.
I can't. I have to work.
She'd said no to San Diego, too. And when I told her on one of our calls that I wanted to buy her a plane ticket to any city on the tour, she'd said she'd think about it. She was putting me off. Someone dropped into the seat beside me. It was Stone, wearing last night's jeans and a sleeveless top with gaping armholes. His hair was mussed from sleeping. "You look like shit," he said to me. I looked him up and down. "Sure. I mean it." Stone unwrapped a granola bar and took a bite. "When was the last time you ate?" "Last night." Britt had found a sushi place around the corner from the hotel and had brought me a California roll. Rice and a few veggies were all my stomach could keep down after the show. My gut was playing havoc with me, sometimes behaving, sometimes twisted with pain. This morning, after a near sleepless night, I had been too queasy to even contemplate breakfast. "See what I mean?" Stone said. "I say when we get to Phoenix, we go to a diner." "Oh, no," I groaned. "No way." Our usual tradition on tour was to find a diner in every city we hit. Not just any diner, though, the grittiest, greasiest dive of a diner in the entire city. Bonus points if it was open late and we could go there at 1 in the morning. "Oh, yes," Stone raised his voice. "Shimmy, want to hit a diner in Phoenix?" "Hell yes," Axel said, not looking up from his game. "Neil, you in?" Neil looked from Stone to me, then grinned. "I'm in." "You're all trying to torture me," I said. "You know I can't eat that shit." "Bring Britt," Stone said to Axel. "She seems cool, and she puts up with us. The least we can do is buy her dinner." "I'll ask her," Axel said, still fixed on his game. He seemed to be about to kill his enemies with a machete. "Good," Stone said. He leaned back in his chair, apparently in no hurry to leave, and his gaze dropped to the paper in front of me. Are those lyrics? You're mooning over her, aren't you?
I'm not mooning, I argued.
It isn't mooning if it's your girlfriend. Sure it is. You've been mooning since she left the Portland show. Don't think I haven't noticed. It's like touring with Lord Byron.
I miss her, I said.
When Stone rolled his eyes, I admitted.
She won't come to Phoenix. She said no to San Diego, too.
I'm not surprised,
Stone said. I looked at him. You're not?
This shit isn't easy. Stone motioned around us to the band, the tour. Most people can't drop their lives and disappear. We're the weird ones, you know that.
That didn't make me feel any better. Trust Stone to say the truth, even when it was painful. I've never seen a relationship work on the road, I said, thinking of all the musicians in all the bands we'd known over the years. Not once, but that's usually because the guy is cheating so much his dick nearly falls off.
Which you're not doing,
Stone pointed out.
I would know, and I would kick your ass.
I felt my eyebrows rise in surprise. You like Callie that much?
I like her, and cheating isn't your style, but that's not my point. My point is that you need her.
I stared at him. Stone scowled, his dark brows slashing down.
What?
I need her?
Fuck yes you do. You need someone, Lord Byron. You just never found the right person until now.
I ran a fingertip over my eyebrow as my head throbbed. I really needed some sleep. I already knew I needed Callie. I'd had the same thought myself. She doesn't need me, I said. Like, at all. Her life was perfect before I came along. She told me I'm ruining everything. Even my eyes hurt. I don't think she's coming, Stone. I offered to buy her a ticket and she put me off. I don't think she's coming at all.
It's only 10 weeks,
Stone said. I looked at him and our eyes met. We were thinking the same thing. The tour was sold out already, every single show. They'd come to us and ask us to extend it, to add shows, to stay on the road longer. Of course they would. There was too much money to be made for all of us. It was only a matter of time. I was barely going to last 10 weeks without Callie, and if I was on the road longer, a lot longer, she'd move on. It would be over. I'd lose her. I could have the tour, or I could have Callie. I couldn't have both. I'm in love with her. There was that, too. I'd realized it when the bus pulled out of Portland, headed for San Francisco. After 37 years on Earth, I was in love for the first time in my life, and it didn't feel good or joyous. It felt terrifying. It felt like I was going to die. I had all of this shit, some of it buried deep, and I wanted so badly to hang it all on Callie, to hand it all over to her and say, here, you fix this. That wasn't fair to her, but it still felt as necessary as breathing. If I smothered her, I'd lose her. If I abandoned her for my music, I'd lose her. It was all tangled up in my head, hence the lyric binder and the pages I'd covered this morning. When I walked on stage every night, I breathed everything out. The pain, the fear, the love, the lust, the anguish. It all came out in the music. No one in music talks very much about how music is the only form of therapy most of us can stomach. But it is. Instead of pouring our souls out to a therapist, we pour our souls out to the audience, who pours theirs right back. It can be so fucking intense, it's unbearable, which is why so many of us counteract the intensity with some form of drug mixed with sex. Because you can't be an open wound all the time. You have to make yourself numb sooner or later, by whatever means necessary. But there were no drugs on this tour, no alcohol, no sex, no Callie, just me and my thoughts, inescapable. And I was in love. No wonder I was losing my mind.
You have a problem,
Stone agreed.
but you can't just boss Callie around. She has to want what you want.
I rubbed a hand over my face.
What makes you so insightful about relationships? Did you have a girlfriend for the last 5 years? I expected Stone to laugh, but he just shook his head. I was raised by my mother, so I learned about women whether I like it or not. But no girlfriend. I'm no good to anyone, especially women. I'm too fucked up. I think I'm permanently broken. I know the feeling, I said, and we didn't have to elaborate. We knew each other too well. Stone was the most rock and roll of all of us, but he came by his attitude the hard way. There were things in his past that were so dark he never talked about them. I only knew about them because he was Stone and I was me, and at some point we'd talked about almost everything. "What have you been doing for 5 years?" I asked him, realizing I honestly didn't know. "Traveling," Stone said. "Asia, Europe, South America, Australia. I've barely stopped moving. When the band broke up, I started searching and I never stopped. Though I hadn't done the same thing, I understood the instinct." "Did you find it?" I asked him. "What you're looking for?" "If I had, would I be on this tour?" He gave me a sidelong look. "I searched everywhere, and I didn't find it until I walked into Ray's studio and picked up my guitar. It was right fucking there." Fuck, I got that. I did. Stone had been traveling for 5 years. Neil had been raising his daughter. Axel had been getting clean and buying a coffee shop. And me? I'd been waiting. I realized it now. I'd been waiting for the next thing to come into my life and make me live it again. I'd waited for 5 years, and then I'd gotten Callie and the tour in the same week. Practically the same fucking day. "We should do an album," Stone said. He'd been quiet for a long minute, letting me stew in my thoughts. But Stone didn't suggest things by chance. He was too smart. He knew I was tangled up, and he probably sensed why. He also knew that the only chance I had to get to the end of 10 weeks, minus Callie, was music. For once, I didn't argue. "The song we did last night is starting to sound good." Stone nodded. We'd been playing with the idea, and last night the song had come into being. It was fast, intense, the guitar carrying almost a bluegrass feel, though Stone made the sound rip through the theater. The lyrics I'd written were about a man who is making a choice between love and money, standing at a fork in the road, wondering how to do the right thing. The working title was Camberwell City Limits, named after a random sign we'd seen on the road. Stone nodded. "It needs polish, but it's good. So is the song we played the first night in Portland. Starlight Woman." I'd already named that one. The lyrics were clear in my head. I wanted to play it again. Stone gave me a clear-eyed look, as if he knew exactly what Starlight Woman was about. "Maybe you can win her over if you write her a song," he said. "It won't work on her," I replied. "Nothing works on her." Stone's dark eyes met mine, and he frowned, as if something I'd said bothered him. Then Axel dropped his controller, stood up, and shouted, "There's a soccer field!" It wasn't exactly a soccer field, more like a flat, open field we could see from the road. But it didn't matter, because we weren't exactly going to play soccer. We asked the driver to pull our bus over. I pulled on my running shoes. Shimmy grabbed a soccer ball from one of his bags. As soon as the bus pulled to a stop, we opened the door and sprinted out. We were somewhere between California and Arizona, in an expanse of hot, brown desert. The field was perfectly flat, cleared of scrub brush. Adrenaline spiked through me as I ran, my legs pumping. Axel dropped the ball and kicked it in a perfect arc. I had no memory of the first time we played stupid soccer. It was early, on our first tour, maybe. Stupid soccer was how we burned off energy from hours cooped up on a bus. When we saw a field that would work, we pulled over, grabbed our ball, and played. The rules were simple. Rockstars aren't big on team sports, so except for the ball, stupid soccer bore no resemblance to the real thing. To play stupid soccer, you tried to get the ball, then kick it at the other guys as hard as you could. If you hit someone in the arm or leg, you got a point. If you hit him in the torso, you got 2 points. If you hit the money shot right in the nuts, you got 5 points. We usually played a 10-point game, but when we were feeling extra tight, we played to 20 points. Our longest was a 40-point game, played in an abandoned parking lot just outside Salt Lake City during a power outage when we had nothing else to do. That game had taken 2.5 hours, and Neil had played the next night with a black eye from a ball to the face. It looked like he'd been in a bar fight. I think it got him laid. Now, we played our first game of the tour under the desert sun. Axel kicked the ball and hit Stone in the leg, 1 point. Stone hooked the ball with his foot and ran effortlessly across the field, looking for an opening. Neil dodged too slowly, and Stone kicked a neat shot that caught Neil in the shoulder. 2 points. Cursing, Neil fought me for the ball and won, running, turning, and aiming for me. I waited until he'd landed his kick, and then I dodged. In minutes, I was sweating. Stone ripped his shirt off over his head, and the rest of us followed suit. I got Neil smack in the ass, which required a pause to debate whether that was a leg shot or a torso shot. Stone thought the ass was part of the leg, but I argued that an ass shot should get 2 points because it was hard to land. Axel ruled that I'd get 2 points for it, and we were off again. It was, without question, the stupidest game ever invented by man, but it was fucking fun. I ran and sweated and felt all of my problems fall away. My worries, the shit that wouldn't leave my head, finally dissipating. When Axel aimed a shot at the back of Stone's knees, Stone rose up on his toes in a move that looked like something Michael Jackson would do on stage. I doubled over laughing, unable to catch my breath, as Axel wiped his eyes and begged Stone to do it again. Stone took advantage of our weakness by stealing the ball and chasing me most of the way down the field while the others cheered him on. When we finally finished, Stone won. We caught our breath. I turned to see that the second bus had also stopped and was parked behind ours. Standing along the side of the road, watching us, was a knot of people. Our tour manager, Brad, a tall, handsome black guy with his arms crossed over his chest and a stony look on his face. His assistant, Stephanie, an Asian woman of about 30 who was usually glued to her phone but was now staring at us, her phone forgotten. The bus driver, Carlos, who was swigging a bottle of water and laughing, and Britt, Axel's sobriety babysitter, who had her dark hair in a ponytail and her hands on her hips. As we watched, Brad cupped his hands and shouted at us. "We're going to be late." "For what?" I spread my arms out in an open shrug. "We've got nowhere to be. Hotel check-in is 4 o'clock. Tell them to go fuck themselves." This was Stone, shouting back at Brad. "We'll sleep in the bus."
"You'll get sunstroke,"
Stephanie shouted.
"It's freaking hot out here."
"Sunstroke!" Neil turned to us dramatically, waving his arms. "Guys, look out! It's the sun! We might get sunstroke!" There was no reason that was funny, but it was.
"Are you sure you didn't get your hands on some weed?"
Britt called out to us.
"A gummy or something?"
Axel groaned as we started to file back to the bus. "Looks like we have to go back to real life." We picked up our shirts and headed back to reality, dirt spattered and reeking of sweat. Carlos was still chuckling as he rounded the bus to get back into the driver's seat. As he passed Britt, Axel said to her, "We're going to hit a diner in Phoenix. Want to come?"
"What diner?"
she asked. "The greasiest one we can find." She narrowed her eyes at him, but nodded.
"Okay."
He grinned at her. "I'd invite you on our bus with us, but the smell is going to be a little pungent."
"I see that. I'll pass, thank you."
He went through the bus door, and she turned to board the second bus. But I hadn't missed it. The look she gave him as he turned away. It traveled up his bare, sweaty torso and down the tattoos on his arms. It was quick, but it was a look of pure longing. That was interesting. I hid my smile as the bus door closed behind me.
Chapter 33. Callie. It was a beautiful Saturday morning in early July, and the farmer's market was crowded. I waited near the entrance, unsure, until I spotted a familiar figure coming toward me and waving. I waved back. This morning, I'd finally reached my limit of loneliness, of second-guessing myself, of feeling adrift in my own life. I had dug up the number Rain had given me backstage at the Portland show and called her to ask if she wanted to have coffee. The surprised pause on the other end of the line had been a short one. "Sure," she'd said. "I have a better idea. I'm on my way to the farmer's market. Meet me there." So here we were. Rain was wearing black yoga pants, a slim athletic top, and a jean jacket topped with a silky scarf. Her blonde hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore fashionable sunglasses. I'd noticed how pretty she was when we met at the concert, but in the Saturday sunlight, there was no denying that she was gorgeous. I couldn't detect a single flaw on her body, and yoga pants don't lie. I liked how I looked, but I couldn't resist a twinge of envy as I caught sight of her narrow waist, perfectly flat stomach, and toned legs. "Sorry I'm late," she said with a genuine smile as she got close. "I was just leaving Pilates class when you called." "That sounds nice," I said politely. "Does it? It really isn't," Rain said. "I actually hate Pilates. I don't know why I go." She pushed her sunglasses up on her head and stared at me, frowning. "Holy shit, I hate Pilates class. Hate it. Why didn't I know this before now?" I stared at her, wide-eyed. "I have no idea." "Well, fuck." She honestly sounded surprised about it, and I couldn't help but like her a little. "Getting divorced does a number on you. You suddenly realize you like things you didn't know you liked, and you hate things you didn't know you hate. It's a real mindfuck." She shook her head. "Sorry, Callie, I'm making a terrible impression. Again." "It's kind of entertaining, honestly," I said. "Pilates sounds exhausting." Rain sighed. "I've felt bad ever since the night we met. I never got to properly apologize for thinking your sister was Denver's girlfriend. It was one of my more boneheaded moves." I felt myself smiling at her. "It's water under the bridge. Don't worry about it." "Okay, then. I love Saturday at the farmer's market. Let's go in." Since this was Portland, the first booth inside the door of the market was a coffee vendor. We paid an exorbitant price for coffees and started to wander. "Where's Amber?" I asked Rain. "At her friend Wendy's," Rain replied. "I know what you're thinking. Who names their kid Wendy anymore, right? Apparently someone does." She smiled at me. "How's it going with Denver being away?" My throat closed up, but I tried to look casual. "Fine, I guess." Rain laughed. "Come on, tell the truth. It's me. I've known Neil for 13 years. I know exactly what it's like when he goes on tour." "But you two weren't together," I said as we strolled toward a vegetable stand. "We weren't." Rain looked over a few tomatoes, then gave me a look. "You're curious, I take it?" "Dying," I admitted. "But it's none of my business." God, where to start? Rain blew out a breath. "We met backstage. I was 21. We hit it off." I nodded as we started strolling again. "So I banged the bass player and I got pregnant," Rain said. "I had dropped out of college and he was on the road. We were both idiots. My parents were livid and his parents had already disowned him for joining a band." "Disowned him? That's harsh," I said. "That's the Watts family," Rain replied. "Anyway, we barely knew each other, and Neil had no plans to come home. I figured I could raise the baby by myself. We made a legal arrangement for visitation and child support, and that was that. A few years later, I met my husband, my ex-husband now. So Amber had a bio dad and a stepdad. Neil was in and out of Amber's life, depending on his tour schedule. So I know what it's like, in a way. Watching him leave over and over, even though we were just friends. It sucks." "It does suck," I agreed, thinking that she hadn't precisely explained their relationship. They were just friends, but she had a faraway, wistful look on her face when she talked about him. I sipped my coffee. "I have a great life here. Rain said. I haven't banged any musicians since that night, and I'm not that girl anymore. Neil has been a good dad, especially since the band broke up and he went off the road. Amber loves him. But the guys leave, and God, they're having a good time, right? And the music is so good, and you know it's wild and intense, and women are throwing themselves at them, and you start thinking, what the hell am I doing sitting at home doing dishes and staring at the wall while they're out there living a big life? I watched her face, and I knew she understood like no one else I knew could possibly understand. Denver keeps asking me to fly out and visit him, I confessed. I keep saying no. I'm terrified. I don't know what's wrong with me. Of course you're terrified, Rain said. What if you go and you find he's not the man you thought he was? It isn't just that he might be cheating, which I doubt Denver is doing. I saw the way he looked at you backstage after the first show. It's more like, what if he's having this incredible life without me? One that doesn't need me? What if he's a different person when he's on the road and I don't like that person? What if I look at him and I don't know him anymore? What if he looks at me and he doesn't know me? What if he's forgotten about me and everything we had? Oh my God, you do get it, I said. Are you sure you and Neil were never together? An expression crossed her face that I couldn't read. It looked a little like pain. Just because we weren't together doesn't mean I didn't think about it. I mean, before I was married, of course. I had a few years at home with the baby while Neil was on the road doing whatever. Doing whoever. I know a little bit about what it's like to be with a rock star, Callie. For better or for worse, it isn't like being with any other type of guy. I've always avoided musicians, I said as Rain paused at a fruit stand and picked out some fresh raspberries. My sister had a wild phase, a little like yours, where she hooked up with musicians. It was awful. They were all losers. Rain smiled. Honey, these aren't local losers smoking weed and playing terrible songs. These are the road kings. You've heard the music. You've seen one of their shows. Other women aren't what you're competing with. The music, those shows. That's what you're competing with. She shook her head. It's a hard battle, but you never want to give up, because it's worth it. Not to mention that the sex is life-changing. At least it was for me. I cleared my throat politely. Neil seemed so nice. Neil was too much for me to manage, Rain went on, ignoring my embarrassment. I married someone normal, who has never picked up an instrument in his life. I can't imagine what it's like to date Denver Gilchrist. It must be like dating God. A laugh burst out of me. It was such an outrageous statement, and yet she was sort of right. Denver isn't God, I said. I adore him, but he's just a person. What's the saying? He puts his pants on like everyone else, or however that goes. Denver should never put pants on, Rain said easily. It's a crime against humanity. Let's find some heirloom tomatoes. I think the season for them is starting. Chapter 34. Callie. Excerpt from Is There Trouble on the Road for the Road Kings? In Soundcheck Online Magazine by Sienna Mapplethorpe. The atmosphere on the tour bus is distinctly un-rock and roll. It's more like a library than the bus for a band legendary for its rowdiness. Denver Gilchrist sits alone in a back corner, a guitar on his lap and a notebook next to him, quietly writing songs. Neil Watts is reading a thick biography of Franklin D. Roosevelt and is engrossed in it hour after hour. Axel DeVries alternates between playing video games, in which he plants and grows a virtual garden, and doing quiet meditation exercises with headphones on. Stone Zealand takes long naps in his bunk, punctuated by occasional rounds of push-ups or sit-ups, also with headphones on, before he goes back to his bunk. There is no camaraderie, and there are no jokes. There aren't even any arguments, and there is no good-natured bickering. Instead, the band seem like strangers to each other, as if 5 years apart has turned them into co-workers who barely know each other anymore. When they're off the bus, the Road Kings play their nightly shows with their usual energy, Only Denver Gilchrist seems to be struggling, eating only rarely and obviously not getting much rest, as if something is consuming him from the inside out. His performances have become more intense by the night, as if he's struggling with something he can only work out on stage. He writes obsessively. Yet offstage, while he's with his fellow band members, he barely speaks a word. And despite the intensity of the shows and the bordering on religious adoration of the fans, some of whom are following the entire tour from city to city, the Road Kings are not partying like they supposedly did in the old days. Post-show, they quickly disperse to their hotel rooms instead of tearing up the town. Not a drop of alcohol is to be seen either backstage or on the bus, let alone weed or anything harder. Not a single groupie is given a backstage pass, and the ones that show up outside the hotel in each city are given a brief wave from the band, then ignored. The four Road Kings barely make eye contact, even with each other, before retiring to their separate rooms for the night. It's nothing like everyone says it used to be, when the band talked and joked nonstop. Four guys who were best friends on the ride of their lives. Something has soured, gone cold. Only time will tell whether the band will make it to the end of the tour, or whether the dark things under the surface will come to a head before that.
Denver. After the story by Sienna went live, Callie called me. Actually, she FaceTimed me as the bus pulled away from Nashville the morning after our show. I answered it in my seat, watching as her beautiful face appeared on camera. God, I missed her. We'd been on the road for 3 weeks, and my stomach twisted at the sight of her flawless cheekbones, the honey gold of her hair.
You're wearing a cowboy hat,
was the first thing she said. I touched the brim of the cowboy hat I had on. Do you like it? We sent Britt shopping yesterday and she bought us each one. I know it's cheesy, but I kind of like it. Callie tilted her head, studying me. She was wearing gray sweats, her hair down. I wanted to crawl through the screen, pull her sweatshirt off, and smell the sweet scent of her skin.
How do you do it?
She asked.
How do you pull off a look that should be stupid? Instead, you look sexy.
That made me smile. I couldn't talk dirty to her. The other guys could hear us, so I said, "At least I have one thing going for me. Stone is the one who looks stupid in his." "My cowboy hat is black," Stone said from where he was sitting in the seat across from me, drinking coffee. "It's a fucking villain hat. I'll wear it when I kick your ass."
I'll wear my hat even though it has a feather in the brim,
Axel added as he stood next to his bunk, pulling his shirt on.
I draw the line at boots, though. I think I'd look legitimately dumb in cowboy boots. You guys sound like you're in a good mood,
Callie said, sounding surprised.
This isn't what I expected.
Neil dropped into the seat next to me and flung an arm around my shoulders. "Hi, Callie," he said, grinning.
Hi, Neil,
Callie said. "Let me explain," Neil told her. "We're in a very fucking good mood because Sienna Maplethorpe is finally off of our bus." Axel gave a celebratory whoop and Stone high-fived him. Callie's eyes narrowed as she put it together because she was smart that way.
The journalist was on the bus?
"For 4 days, Neil said. It was stipulated in the contract that she got 4 days of bus access, so that's what she got. It felt like a fucking year, and now she's gone."
Did you read her article, though?
Callie said.
She wrote that you hate each other. Oh, wait, I get it. What she saw was an act.
"We had to agree to allow the journalist on the bus," I said, pushing Neil off me. "We never agreed to actually talk to her, so she sat on the bus and we sat on the bus for 4 days. I shook my head. I can't believe she actually bought that Neil read an entire biography of Roosevelt, voluntarily. Holy shit, was it ever boring, Neil agreed. "I've never done so many push-ups in my life," Stone added. "I'm breaking out of my sleeves like the Hulk over here."
Thank God she's gone, Axel said. I was sick of meditating, and that video game was brutal. I'm ready to write some songs, slay my enemies, and play some stupid soccer. Some what?
Callie asked. "It's too stupid to explain," I said. "How are you?"
I'm fine,
Callie said.
I can't believe you aren't mad about this article, though. She wrote that you're not getting along and the band is about to break up.
It's annoying, I agreed. But what were we going to do? We weren't actually going to talk to her. We decided she can write whatever she wants.
Do you really have such a huge problem with Sienna Maplethorpe, or is it journalists in general?
Both, I said. We do hate journalists, and this particular journalist was handpicked by our backer, who thinks he can hide his identity while he controls us. So fuck him. Callie smiled a little, but her brow was creased.
How are you, Denver?
She asked.
Really?
I had a hard time answering that, and for once my bandmates were quiet. Sienna Maplethorpe had gotten a lot wrong in her article, but she'd been uncomfortably observant about a few things. She'd noticed my stomach problems, for one. She'd written that I obviously wasn't getting much rest, which I wasn't. I hadn't spoken a word to her for the entire 4 days on the bus, but she'd still noticed. I rubbed a hand over the 2 days' beard on my jaw. I'll be fine, I told Callie.
Where are you going next?
She asked. New Orleans. We have 3 shows there, so we'll be there for a couple of days.
Not the most restful place,
Callie said. Our gazes locked through the screen. We both knew what I wanted to ask her. Join me there, please. But I'd asked her over and over, and the answer was always no. I had lost the energy to get rejected again. I'll be fine, I said again. I was headed for yet another night alone in a hotel room, and another and another. More nights sleeping alone. More nights without Callie, our quiet conversations in the dark, the taste of her skin on my tongue, her laugh, the feel of her near me, exciting me and soothing me at the same time, her hands on me. Whatever we had, it wasn't strong enough for her to want to come and see me. And by the time I got home, weeks from now, I had no idea if there would be anything left. I was so fucking tired. I'll talk to you later, I said.
Okay,
Callie said, her voice soft. We ended the call, and I pulled out my notebook and started writing.
Chapter 35. Callie. After the call with Denver ended, I sat in silence for a long time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. My first student of the day had canceled on me, giving me a little bit of extra time. I needed to be at the music school by 10, where a busy day awaited me. Tonight, I was scheduled to play my usual Thursday night gig. I stood and walked to the kitchen to pour myself another cup of coffee. Elmer, whose tummy was full of breakfast, had curled up in a happy, well-fed ball on his blanket on the sofa, ready to pass out for the day. I looked at the morning sunlight glinting off of Aunt Kay's piano, thinking. I missed Denver. It wasn't just worry about the tour and everything else. I missed him, deep down, far beneath my skin, deep in my chest. The starchy, stuck part of me had told myself that I didn't need Denver, that my life would be calmer and easier to manage without him. But I'd been lying to myself, and right now, having seen his face that I loved so much, I could admit it. I needed him, and he needed me. I walked to my desk, opened the drawer, and took out Sienna Maplethorpe's business card. Since she wasn't on the bus with the band, I wondered exactly where she was. In a rented car, maybe, or at the airport. I dialed her number. Sienna Maplethorpe, she answered, all business. Hi, I said. It's Callie Whitmer. There was a brief pause of surprise. Hi, Callie. What can I do for you? I just read your article. Are you aware that you got almost the entire thing wrong? Is that an official statement? I sighed. If you'd rather not talk, I can hang up. No, don't hang up. I could be mistaken, but she sounded a little desperate. We can talk off the record if you want. It sounds like you need to talk to someone. How have you managed to follow the tour for 3 weeks without getting a single interview? I'll admit that the Road Kings have been harder to crack than I thought they would be, but I'm not giving up. Do you honestly think you can convince them to give in and give you interviews? I think you must be delusional. And by the way, they're nowhere close to breaking up. Those assholes. Her voice was harsh. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked? I've been busting my ass trying to get into their good graces, and they have the nerve to give me the silent treatment on the bus for 4 days. 4 days. So I wrote that they're about to break up. If I piss them off enough, maybe they'll talk to me to set the record straight. So she hadn't fallen for their act then. She'd known all along that the band was shutting her out. Your tactic isn't working, I said. I just talked to the band. They say you can write whatever you want. They don't care. Fuck. Sienna sounded exasperated and not a little bit sad. For the first time, I felt sorry for her. I don't know why they hate me so much. I'm not trying to ruin them, I swear. Then what are you trying to do? My job. The thing I was hired for. I'm trying to do the only thing I've ever wanted to do. Be a music journalist. And I'm trying to be good at it. Obviously, I'm not being very successful. You're probably used to up-and-coming acts that want publicity, I said. The Road Kings aren't like that. They're different. Are you kidding? Sienna said. 7 Dog Down gave me full access when I wrote about them. I followed them backstage. I spent an entire afternoon at Travis White's house, where he showed me around and introduced me to his mother. They let me sit in on their recording sessions. Compared to that, this is a nightmare. I couldn't help smiling. You didn't mention 7 Dog Down to the band, did you? Of course I told them about it. I was trying to reassure them of my credentials, my professionalism. I offered to send them each a copy of the feature I wrote. A bad idea, since the Road Kings hated 7 Dog Down. I'm going to guess it didn't work. I'm at the end of my rope here, Sienna said. They're completely impossible, and if I don't write something good, I'm going to get fired. Maybe I can help. Her voice lit up with reluctant hope. Are you offering me an interview? I'd rather stick rusty needles in my eyes, I said. Sorry, it isn't personal. I'm a private person. I don't even talk to my mother about my relationship with Denver, so there's no chance I'm going to talk to you, or anyone. What are you offering, then? I thought it over. I'll talk to him, I said. I'll talk to Denver and ask him to reconsider giving you an interview. Callie, my God, that would be— I'm not promising anything, I said. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for him. For the band. Because I think things would be easier if they work with you instead of against you. But you'll have to earn it. And in the end, Denver does whatever he wants. He doesn't listen to me or to anyone. Denver is Denver. He'll either talk to you or he won't. It's up to him. Anything you can do. Sienna's voice was strained. I wondered if the situation was even worse than she'd let on. What do you want in return? I can't give you any say in what I write, you know that. If I get an interview, I'll have to be honest. I know that, I said. Even though I wasn't going to give her an interview, Sienna would probably write something about me. It came with the territory of being Denver's girlfriend, and I was fine with that, because he was worth it. I thought of what Rain had said. What the hell am I doing sitting at home doing dishes and staring at the wall while they're out there living a big life? So, what do you want from me? Sienna asked. I took a breath. What I want in return is for you to tell me what hotel they're staying at in New Orleans, because I plan to be there when they arrive. Chapter 36. Callie. New Orleans was lit up as only New Orleans could be, pulsing with dark, vibrant life. I had been here once before, on a weekend with an ex-boyfriend, who had thought I might marry him at the time. He'd been wrong. I didn't plan to bring up that particular memory with Denver when I surprised him. Sienna had been as good as her word and told me what hotel the band was staying at. She wasn't staying at the same one. She'd said something about a booking screw-up which had left her staying somewhere else. I didn't know what room Denver was in, and I couldn't ask him without ruining the surprise, so I checked my bag with the front desk before I went to the venue. Sienna had also been willing to sneak me backstage, My offer to talk to Denver about the interview was that valuable. I'd turned that down and hit her up for a regular admission ticket instead. The show was sold out, but somehow Sienna got her hands on a ticket, which she sent to me with the message, "Now you owe me one." Despite myself, I kind of liked her. I didn't have a car, so I took a cab to the venue. I was wearing black jeans, a sexy sleeveless top, and a jean jacket with silver studs on the front pockets, my hair twisted up off my neck. I'd put on dark eyeliner and shimmery eyeshadow. Maybe I hadn't looked like a rock star's girlfriend last time, but screw it. I looked like one tonight. As I was in the cab, I got a text. It was Rain. "Did you actually go through with it?" "In the cab to the show now," I wrote back. "I did it." Her reply was immediate. "Damn, girl, I love it. Good luck." I smiled at my phone. That day at the farmer's market, Rain and I had hit it off. And since then, we'd gone for coffee and texted. She knew about my plan to come to New Orleans to surprise Denver. I'd even told her about the shaky state of our relationship and the doubts I'd had. Rain understood all of it, and there was no chance she'd gossip. We didn't seem very alike on the surface. She was a successful real estate agent, blonde and gorgeous. Underneath her wealthy suburban mom exterior, though, she was still the rock chick who had dropped out of college and gotten knocked up by a bass player. She didn't like to acknowledge that girl, but she was still there. "You should visit Neil on tour," I texted her. "You know you want to." "Honey, don't ask," she wrote back. That meant there was a story, probably a juicy one. "I told you mine," I texted her. "You have to tell me yours." "We'll drink when you get back," she wrote. "Mine could take all night. Have fun, okay?" I texted her a thumbs up. I couldn't explain why I wanted to see the show from the crowd instead of going backstage to surprise my boyfriend, but when I got out of the taxi and paid the driver, looking around me at everyone filing into the venue, I knew I had made the right decision. The feeling was different compared to backstage, the excitement electric and wild. Everyone was already having fun, wearing their Road Kings t-shirts, drinking and laughing. The inside of the venue smelled like draft beer and pot smoke, and the crowd was keyed up and restless. People were already packed to the front of the stage, waiting for the show to start, because, as always, the Road Kings had no opening act. Denver had told me that the band didn't play arenas, and now I could see why. Maybe everyone would make more money if they could sell another 5,000 tickets, but it wouldn't be the same show with the same feel. A venue this size, just big enough, felt like a party, but also like an intimate show. It was easy to see the stage, easy to get close enough to the band. I felt my own excitement ramping up, even though I knew them. This had been the right thing to do. I had rescheduled several days' worth of piano lessons and canceled my regular jazz gigs. I had hired a cat sitter to feed Elmer. I had coughed up some of my savings for a last-minute ticket to New Orleans. I hadn't booked myself a hotel room, banking that I'd stay in Denver's room. I hadn't exactly planned how and when to tell him I was here, but I now knew that I wanted to wait until after the show. I wanted to see Denver perform when he didn't know I was in the audience. I wanted to see how he was with just the fans. It felt a little like spying on him, but it was a way for me to get a window into what he was thinking. Without any fanfare, the house lights went down, the stage lights went up, and the band took the stage. A wave of screaming adulation came from the crowd around me. I was near the middle, unwilling to force myself through the wall of people pressing toward the front of the stage. I let the wave of humanity carry me forward, raise me up on my toes as the excitement crested toward the Road Kings. Stone was dressed all in black except for his silver rings, his usual scowl on his face as he strapped on his guitar. It looked like Neil hadn't shaved since the tour started. His hair was curling against his neck and his clean-shaven jaw was covered with a beard. He wore the vintage jacket he'd worn at the Portland show, and he looked like young Robert Redford had time-traveled from the 70s. Axel's blonde hair was in a man bun, his body graceful and lithe as he took his seat behind the drums. Denver strode onto the stage, wearing jeans, a black leather belt, and a white tee. He needed a haircut, though he'd trimmed his beard. He'd lost at least 5 pounds. I knew it instantly because I knew his body so well, every line and muscle of it. The t-shirt draped looser than it had before on his stomach and his ribs, and the solid bones of his shoulder blades were more prominent against the white cotton. He stood before the mic and raised one lean, muscled arm in the air, opening his palm, his greeting to the crowd.
"It's Friday night in New Orleans,"
he said in that beautiful voice I missed so much.
"We're the Road Kings, and we're happy to be playing in the best city in the fucking world."
The crowd went crazy, and I froze in place. He'd quoted the title of the song I wrote, my one and only song. Did he know I was here? If Sienna had given away my surprise, I was sure I would have heard from him. If he didn't know I was here, and he was quietly acknowledging me anyway, I didn't know what to think. Then the music started, and I forgot all of my questions. They sounded, if possible, even better than they had in Portland. 3 weeks of playing nightly shows had honed them, made the band a well-oiled machine. I knew that the set list changed every night, so they weren't going by rote. They were challenging themselves, pushing their skill. They were also playing new material, some of which I didn't recognize. There was a song in which Stone did a soaring guitar solo that felt like it was opening my insides and scooping them out, the sound blasting through every corner of the venue and probably through the parking lot. They played Precious Metal, the song they'd played in the studio, with a revamped arrangement and a new verse of lyrics that Denver ground out almost in a speaking voice, a new layer of sound that was completely unexpected, yet worked. Sienna was a pretty good journalist, at least about some things. She'd written that Denver was more intense than ever, as if he was working something out on stage, and she was right. I had never seen Denver this raw, his voice so emotional, moving effortlessly between grief and banked-down rage. He nearly bled the paint off the walls. One of the new songs featured Axl delivering a heavy beat that was pure sex, while Denver stood in his sweat-soaked shirt, singing the most seductive lyrics I'd ever heard. The way you move, so sweet, so bruised, the binding touch of your fingertip, the sweat I taste on your deadly lips. It's killing me. You're killing me. I felt my neck and cheeks go hot while my body flushed. Holy shit, what was he singing about? Who was he singing about? The woman in the song was a siren, bringing Denver to his knees with lust. That didn't sound like me. Or did it? Was that how he felt about me? Or was it just a song? The idea that a song like that could be about me, that I made Denver feel like that, even a little, made something wild wake up inside me. For the first time, I understood that even though he had left to go on tour, he was still thinking about me, writing about me, quoting my song at his show when there was no way I would hear it. He did it because it was a way to keep me close when I was so far away. He had told me I mattered in 1,000 different ways, and all I had to do was believe it. My fears and doubts fell away, and looking at him on stage, it suddenly seemed foolish that I'd thought this man was anything like the other musicians I'd known. Men who were actually boys, selfish dirtbags who were incapable of feeling. It seemed crazy that I'd ever thought I couldn't trust him with my heart. My heart, to Denver, was one of the only things that mattered. He was so sexy. He really was a god. And he was so getting laid tonight. When Denver told the crowd they were going to play the final song of the night, a roar went up to the rafters. Stone played the opening chords of Bad Night, and everyone sang along, screaming the lyrics. It was a fitting end to an incredible show, and I sang along too, because I'd watched the San Diego concert video 100 times by now, and Bad Night was burned in my brain. Just give me one bad night. I reached my arms up and sang and danced, letting sweat run down my back and soak my shirt. Denver flew into the chorus, and he raised his hand again. I saw it starkly outlined against the stage lights overhead, a hand that was familiar and beloved to me. Just give me one bad night. That was when the power failed, the lights went out, and the entire crowd descended into chaos.
Chapter 37. Denver. They kept us backstage for a long time. The cops came, and we had to talk to the venue's head of security. Our tour manager, Brad, and his assistant, Stephanie, came in and out of the green room, phones glued to the sides of their heads. Dan Daniels showed up out of nowhere. None of us had even known he was in town. They said there were ambulances outside because when the lights went out, the crowd tried to stampede out the door. No serious injuries? One of the uniformed cops told me as we were told to wait yet another half hour before we were cleared to leave. A lot of scrapes and bruises, a couple of broken bones. We were lucky, it could have been worse. No one knew who had tampered with the building's power at first. We got questioned about that. Can you think of anyone who would have done this? Have you been getting any strange messages lately from fans, anything threatening? We were no help because we had no fucking idea. We were as surprised as anyone when the lights went out.
They can't let you go back to the hotel yet,
Dan Daniels said in one of his visits to the green room.
They have to clear the area and make sure it's safe first. They don't know if this was targeted at you or not.
Targeted? We looked at each other in bewilderment. We'd never had threatening fans before. We couldn't think of a reason to have them now. My cell phone beeped with a text, and I pulled it from my back pocket as I swigged from a bottle of water. It had been a good show until the lights went out. Fuck, I was exhausted. The text was from Callie.
What's your hotel room number?
I froze, the bottle half lowered in the air. My stomach did somersaults, as did everything in my chest. Callie. I put the bottle down and called her.
Hi,
she said when she picked up. She sounded out of breath. There was some kind of street noise behind her. Where are you? I asked, my voice coming out a rasp.
In the parking lot.
Here? I couldn't believe it. You're here?
I am.
She sounded breathless, but calm, and there was a thread of happiness in her voice.
I came to surprise you, but it isn't working out very well. I didn't have much of a plan in the first place, but now the night has gone haywire, so I may as well just tell you I'm here and ruin the surprise. Sorry.
I had shot out of my chair and walked out of the green room to the hallway while my bandmates watched. I strode down the hall, looking for privacy. Callie, what are you talking about? Are you saying you were at the show?
I was, but don't worry. The paramedics say I'm fine.
Paramedics? Everything was spinning inside me. Don't bullshit me, Callie. Are you fucking hurt?
I got an elbow to the face.
She didn't even sound rattled.
My nose isn't broken, though. It was touch and go getting out of there in the dark, but everyone mostly behaved. What about you and the band? Did you get hurt?
We're fine. We're stuck backstage because no one knows what's going on. Why were you in the crowd? Why didn't you come backstage?
I told you I was going to surprise you. I wanted to see the show from the crowd. It was incredible, Denver. Just amazing.
A bitter sound came from my throat. I slid down the hallway wall, sinking to the floor. Callie had been in that crowd, and I'd had no idea. If things had gone worse when the lights went out, she could have been killed. I could barely breathe.
Denver?
She asked when I didn't say anything.
You don't need to worry about me, I promise. It was a little hairy getting out of the building in the dark, but it wasn't too bad. The elbow to the face was an accident. I didn't even see where it came from. It was pitch dark. It's just a bruise. There's a guy with a broken wrist, a woman who had a panic attack. This parking lot is full of ambulances and flashing lights. Everyone's going to be fine. Just take a breath, okay? I actually had fun.
Fun, I croaked as I tried to bring my soul back into my body.
Yes, fun,
Callie said.
I dropped everything and came to New Orleans to see my boyfriend play. I've never done anything like that before. It isn't your fault that things went weird at the end, but it turned out all right. I think that song of yours is kind of true.
She was talking about Bad Night. She was a thread of sanity. Callie made everything make sense. She quieted the demons breathing fire in my brain. I realized I had my eyes closed as I listened to her voice. I opened them to see the uniformed cop I'd talked to before poke his head around the corner and motion to me. Are the paramedics letting you go? I asked her.
Yes, that's why I texted you. I know what hotel you're staying at, but I need your room number.
Callie was going to be in my hotel room. Suddenly I needed to get the fuck out of here. Now. "It's room 410. I'd ask her later how she knew what hotel it was. Right now, I didn't care. "I'll call the front desk right now and authorize them to give you a room key. I don't know when they'll let us out of here. I'll be there as soon as I can." When I walked back into the green room after I'd hung up with the front desk, the uniformed cops said, "We found the culprits, a couple of fans. It wasn't very hard detective work, to be honest. One of them was sleeping it off outside the generator room." We all looked at each other. "So it was just a couple of drunk idiots?" Stone asked. "A couple of drunk idiots who are now arrested," the cop said grimly. "Someone let them in, and we'll find out who when they sober up. They're in trouble. This could have cost lives if it went a different way. But yeah, it doesn't look like a plot, just a couple of fools." "So, we can go?" Axel asked. Dan Daniels, standing just inside the green room door with his arms crossed over his chest, said, "We have cars to take you guys back to the hotel. I suggest you all stay in your rooms tonight, no partying. This night has been bad enough. I'll need you all on deck tomorrow for the band to make an official statement." "What about the next show?" Neil asked. We were booked for another 2 shows here in New Orleans. We had tomorrow night off, and then we were supposed to play here for the second show. "Most likely still happening, as far as I can tell," Dan said. "I'll know more tomorrow, and I'll be in touch." The shower was running when I came through my hotel room door. There was an unfamiliar overnight bag on the bed. A pair of women's ankle boots were on the floor, next to a pile of clothes, dark jeans, a feminine top, a bra, and panties. I kicked my own boots off and walked to the bathroom. The door was ajar, the water running. I stepped inside and found Callie standing under the spray, naked. She had her back to me, and I let my gaze wander up the smooth line of her spine, the firm planes of her back, the dip of her waist, the curve of her ass, her honey gold hair darkly plastered against her skin. It had been 3 weeks since I'd seen her, and it felt like a year. I hadn't been stealthy about my approach.
"Are you coming in?"
Callie asked, her back still to me. "I'm thinking about it," I said. I had seen her naked so many times, but it seemed like an assumption to just strip and get into the shower with her when she hadn't asked me to. She turned, and my heart dropped to my stomach. She had an angry red mark high on one cheekbone, just beneath her eye. "Fuck," I said, my voice hoarse. Callie raised her fingertips to the mark.
"Denver, I'm fine."
But I had already stepped into the shower and pulled her against me. The hot water soaked my shirt, my jeans. I lowered my mouth and kissed her softly, taking in the familiar line of her mouth, the press of her lips. She kissed me back, slow and sweet, naked and vulnerable, her body against mine. She opened to me. I had never in my life felt so stripped as I did with this woman. We broke the kiss, and she cupped my jaw with both of her hands, her touch gentle.
"Are you all right?"
she asked, looking into my eyes. "It was a couple of drunk kids fucking with the power," I said. "The cops arrested them." A furrow appeared between Callie's brows.
"Why would they do that?"
"Because drunk people do stupid things. Very stupid, like endangering my girlfriend, the most important person in my life." Her lips pressed into a disapproving line. Callie, the spinster piano teacher, didn't approve of drunken pranks.
"It's that song,"
she said.
"It makes people do dumb things."
"Probably.
"Are you going to stop playing it?"
Probably not." She tried to keep the frown, but a smile touched the corners of her lips. "Admit you liked it," I said, because I needed to hear something positive from her, something that told me she didn't regret coming here, this night, being with me.
"I was dancing when the lights went out,"
she said, and I wished I could have seen it.
"I liked the whole show, you egomaniac, but I'm worried about you."
Because I'm standing fully clothed in the shower? My clothes were soaked anyway. It was a sweaty show. The line between her brows appeared again.
You know that's not what I mean.
Our gazes met. This wasn't FaceTime. This was Callie, naked in my arms, asking for the truth. I'm a wreck, I admitted. She ran her fingertips along my cheekbones, and I forgot about how tired I was, how my stomach hurt, how panicked I'd been. My body woke up with a roar, and it was all I could do to keep control of myself, keep still while Callie touched me.
Just tell me one thing,
She said. Anything.
Was the song about me?
Yes. She blinked.
Aren't you going to ask which song I'm talking about?
I looked into her eyes at the drops of water on her lashes. They're all about you, I said, and I lowered my mouth to hers.
Chapter 38. Callie. It got hot fast. I pulled Denver's soaked tee off him and dropped it to the shower floor, running my hands over him. He parted my lips and licked into my mouth as I worked the wet leather of his belt and the buttons on his jeans, popping them open. His hands cupped my ass as I pushed his jeans and boxer briefs down. I thought he might take me right there in the shower. I half hoped for it. But instead, he leaned past me and banged the water off with a twist of his arm. He stepped out of the soaked pile of his clothes, and somehow we made it into the bedroom, our bodies slick. He wasn't gentle when he pushed me onto the bed, and it was exactly what I wanted. I was just as desperate as he was, maybe more. I hooked my legs possessively around his waist as he lowered down, his tongue hot on my breast. Words formed in my throat, but I couldn't fully form them. I missed you. I love you. Don't stop. He sucked my skin just hard enough to make an ache pulse through me, on the edge of pain as it speared down between my legs. I arched my back, giving him more. Denver took it, letting his teeth graze the skin of one breast, then the other. I dug my fingers into his back, my nails making half-moon marks on his skin. We had never been like this before, and yet we were perfectly in sync. When I trailed my tongue along Denver's collarbone, tasting his skin and licking up the drops of water there, I felt his pulse racing. When I moved my hand down between us and squeezed possessively along his length, I heard his hissed intake of breath. I rolled him onto his back, getting on top of him, straddling him. I wanted to look down at him, watch his dark lashes lower as he looked at me. His gaze was pure fire, taking in every inch of me. I couldn't hide, and I didn't want to. His thumbs pressed into the soft skin on the insides of my thighs where he gripped me. He moved a hand between my legs, his fingers touching me as possessively as I had touched him. A shuddery sound of pleasure came from the back of my throat as he rubbed me, his devilish hand expert, knowing exactly what to do. My hips shifted, restless. He pressed a finger inside me, then a second one. "Do you want to come, Callie?" His voice was a rasp, his eyes inky dark. He could see how hard my nipples were, the goosebumps all along my skin. "Yes," I said. "Say it." He'd never done this before, made me say things. My eyes tried to drift closed at the pleasure he was giving me with his fingers. "I want to come," I breathed. "Please." He made his own sound of pleasure at that, because he was as far gone as I was. His fingers moved slowly, sweetly inside of me, drawing out my pleasure while his thumb teased me. Had I ever thought I could resist him? He was a mad genius. I rode him, my hips moving. He let it build as he watched me. He never took his eyes off me as I moved, as I let my head fall back, as I took my pleasure. He watched every second as I rode his hand and came, crying out. I leaned forward and put my hands on his chest, feeling his heart pounding beneath my palm. I lowered myself down on his cock in a hard thrust, and Denver gripped my hips, pressing up into me. "Fuck," he growled. I moved. He wasn't the only one who was an expert now. I rode him, feeling the press of him deep inside me, feeling his heart race and taking in the scent of his skin as my wet hair draped against his chest. He moved with me, his hands guiding me, both of us lost in pleasure. I hadn't felt Denver inside me for 3 weeks, and I was greedy for it. I wanted to do this all night. I wanted to do it forever. One of his hands moved up to the back of my neck, winding itself in my wet hair. He raised up on the other elbow and pulled me down to him, letting his teeth scrape along the side of my neck, down to my collarbone. The sensation was too much, and I felt myself pulsing around him again, my knees squeezing him. Denver's hand wound tighter in my wet hair, his mouth possessive on my neck, and then he went still as he came. We collapsed on the bed. Denver immediately pulled the blankets over us and spooned me, his arms snug around me. We were both wet and shivering. Our breathing slowed, our bodies sharing warmth. I could feel the slickness of Denver on the insides of my thighs. I should probably clean up, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to wash him off yet. I didn't want to move. After a few minutes, he kissed me gently on the shoulder and the side of my neck. "Thank you for coming to New Orleans," he rumbled. "It means a lot to me. I'm sorry the show went to hell." My Denver, always so straightforward. One of the many reasons he was precious to me. I smiled at how polite his words were compared to what we'd just done. "You're welcome," I said. "Get some sleep." "I haven't been sleeping much," he admitted. His voice was already slurring, his arm warm and heavy where it was slung over me. He was exhausted. "We'll fix everything tomorrow," I said, but I wasn't sure he even heard me. Pressing back into him, I closed my eyes. Chapter 39. Callie. The next morning, I left Denver sleeping, slid naked out of bed, and moved silently out of the bedroom. In the bathroom, I washed up, brushed my teeth, and finger-combed my hair, which was in wild spirals since I'd gone straight from the shower to the bed last night. Except for the red mark on my cheek, my face looked like my normal self, but my hair told the real story. It looked like the hair of a woman who had spent the night having wild, satisfying sex. I smiled to myself in the mirror. Wrapping myself in a plush hotel bathrobe, I walked quietly into the main room. I spent a few minutes looking out the window over Canal Street, which I hadn't seen properly in the chaos of last night. New Orleans never truly slept, but 9 a.m. was a little drowsy. Last night's revelers had finally gone to bed, and tonight's revelers wouldn't get up for a few more hours. There were only a few shop owners and street cleaners in view. I peeked back into the bedroom to see that Denver hadn't moved. I'd spent a good amount of time in bed with Denver by now, and I'd never seen him sleep like this. So deeply it was like he was unconscious for hours on end. I felt my brow furrow as I looked at him. I knew he was exhausted only 3 weeks into the tour, but now I wondered just how bad it was. I picked up the room service menu and carefully selected a few things. A breakfast burrito and coffee for me, tea, toast, oatmeal, and fruit for Denver. I put the order in. I was going to convince him to eat something when he got up, whenever that was going to be. As I put the hotel phone down, I heard the trill of a cell phone. I dashed into the bathroom, grabbing Denver's phone from where it had come out of his jeans pocket on the bathroom floor last night. The call display said, "Dan fucking Daniels." I smiled to myself. Instead of declining the call, I answered it. "Hello?" There was a second of stunned surprise on the other end, and I quickly tiptoed back into the main room. Denver hadn't stirred in the bed. "Who's this?" Dan fucking Daniels asked sharply. "Where's Denver?" "This is Callie," I said. "Denver's girlfriend. I met you that day in the studio. This is Denver's phone." "You're here in New Orleans? I didn't know that. Where's Denver?" "Yes, I am. Denver is asleep." I'd thrown him for a loop. The more flustered he got, the calmer I felt. "That's okay, I guess." How nice of him to give his reluctant approval. "Get him up, would you? The band needs to do a press conference." "Sure." I looked at the clock on my phone, sitting on the table. It was just after 9. He can make 12 o'clock noon.
That's too late. I need him earlier than that.
You won't get him earlier than that.
Excuse me?
Well, this was kind of fun. I was starting to understand the draw of being a rock star. Denver is going to get some rest, and then he's going to eat breakfast, and then he's going to get ready. He'll be ready by noon.
I need him in an hour, Dan Daniels barked.
You can call the press conference for an hour from now, but you'll be there alone, I said. It's your call.
Put him on the phone,
Daniels said. No, I told you, he's sleeping.
I want to talk to him.
We don't always get what we want. I learned that early in life. He made a strangled sound of frustration, and I sighed. Look, I said, as fun as it is to piss you off, I'm not just being difficult. If you're even remotely good at your job, you've noticed that Denver is running on fumes. The tour isn't even halfway through. He's your lead singer. Doesn't that concern you? Daniels grunted, unwilling to admit I was right. I know full well that you see the Road Kings as a meal ticket, and without Denver, your whole tour is off, I said. So your meal ticket needs 2 extra hours for rest and food so he doesn't crash and burn. That seems like a fair trade to me. Besides, the press conference is to address the fans that got hurt last night. Do you want Denver showing up looking like he just rolled out of bed and doesn't care? Or do you want to give him time to look decent?
Fine, Daniels snapped. Noon in the hotel lobby. Make sure he's there.
He hung up. There was a knock at the door, and the room service arrived. I let the man in, signing the receipt to give him a hefty tip. The hotel was paid for by the band's backer, and I knew Denver would want me to spend the man's money. The hotel employee thanked me and left. I poured myself a cup of coffee from the carafe and picked up Denver's phone again. He'd given me his phone password weeks ago because he trusted me. I unlocked his phone, but I didn't snoop through it. Instead, I scrolled through his contacts until I found Neil's number. I dialed it.
Hey, Denny, what's up?
Neil said when he answered. His voice was low, as if he'd just woken up. It's Callie, I said. Neil made a surprised sound.
Callie, I thought you might be in town. Denver looked like a fire was lit under his ass when he talked to you last night. When did you get in?
Last night. I was at the show, actually, in the crowd. It was quite a night.
What?
He sounded alarmed.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. You guys know how to bring down the house, you know that? I'm calling because Denver is still asleep, but he just got a call from Dan Daniels about a press conference. I talked to him myself.
Oh, great. I'll be getting a call in about 60 seconds. What did you work out?
He wanted you guys ready in an hour. I told him noon. Don't let him tell you otherwise.
Ballsy,
Neil said, admiration in his voice.
I approve. Okay, noon or nothing. If Denver's sleeping, don't wake him. He needs it.
That's what I think. You've been traveling with him. What's going on?
He's always a little bit like this on tour, Neil said. Performing takes it out of him. The stomach thing isn't new. It only seems to hit him when we travel. I'll be honest, we did a lot of drinking on previous tours, so things were hazier for all of us than they are this time around.
I remembered Denver telling me that he used to drink until he didn't feel the pain anymore. If you drank until you passed out, then you could tell yourself you didn't have sleep problems. Drinking wasn't an option now, so he had no choice but to go through the pain, not around it. It wasn't fun, but maybe, in a way, it was necessary. So it's worse because he's sober, I said.
And old,
Neil laughed.
We all are. But he's been extra broody this time around. If you want the truth, he misses you, Callie. A lot.
I sighed. It was tempting to blame myself, but I couldn't do that. Denver had to sort out his own problems. Well, I'm here now, I said. For a few days, anyway. I'll do what I can.
Daniels was trying to talk us into a photo shoot this afternoon, Neil said. That was before the shit show last night, so I don't know if that's still on the books.
I sipped my coffee and licked my lip.
Did you guys agree to it? We never agree to anything Daniels suggests. We don't work for him. But after last night, Denver isn't the only one who's fucking tired. I'm not in the mood. This tour has been hard and we aren't halfway yet.
You're away from your daughter, I said, sympathizing. And Rain. You miss them and they miss you. Neil groaned.
Amber, yes. Rain would probably be happy if our tour bus kept driving until it's submerged in the Atlantic Ocean. She's pissed at me.
She isn't pissed, I said. She's jealous. And she won't admit it, but she misses you. He sounded surprised.
What?
We hung out a few times back in Portland, I said. I thought of the wistful look Rain had when she talked about Neil, wondering how much I should say. She isn't as mad at you as you think she is. She is, however, jealous that you're off having fun while she stays home.
I'm having fun, but not the kind she thinks I am, Neil said. She thinks I'm having orgies in my hotel room every night. Please tell her I'm not. She doesn't believe me.
I laughed, and I didn't point out that it was telling that Rain was so jealous of a man she wasn't married to. I can't say one way or the other, Neil. I haven't been to your hotel room.
Callie, I have a boring biography of FDR here that I used as a prop and nothing else. I'm too fucking tired for orgies. I can't even get excited to comb my hair for a photo shoot. Thank God we don't have a show tonight.
Then tell Dan you want a day off, I said. Do the press conference because that's for the fans. Then take the rest of the day off. That's what you want, isn't it?
Do you want a job as our manager? Neil asked. You're hired. Name your price.
I smiled. I don't manage rock bands. I teach piano, remember?
Sure, Neil said. Just a meek little piano teacher, like you're fooling any of us. I'll talk to Axel and Stone. See you at noon.
After we hung up, I sat on the sofa for a long minute, my coffee cup in my hand. I'd just had 2 phone conversations, neither of which had been remarkable in the grand scheme of things. But they had been momentous to me. I'd known exactly what to do, what to say. I hadn't had even a whisper of nervousness. I was sitting in my rock star boyfriend's hotel room while he was on tour, and somehow I was completely in my element. I felt as confident as I did when I was on stage, maybe more. Just a meek little piano teacher, Neil had said, like you're fooling any of us. The spinster piano teacher with her settled life was me. But this woman was also me. I heard movement in the bedroom, the tap running in the bathroom. Denver was awake. I was still sitting on the sofa, coffee in hand, when he came out of the bedroom, wearing cotton sleep pants and nothing else, running his hands through his hair.
What's going on? He asked. I heard voices.
I held up his phone. You have a press conference about last night in 3 hours. Neil said something about a photo shoot today, but we decided the answer is no.
Okay, he said.
He had no comment to make about me using his phone or organizing his life. He walked over to the breakfast table and lifted a few of the lids on the dishes.
This looks pretty good.
Please try to eat some of it.
Okay.
He looked at me and caught me smiling.
What?
You're very obedient this morning, I said. He didn't answer that. Instead, he walked over to me and swung his leg over mine, straddling me on the sofa, his knees at my hips. He looked down at me, his dark hair messy, his face unbearably beautiful in the morning sunlight. He drew his thumb along my cheek, and the look in his eyes as he looked at me was one I would never get enough of, no matter how long I lived. Then he lifted my chin and kissed me. He'd brushed his teeth. He tasted minty and sweet. Compared to what we did last night, it was a gentle kiss, and I still felt it in every nerve ending in my body, zinging beneath my robe and between my legs. I would never get enough of this either. When he broke the kiss, he said,
I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad I'm here too, I said, running my hands over his bare stomach, feeling the dusting of dark, springy hair on his chest under my fingertips. He had definitely lost weight. You need to figure out whatever is wrong, I told him. It's eating at you. You aren't going to last another 7 weeks like this. Denver licked his lower lip.
I know.
I'd like to fix everything for you. I would. But I can't.
No, you can't. I wish you could, but you can't.
Talk to me, I said. Start with that. What's eating you alive?
Today, or any of the other days?
Today. Denver swore softly, his gaze moving to the distance and becoming unfocused.
I told you that my parents abandoned me, he said. I didn't know my father, and when I was little, my mother dropped me off with her parents and left for good. I stayed with my grandparents for 3 years.
I was silent, listening. He'd never talked to me in detail about his childhood before.
My grandparents weren't affectionate, but I didn't expect it,
Denver said.
I had food and shelter, and I went to school. It could have been worse. Then one morning, my grandfather came into my room with a single empty suitcase. He told me to fill it with whatever was most important to me, because I was leaving. I filled the suitcase and he drove me an hour away to the house of an uncle I had never met. He dropped me off and drove away. I never saw either of them again. I was 7.
My lips were parted as I listened. It was shocking.
I stayed with my uncle for a while,
Denver went on.
Then I filled the suitcase again. There were more people after that. At one point, a neighbor woman took me in because I had nowhere else to go. She was nice, but then she sold her house and moved, so I had to get out again.
He licked his lip.
Anyway, you get the idea. That's how it was for me.
He looked down at me.
No one has ever wanted me, Callie. Not one person. Not from the day I was born. Not ever.
He didn't say it tearfully or pitifully. He just said it. It was his truth. I want you, I said, my voice a breath.
I love you,
he said, making my heart somersault.
I've been in love with you for a while. That's supposed to be exciting. But I have moments, Callie, when I look at you and I think you're going to walk in one morning with an empty suitcase and tell me to fill it before I get out. Because that's what happens to me every time. And if that happens with you, I'm finished. So that's what eats me alive.
I blinked back tears. I reached up and touched my fingertips to his jaw. I love you too, I told him. The first time I had ever said that to any man. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. And I want you. All of you. I can't promise that everything will go smoothly all the time, but I can promise I will never abandon you like that. I love you too much. He frowned a little, thinking, as if he hadn't expected me to say that, and he scrubbed a hand over his face.
I'll do my best to believe that, Callie, he said. I'll try.
Maybe that would take time. I was patient. I pulled him down to me and kissed him, telling him again without words. And when we went back into the bedroom, it was slow and sweet this time. We took so long that we were almost late for the press conference. But we made it, with 5 minutes to spare.
Chapter 40. Denver. We spilled out onto the street in an untidy crowd. Callie, me, Axel, Stone, Neil, and Britt. We were somewhere in the depths of the French Quarter, away from Bourbon Street and the tourists, lost in the best possible way. It was late, and we had just spent an hour in our third stop of the night, a hole-in-the-wall bar where musicians, this time a jazz trio, played incredible music. It was our night off in New Orleans, and we were spending it surrounded by live music we didn't have to play. "We should find a taxi," Neil said, running a hand through his hair. He looked around, taking in the small knots of people on the street and the complete lack of traffic. No taxi in sight. "We can walk," Axel said. He pointed.
The hotel is that way. It's definitely this way. Britt pointed to our right.
"My sense of direction is better than yours," Axel said.
It definitely is not.
They bickered, but as we started walking, I noticed how close together they were, their shoulders almost touching. They were a contrast, Axel blonde and slender, Britt with her dark brown hair and curves. Callie slid an arm around my waist, hooking her thumb unapologetically over my belt into the waistband of my jeans. She felt good against me. I put my arm around her shoulder, feeling her hair tickle my hand. Ahead of Axel and Britt were Neil and Stone, talking quietly. Stone said something, and Neil laughed. If Stone was making Neil laugh, it was officially a good night. The press conference earlier had gone well. We'd made a statement apologizing for the shit show of a concert, and we'd specifically apologized to the fans who got hurt. We'd also used our own money to pay everyone's medical bills, something we hadn't cleared with Dan Daniels or our backer. Our other New Orleans shows hadn't been canceled, but security had been beefed up, and fans had been warned that anyone obviously drunk would get sent home. We'd been down this road before, plenty of times. Our shows were rowdy. It was part of the reason our fans showed up. Still, we wouldn't put up with people being assholes at our shows, even fans. We never had. After the press conference was over, I'd taken Callie's advice and taken the rest of the day off. We'd wandered the city with no agenda, no plan. No one recognized us, or if they did, they didn't bother to say anything. In New Orleans, you're always just another musician, and not even the best one. You're never a big deal. Great music, a great city, a soft, warm night breeze that carried the New Orleans smell of faintly damp garbage. Callie with her arm around me. It was the best night.
I like Britt.
Callie said to me, softly enough that no one else could hear. We all do, I replied. If it was supposed to be weird, having a woman with us on the tour, it hadn't turned out that way. Britt was smart, level-headed, and hard to shock. She knew our music, but she wasn't starstruck by us. She took her job as Axel's babysitter seriously, which was why she was out with us tonight. All night, she'd never been more than a few feet away from Axel, making sure he wasn't tempted to drink at any of the bars we went to. The rest of us hadn't had a drink either, to make it easier for him. But a bar was a bar. If Britt thought Axel was struggling, she would have walked him out and into a cab, away from temptation, without a second thought. And Axel relied on her. I could see it. The detailed, in-depth debate about which direction led to the hotel was his way of keeping her as close as possible.
So, what's their deal?
Callie whispered, following my train of thought.
I mean, really?
There's nothing going on, I whispered back. Nothing physical, at least.
You're sure?
I'm sure. If Axel and Britt were getting it on, it would be as obvious to the rest of us as a police siren. You can't hide anything from your bandmates on tour. Callie made a humming sound, puzzling it over. Then she said,
I've been meaning to bring this up. I have a request.
Anything, I said.
You should consider giving an interview to Sienna Maplethorpe.
I groaned. How did she get to you?
She didn't get to me, I just talked to her, that's all. She isn't the devil. Also, I read her piece about 7 Dog Down. It's really good.
She caught my disgusted look.
I know. Why do you hate them so much anyway? It isn't just the music. Is it because they're all younger than you?
That is not the reason.
Sure,
Callie said. She looked amused.
They're young, hot, rich, and their music tops the charts, but that has nothing to do with it.
Don't tell me you like their shit music. It might kill me. She took pity on me.
I didn't say that. I don't even listen to them. But I did read Sienna's piece about them, and I'm not sure why you're shutting her out. She's a good writer, and she understands musicians.
She paused, taking in my reluctance.
I get it, the Road Kings don't like journalists. I'm just asking you to think about it, that's all.
I'll think about it, I said, because Callie had asked. And I actually would think about it, because Callie had asked. I squeezed her closer, part of me still unable to believe that she was here, that I could squeeze her when I felt like it. We hadn't talked anymore about the conversation we'd had at the hotel, the things I'd told her. It didn't seem to need more words. I'd told her the things that ate at me, the dark things, and she was still here. She'd have to go home in a few days, but that was all right. It was bearable, unlike last time. She'd told me she wasn't going anywhere, and I was starting to believe her somewhere deep down. I would work on believing her. That was my job. I would believe her, and I would take the risk. I didn't know what the future held. No one knew. But I had ideas of what I wanted my life to look like. My life would have Callie in it, and it would have music in it. It didn't have to be one or the other. And my life would include Callie's music and the things she had in her life that she wouldn't have to give up for me. My life would have my bandmates in it too. There was a way to have that, and I would find it. There was a song in that somewhere. I just had to figure out what it was. This has been Duet, Book 1 in the Road Kings series, written by Julie Criss. Narrated by Andy Arndt and Jason Clark. Copyright 2022 by Julie Criss. Production copyright 2022 by Julie Criss. Production coordination by Lyric Audiobooks. Producer Kim Gilmore. Post-production by Tie Def Studios. Andy Arndt and Jason Clark are members of SAG-AFTRA. For more information about author Julie Criss, please visit www.juliecriss.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.